Hello dear viewers of my channel. Here is the full manhwa which I highly recommend to watch to the end. Here's a guy who was lucky enough to be in this video, and if you also want a chance to be in the video then write something in the comments. And I want to wish you an enjoyable viewing experience. Bloody fog, a huge amount of blood. That's what the main character saw in front of him. Comrades who begged him to escape from this battlefield, and those who even in the last minutes of their lives believed that humanity can survive. But in the end, at the very end, the protagonist was left alone. In front of him was an incredible number of strong enemies, and their leader was surprised that the protagonist was called a human god, because he looked like a real weakling. Heavenly Demon Emperor looked at the man with his creepy look and said that the god of pills cannot win. The main character's name was Qin Feng, and he was a complete zero in martial arts. With tears in his eyes, the hero confessed that he had lived for 100,000 years and had not even studied martial arts. He began to approach the enemy saying that he only had to keep fighting. The hero instantly took a pill, causing his body to emit energy, and he instantly went to fight, realizing that this would be his last battle. The protagonist pounced on one of the enemies, after which his body was instantly pierced by the hand of the creepy creature. Falling to the ground, the guy reflected on the fact that his body was talentless in martial arts, but he was an incredible alchemist. He promised himself that if he had a second chance, he would definitely do things differently. Suddenly he opened his eyes and was surprised, for he didn't realize what was happening now. He looked to the side and didn't realize where he was. He took the jade medallion in his hands, and then memories came rushing into his head, causing him to suffer a bit. The protagonist remembered this terrible day, because today was the day Lin Shuan had made the protagonist unable to learn martial arts. Then the protagonist won the competition and did not understand why his fiancée copyrightee wanted to kill him. She said that she had made a marriage contract only to temporarily join the Qin family. Then she grabbed the protagonist's face and with a haughty expression surprised that a weak man like the protagonist thought he would be worthy to be by her side. Then there was a lot of pain and disappointment in the protagonist's eyes. It was then that the hero's martial arts were destroyed and he focused on alchemy, reaching the peak of that field. But even so he now realized that it was far from enough. He decided that he would save the world himself. He looked at the pendant and was glad that thanks to it he had a chance to start over. He got dressed and decided to focus on getting stronger. Now he was determined to reach the top. Suddenly, a man appeared, shouting that their business was not good at all. He said that the eldest son of the Lin family had invaded the medical garden and wanted to see the protagonist. The guy remembered the past in which this man showed up and humiliated the protagonist in public and took the medical garden for himself. The protagonist asked to bring him to that guy. At that time, inside the medical garden, with a haughty look, he shouted for the protagonist to come as soon as possible and bragged about his sister's success in martial arts. The hero arrived at the place and began to mock the man, who was hiding behind his younger sister. The guy didn't expect such a thing and was shocked. The protagonist began to explain that once they broke the prenuptial agreement, this garden can't belong to them. Then the protagonist looked at the man with contempt in his eyes and said that it was wrong of him to come here. The guy was angry. He couldn't even think of what to say to him. He didn't understand why Fong had become so sarcastic. He started laughing at the hero again, saying that if it wasn't for his sister, he would have been killed long ago. He shouted that the protagonist had become ungrateful. Fong continued to laugh because even here the guy had attributed his younger sister. After that, the guards arrived and surrounded those shameless people. The guy was nervous. He did not understand what had happened to the protagonist, because before he had always been docile. He decided to remind that there was only a month left for the new alchemist competition. The hero indifferently asked what about it while the guy offered a bet. He said that if the hero can win he will give the family iron mine, and if he loses he will give the garden. The hero's servant thought that their master was not stupid and would definitely not agree to such a stupid bet. At that time the hero said he agreed and offered to sign a written agreement. The servant was shocked that his young master agreed. The guy was very happy about this opportunity and said that the hero would not regret what he had done. They signed the papers, after which the guy with a great mood began to leave. The servant was already in a terrible state. He thought that they were finished, while the hero was full of confidence, because he devoted more than 100,000 years to alchemy, and was sure that the enemy will crawl on his knees. A little while later, the hero was sitting and meditating, his body covered in aura. Just as suddenly, he started coughing up blood violently. Fong continued to smile, thinking that although his strength was at the bottom, he had a chance to regain his strength. Warriors had 6 realms, of which the Qi and Blood realm was the weakest, followed by the Tempering realm, the Main realm, the Void realm, the False God realm, and finally the Half-God realm. Each of the realms had 5 levels. At that time the hero couldn't raise them, but now he was able to maintain the foundation and he would be able to improve. The servant came running to the protagonist again, saying that something terrible had happened. The hero arrived at the garden where all the herbs had wilted, and soon it was time to collect the medicines. The hero realized that there was no way they would be able to grow new ones. Then he began to use the transformation technique, and his body began to be covered with aura. Energy continued to burst from the body of the protagonist. After his eyes began to shine brightly, thanks to this technique, the hero noticed that in the useful herbs hidden harmful plant, which is why everything just wilted. The protagonist realized that the guy was definitely involved in this, but the protagonist was not upset. He was happy and said out loud that it was a great gift. 10 days later, the herb gatherers arrived, and the protagonist didn't even come out to meet them. The servant was shaking with fear, and he said with his last strength that his master would arrive very soon. The protagonist greeted the guys, and said that even the Patuhi had not woken up yet, and they had already arrived. The guy talked about how the hero didn't kneel before the herb gatherer and showed his disrespect. The herb gatherer from the main branch was very angry and gave the protagonist one last chance and ordered him to kneel. The servant begged the man not to be angry. Everyone knelt down, while the protagonist continued to stand on his own 2 feet with his head proudly raised. The servant begged the master to fall on his knees, because otherwise they would be in trouble. At that time, the protagonist showed his middle finger and sent everyone away. This was something they definitely didn't expect, and the picker was enraged. The protagonist with a haughty voice started saying that the man was just a spoiled chicken, and that was the reason why he wasn't going to kneel before him. The man was incredibly angry at such insolence, and then asked if the hero had prepared any herbs before acting so arrogant. The hero said that there were plenty of herbs, and they were already ready for the man. The man was incredibly angry and increased the rate of herbs as much as 6 times, saying that if he could not fulfill this rate, he would lose his head. The servant was terrified. He realized that there was no way they would collect the required amount of herbs. At that time in the past, the picker had been favored by this guy, and made a bet with this man, namely that if Fong lost, the picker would get half of the garden. He imagined the protagonist was clueless about what to do, because all the grass was spoiled. The protagonist smiled, and told the guys to follow him. 2 people who thought they had already won this battle followed the protagonist. The guy looked at the grass that had wilted. Then a smile appeared on his face and he started laughing, while the picker was incredibly angry and was going to finish off the hero. The hero touched his sword and said that it's no wonder that scum can only see garbage, and they don't pay attention to the most important things. Then he showed a huge field sown with grasses, and said that the guys should look carefully. The herbs that grew on these fields looked just magnificent, which instantly amazed everyone present. They could not believe what was in front of their eyes. The enemy couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that Fong knew absolutely nothing about herbs, and here was such a picture. The collector was shocked even more because the quality of all these herbs was at an incredibly high level, and the quantity was 5 times more than necessary. While the servant was delighted with his master, and incredibly happy, the enemy was furious, and shouted that Fong couldn't have done something like this. At that time, the protagonist thought that the lian grass would actually cause other plants to die when planted near them, but in this era, no one knows that if the lian grass is modified, it will have an extremely positive effect on other plants. The protagonist with a haughty look reminded the enemy of the dispute between them, and that he must hand over the mine. The enemy said that he wasn't going to hand over anything. He seemed confident that Fong wouldn't do anything about it. At that time, the hero showed the document that signed this genius, and if he does not fulfill the agreement, he will go to prison, and for a long time. The enemy tried to seek help from the collector, but he turned away, not wanting to get involved in any way. The guy realized that he was in deep shit, so he lost consciousness. A little while later, the protagonist showed his servants their new mine, which was a gift from his dear brother Lon. The servant didn't know why they needed the mine, as their garden was much more valuable. But the hero said that he was a bit overzealous, which amazed the servant, who thought it was part of some plan. In fact, the hero remembered from his past life that this mine holds a lot of value, and he could take advantage of it. Suddenly a man started running towards the hero shouting that something had happened at the mine. He reported that the mine had suddenly collapsed, leaving dozens of miners trapped under the rubble. At that time, outside the mine, people gathered at the rubble-filled entrance and cried for their relatives who were inside at the time. The servant was shocked by what happened. He thought that God hated them since this happened as soon as they got this place. People started pointing fingers at the protagonist and blaming his family for what happened. The guards reacted instantly, while people were saying that everything was fine in the Lin family's hands. But the hero had angered the mountain god. The people were furious and asked for their fallen kin to be returned to them. The servant was very frightened and offered the protagonist to leave, but Fong strictly refused his subordinate. He thought that it could not be a coincidence. The protagonist started to use his technique and his body became covered in a golden aura. Meanwhile, inside the cave he found people who were still alive. The protagonist realized that it wasn't inside the mine, but someone had just blown up the entrance to the mine, and instantly looked with his cold gaze in the direction where Lin was standing and grinning. It seemed obvious that he was involved in what had just happened. The protagonist began to shout that the people inside the cave were still alive, and that if the stones at the entrance were removed, they could be saved. People were crying and were very angry. They didn't believe that anyone could survive the rubble. At that time Lin began to mock the hero, saying that he was talking nonsense. People continued to attack the guards. They wanted to kill the protagonist and the subordinates begged the hero to leave. At that time the guy looked at everyone with a creepy look, then ordered the soldiers to stop resisting and lay down their weapons, which amazed everyone. After the protagonist began to say that the loved ones of these guys still have a chance to be saved, which instantly changed the views of these people. At that time, the protagonist shouted as confidently as possible that he guaranteed the rescue of people. He also added that people can do whatever they want if they find dead bodies during the excavation. The protagonist asked if the people would agree to this. They were silent and crying, and for a while they didn't know what to say. They whispered amongst themselves, and after a moment they all got to work trying to dig out the entrance to the mine. At that time the protagonist turned to his servant. The hero's request startled the servant. At that time the enemy was watching and laughing, as he was sure that the people would not succeed. It turns out that this scoundrel placed poison in the cave, and even if people did not fall they will die under the influence of this poison. 2 hours later, the girl yelled with all her might about what they had dug through. They instantly looked inside in search of their loved ones, but they saw a horrible picture, namely that their loved ones were lying unconscious and not moving. People instantly started screaming and crying. They thought the protagonist was a liar because people were dead. At that time, the enemy intervened and reminded the people of the main character's words, namely that people can do anything they want to him. The people were incredibly angry and wanted Fong to pay for the death of their loved ones with his life. The enemy was sure that the protagonist will not be able to prove that people were poisoned. Suddenly the enemy was shocked that Fong remained as calm as possible, and was doing something. Fong ordered to shove some fruit into the people's mouths and force them to chew it. He ordered this poor servant to shove medicine mouth to mouth, which logically didn't please the kid, but he couldn't refuse. He began to perform this procedure on the bearded man. From such a picture people went crazy. How dare the hero so abuse the bodies of their loved ones? The protagonist ordered the servant to continue and not to be afraid of the people. The servant was crying, as he was sure that they would be killed for such a thing, and he gave his first kiss to the bearded man. Suddenly the man opened his eye. Then he was surprised that he was asleep and said that he had a long and very strange dream. Suddenly people were frightened because just now the dead had risen before their eyes. The man's family came to him and were incredibly happy that he had been saved. At that time the protagonist smugly said that it is not worth burying living people. It turns out that the hero is the only one who knew that there is an antidote against miasmas which poison people. The hero asked what the man remembered before he lost consciousness. He told that Lan blew up the entrance to the cave, then afraid that they could survive placed the poison, and tried to kill them. All the people who regained consciousness began to accuse the enemy of trying to kill them. The protagonist with a smile on his face said that he didn't expect that the guy was capable of such a thing, and then said that people are free to do what they want. They immediately surrounded these parasites, who were very much frightened, after which the screams of the guy and his charges were heard many kilometers away from the scene. A little while later, the protagonist went inside the mine, but could not find the item that was needed. At that time the men thanked Fong for saving their lives. They all bowed before the protagonist and said they would never forget his kindness. The protagonist was very kind to these people and decided to give them a few days off. The men said they would do whatever Fong ordered from now on. The hero asked what they had done with the enemy, and the man said that they had surrounded him, but miraculously the guy managed to escape, but he was sure that now he had no place in the city. The servant asked if they would go home, since they had done all the work. At that time the protagonist got on his horse and asked if the servant knew about the moneylenders, and he said that they were terrible people who were better not to be messed with. He said that if you take a risk and borrow from them, and God forbid not to repay the debt in time, they will come and make you an invalid, and the interest rate is too high. The servant said that only fools would ask these people for money. The servant asked what it is the hero decided to ask, and the guy said that he borrowed 500 gold pieces from them. The servant thought that the Lord was joking because he certainly does not want to take the poor servant to the grave, but it was not a joke. The servant was just in shock and panic because a normal person for a year is enough only 20 gold pieces, and the hero borrowed as much as 500. The hero said that he needed the money to take good care of the medical garden. At that time the servant decided that this time they are definitely finished, because their garden can have a maximum of 100 gold at the moment. The protagonist had hoped to pay with the miraculous ore, but he couldn't find it, and now he doesn't know how to solve this issue. The servant shouted that they are finished, and now the only thing left for them is to sell their garden, in which case their whole family will be finished. Suddenly a man's voice was heard behind him. It turned out that it was his father, who was also very happy to meet his son. The servant was about to tell that the hero borrowed money, but Fong immediately stopped him and ordered him to shut up. The hero remembered that in his previous life his father had done everything for him, literally risking his life, and this time he was going to make things right. The father showed his son the pills he had spent a lot of money on. He hoped they would help restore his son's base. The protagonist began to say that his body is already much better and not to worry so much. He realized that for the sake of these 2 pills his father worked hard. Suddenly, the man grabbed his son's hand. He was surprised because the protagonist's chi had grown. At that time Fong said that they should discuss it at home. He told his father that he had found a teacher who would teach him alchemy, which amazed the man, because he could not imagine that his son would become an alchemist. And the hero said that the teacher considered him the most talented student. The father was indescribably happy for his son. He always thought his kid was a genius, and was sure that he could not stop him so easily. Then he instantly said that he wanted to meet this teacher. The hero said that his teacher does not like outsiders, and wishes to remain anonymous. His father understood the idea and said that it is not surprising for great people. The father said he would, and then told him that it was time for him to leave. Father held out the Qin family's battle order, then said that if there was a need, the hero could use it. The father said that even though they had not seen each other for a long time, and entrusted the family to his son, he stroked the protagonist's head, while Fong thought about the incredibly important thing his father had given him, and swore to himself that he would never let his father down. A few days later, the weather was beautiful outside, and another servant was heard shouting that someone had come to see the protagonist. While Fong was amazed that the time had come so quickly, the protagonist ordered all guards to be brought in and put on alert. The protagonist was approaching the gate, with thoughts that he was about to be finished as the period of debt repayment had expired. Fong ordered the soldiers who were on alert to open the gate. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he was ready to fight until the very end. At that time, the servant was surprised by who he saw. It was an incredibly cute and beautiful girl who came to thank the protagonist for saving her life. She said that she was a minor who was saved by the protagonist, and she came to see her future husband. The protagonist was a little embarrassed, then said that now the situation is clear. Suddenly he remembered a moment from the past, when he passed the medicine to this girl mouth to mouth, and worried whether he had not done something dirty. The protagonist asked how the girl was going to repay him for his kindness. She said she was ready to tell him where the wonderful ore was. The protagonist did not understand how the girl knew this information. The girl said that she had taken a detox pill and was conscious at the moment when the guys were hiding the ore, and was able to remember its location. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard. He didn't care about the ore. He was interested in the fact that the girl herself was able to prepare the pill. The girl was embarrassed and confessed that she had learned it from books. The protagonist was shocked. He realized that the girl had a great talent for alchemy. Fong asked her if she wanted to become an alchemist, and she confessed that she had a poor family to support, which was the reason why she worked in the mine. The protagonist promised that he would take care of her parents, and then said that all the girl needed was to become his apprentice and obey him in everything. In fact, the protagonist decided to take her because he wanted to spend more time on martial arts, and he could throw some of his worries on the girl. At that time, the girl understood everything a little differently and was very confused. She also promised to follow the protagonist. The protagonist was happy. The girl was also very happy. Fong thought he had found a great slave, while the girl thought she had found a great husband. A few days later, the protagonist decided to sell the ore to pay off his debts. The servant was incredibly shocked that they needed to sell the ore for 1,000 gold pieces, but he thought it was possible if they could find a buyer. At that time, the protagonist confessed that they needed to sell 10,000 gold worth of ores because he had miscalculated a bit. Everyone was shocked when they heard the amount because it was unrealistic to pay something like that. The protagonist said he would take care of it and asked them to trust him. In fact, the protagonist and the girl worked hard to improve the quality of the ore, even though they could do better, but the ore will definitely break up very quickly. Suddenly, the protagonist realized the gravity of the debt that he must pay, because the amount is really cosmic. As soon as the hero arrived at the largest shop, there the seller said that the pure ore looks like a jewel and this is some cobblestone. Fong called the buyer a dilettante, and said that this is really a wonderful ore, and the buyer promised that if this boulder turns out to be ore, he will bow at the feet of the hero. The owner of the place arrived and asked what all the noise was about. The merchant began to tell that a madman arrived to them, who claims that this cobblestone is a miraculous ore. As a result, the protagonist and his servant were kicked out of the store, saying that they don't accept fakes. The protagonist was furious because his precious ore was called fake, while the servant tried his best to stop his master. The protagonist thought that there was no need to be nervous, but he also realized that at this rate he would be late again. The owner of the store told the seller to just immediately throw out such customers, not even to dialogue with them. The man looked at the ore and called it coal, then looked at this and assumed that it was worthless. The seller told how Fong wanted to get as much as 10,000 gold coins for this junk. Suddenly the stone began to crackle right in the man's hands, after which it had a very bright glow and the owner was instantly enveloped by a very bright beam of light. The seller said that the charlatan tried such a cheap trick to get them to buy this junk. At that time the owner hit the seller with all his might and said that he had offended a very important person. The owner ordered the man to prepare the money. He was going to apologize to the protagonist because he considered him a very important person. The servant talked about how it was a total horror and just kicked him out. The protagonist said that the problem is not the price, but the people who do not know and simply cannot appreciate this masterpiece. At that time, the owner of the store ran to the protagonist with all his legs with the words that they are ready to buy out all the ore. Breathing heavily, the owner apologized for the way he behaved with the protagonist and said he would pay 10,000 gold. The protagonist smiled and said that the man knew about goods. The servants were also incredibly happy to have all the ore bought from them. The protagonist apologized to the man and said that he was not ready to sell the ore. The protagonist began to say that the seller had offended his friends, and for this reason he could not sell the man the ore, because it would be wrong. At that time, the servants could not believe what they heard, because they would be happy to sell the ore. The owner began to scold the subordinate, who justified his behavior by saying that Fong had brought a fake. The man said that usually the miraculous ore looks like a gem because of unnecessary impurities. He also said that the better the quality of the ore the brighter its light, and such a light he had never seen in his life. The servants were shocked that some black stones were so rare. The man was well aware that there was definitely some incredible alchemist behind the protagonist. The protagonist thought that since the man had realized the value of this ore, he should splurge. The protagonist, with a smirk on his face, recalled the seller's words that he would bow if the ore turned out to be genuine. The protagonist with a smile on his face said that something like that was definitely there, while the shopkeeper was very angry, and then hit the subordinate with all his might with the words that if he promised, he must fulfill the promise. The guy started to bow as promised. While the man asked the hero not to be angry and offered him 30,000 gold pieces, the hero agreed to a similar amount, and the man said that he hoped to cooperate in the future. The servants were in complete defeat after hearing how much Fong would get for the ore. The hero was incredibly happy because now they will not only pay off the debt, but on top of a very large amount will remain. After that, the guys with a great mood went shopping. The hero decided to buy a lot of things for the development of martial arts. A little while later, late at night, the boy told about how Fong had bullied him and begged for justice. He told his father that he had been beaten up because of the protagonist and asked for revenge. The father asked if it was true that Fong had dared to frame his son, and the boy said that it was true and asked his father for help. The father promised that Fong would not survive tomorrow, as what kind of father would allow his son to be bullied? At that time, the guy was incredibly happy. He was just waiting to see the protagonist perish. At that time, at the estate of the protagonist's family, Fong was practicing, after which his hands were covered with aura, and he was happy, because thanks to the pills that his father gave him, he was able to reach the 5th level of the first realm, namely the realm of Qi and blood. Suddenly, Fong heard some noise, after which he instantly used the divine sense technique. He instantly saw the unknown people who were hiding behind the wall. Fong was glad for this opportunity. After all, now was a great chance to test his new powers in practice. One of the men was talking about distracting the protagonist's attention, while the other was to kill him instantly. Suddenly Fong kicked his own door, which ruined the couple's plans. They were shocked by this turn of events. At that time, Fong said hello to them and asked them what exactly they were looking for in his house. He told them that he knew they had arrived before they entered, then confessed that he hadn't swung his fists in a long time, and went out to give the assassins a good welcome. They mocked the protagonist as he was only a level 5 Qi realm, and they had killed countless people and stronger. The hero hadn't really fought in all his 100,000 years, and was now anxious before his first time. The opponents taunted the protagonist, after which one of them prepared to fight and promised that Fong would pay for this lesson with his life. The protagonist was going to do it because he wanted to become stronger in the future. The opponent boasted that he was on the 8th level of the Qi realm, and that he had killed more than 80 people. His friend was surprised that he was using such strong skills to kill a scum like Fong. He immediately headed towards the protagonist, who was amazed at what the 8th level looked like. While the man was confident of his brother's instant victory, the hero was incredibly excited to fight for the first time in 100,000 years. Suddenly the protagonist's fist appeared in front of his opponent's face, and a moment later, the man found himself sealed into the ground at a tremendous speed. Everyone was shocked by this, and the hero was amazed because it seems that the opponent died from a single blow. The hero talked about how it wasn't his problem that the enemy couldn't even take one hit, while the man couldn't believe what he had just seen. The protagonist promised that he would try not to kill the man with a single blow to get a feel for the battle. At the time, he was incredibly scared and angry at the words he heard. After that, he instantly changed his face and said that he would avenge his brother, with whom he had been separated all his life. After that, he instantly started to run away at a great speed. It seemed that he had now developed a speed that he had never had in his life. The protagonist didn't mind. He was shocked that he was so strong at only the 5th level of the Qi realm. Fong thought of following the assassin and finding the fools who decided to kill him. At that time, near Feng's town mansion, the assassin disappeared. The hero arrived at this place, as he realized that this is where he was ordered. At that time, an unknown man with wounds begged for help, saying that he was going to be killed. He fell to the ground, and the hero assumed that the customer was getting rid of pawns. Suddenly there were people with torches who instantly surrounded the protagonist, and the most disturbing thing was that all the people were level 8 masters of the Qi realm. Suddenly, the same guy who said that the protagonist shouldn't have come to this place appeared. He was sure that Fong would definitely leave this world today, so he was smiling and confident. The protagonist was not surprised that the mysterious customer was this guy, and then the guy began to say that he did not understand about any killers. He only knows that the hero invaded his home. The protagonist was shocked that the guy dared to ask the city lord for help. Then the man took out a dagger from the corpse of the killer, then was surprised that the protagonist talked about him. He told the guy that if he wanted to kill someone he had to do it right, as he didn't want to wipe his ass all the time. The guy told his father that he really went overboard, while the hero was shocked that it was the guy's father. Turns out the man didn't care about what the protagonist's family had done for him and thought it was time to forget about it. Whereupon he ordered the hero to get rid of him. The guy was instantly twisted by two men. The man said that the protagonist's ex-wife was going to destroy the Qin family. He also started talking about how his family had a great future, unlike the protagonist's family. The guy was incredibly angry after saying that, while the son of the villain was happy and asked what his father would do, he said that he would use a legitimate reason. He was going to get rid of the protagonist and was smiling through his teeth. The main character was sitting in the cell and thinking about the fact that he was careless. He could not imagine that the city lord would do such a thing. Suddenly Fong heard strange noises. It turned out that it was Sancho, who snuck into the cell of the protagonist. He could not come when his master was taken under arrest. The servant couldn't believe that the protagonist had done such a stupid thing. While Fong didn't know what he was talking about, the servant told him about people talking about how after Fong found out that his ex-wife was marrying the prince, he went crazy and killed two members of the royal family. The protagonist was surprised at how well the city lord had decided to set him up. Fong thought that, with such an accusation, he might actually be executed. The servant suggested that the protagonist run away, because now was the time, while the guards were changing each other, and he dug a hole in the wall. The protagonist began to say that he was innocent and should not run away, while the servant tried to explain that they had no time at all and should run away as soon as possible. Fong said that he was a member of the Qin family, and he intended to handle this situation with dignity. Suddenly the voices of the guards were heard, and the hero instantly started pushing the servant to run away, and after a moment the passage was covered with straw, and the guards did not suspect anything. The protagonist looked at the family's seal and reflected that he didn't expect that the man his family had helped so much could do such a terrible thing. The protagonist pulled out the seal through the hole, and with the words that he had to go to extreme measures, the seal let out a flame that began to fly into the sky, and then the entire sky lit up with a flame with the name of the Qin clan on it. A moment later, a huge number of soldiers began to run into the place, after which they instantly killed the guards, then bowed to the protagonist and said that they were gathered. Fong said that nothing serious had happened, it was just that a certain person was relying too much on his father. The protagonist instantly told that the guards would need to deal with this person. Each of these people was a true martial arts master. A little while later, a servant was cheering up the guards with all his might, saying that their young master was very wise and he had definitely found a way out of this mess. They had faith in their master and approached the place of execution. People were pointing their fingers towards the gallows and saying that it was still morning and the man had already been hanged. It was true, and the corpse was really hanging on the rope, with no sign of life. The servant could not believe what he heard. He was shocked, angry, and saddened. The servant began to cry with all his might, and together with the guards to worship and ask forgiveness for what they had failed to do to the protagonist. Suddenly Fong greeted his servant and asked why he was crying. All the servants were amazed at what they had just seen, and then instantly went to hug the protagonist, happy that he was alive. Fong tried to push these fools away, as people were looking at them, while the servants continued to rejoice. The protagonist pointed his finger at the gallows, then said that the enemy's father was not as good as his. It turned out that none other than the city lord himself was weighing on the noose. The servant could not understand how the young lord managed to pull off something like that. At that time, the protagonist confessed that it was easy, and asked if the guy knew the thing he was holding in his hands. The servant was amazed at what he saw, because it was a battle order of the Qin family. The hero said that it was enough for the guards to see the sign, as they will instantly arrive and will unconditionally follow the order of the man who called them. The servant asked what order the protagonist had given. Fong was surprised that the servant had not guessed. The enemies dared to infringe on the protagonist's life. It was for this reason that the masters destroyed the city lord's mansion, after which they made his body experience hell. The protagonist was upset that his father had to work very hard to get this battle order, and now it's just nothing because it was used. The servant asked where the enemy of the protagonist was, while Fong smiled and said that the guy should follow him. It turned out that the guy was being lynched, throwing vegetables at him and insulting him in every possible way. He begged people to stop it all. He confessed that he falsely accused the main character, and that he was the only one to blame for all the troubles. Turns out it was the same hole that the servant dug, and this enemy trying to escape got stuck in it. The protagonist said he couldn't kill this guy because his sister had some influence. The protagonist said it was easy for him to clear his name and kill the city lord, but things are more complicated with this asshole. The servant complained that they couldn't kill the bastard, and then he came up with an ingenious plan because they could do anything they wanted to this man. The main thing was to keep him alive. The protagonist was surprised, because it began to seem to him that his subordinates sometimes surpass him in cruelty. The servants were preparing to teach the boy a lesson that he would not forget for the rest of his life. He, on the other hand, was incredibly frightened, and was afraid to say a word. A moment later, a very loud cry of the boy was heard all around, begging not to be touched. The protagonist and his servants decided to leave the guy behind, as the protagonist had the next plan that he intended to execute. While the guy was incredibly beaten up and talking about how evil people are, sometime late at night he felt just awful. Suddenly the guy saw the main Qin security team, and thought that they had arrived to finally free him, but in fact a formidable man grabbed an axe, then swung it with all his might, then pointed it at the guy who begged for his life, promising that he would do whatever they asked him to do. As it turned out that the man had used the axe to free him, a young man's voice was heard telling Lin not to worry, for they were his own. He said that he was a relative of the prince, and since the guy's sister was engaged to the prince, he was ordered to take the guy to the capital. The guy started laughing and was very happy, because he really started to believe that he would die in this place because of the main character. The guy with a crazy look began to rub this man that he wants revenge on the protagonist, and that otherwise he will not go anywhere. The young man explained that he was ordered to get the guy to the capital, and asked him not to complicate the process. The boy began to say that if the man could help him, he would ask his sister to tell the prince about his merits, and promised to give half of the proceeds of the mine to this man. After these words, the man confessed that such a request would be very hard to refuse. He ordered the two masters who were at the third level of the quenching stage to move out. At that time, the guy was incredibly happy, because he was sure that the protagonist would not be able to deal with such masters in any way. At that time of night in the Qin family's medical garden, the protagonist was lying tied up, and next to him slept a girl who was pushing him very hard. The protagonist did not understand how this could happen, and then he became confused and remembered that it happened a few hours ago. He told the servants that he was going to go to the misty forest. They thought that the protagonist was going to die. The protagonist made a puppet that watered the plants while the servant appeared out of nowhere and began to tell them that the misty forest held great terrors. He said that in addition to the poisonous fog there are many strong monsters, and in order to take even a small part of the forest Qin family had to sacrifice hundreds of warriors. The servants said that they would not let the protagonist go anywhere, then grabbed the rope. In the present, the protagonist was happy about the environment he was in. He had forgotten that in this era, people were afraid of the misty forest. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a noise outside, and then he instantly activated his divine sense. It turned out to be the same masters who came to kill the protagonist. They knocked out the guards and said that they need to kill only the protagonist, that God forbid the investigation did not start. The protagonist began to get rid of the rope, thinking that one master of the level of these guys can easily kill 10 masters of qi and blood. The protagonist began to walk out pretending not to notice anything, thinking that there was no way he could fight in this place. People looked towards the protagonist, assuming that this was their target. Then the huge man decided to start, and was instantly behind the protagonist's back, ready to finish the battle in an instant. A moment later, the axe went through the neck of the protagonist, and his head flew off to the side. The guy was surprised that this order was so easy. He reached out to pick up the protagonist's head as proof, but suddenly his face twisted as it turned out to be a dummy. They realized that the protagonist had managed to escape as quickly as possible. The protagonist took out the Tianluo fruit, then sat on his horse and started talking about how he didn't plan to die that night. The guys couldn't believe that the guy deceived them so easily, while the hero started to move at a great speed with the help of the horse. Thinking about the safety of his people, he planned to take the enemies as far away as possible. At that time, the enemies thought that the hero was a brainless fool, for instead of calling the guards, he started to run away alone. A moment later, the masters at great speed began to catch up with the protagonist, who was ready for such an outcome and sprayed some liquid in the air, after which it hit the faces of two enemies who were chasing him. The opponents could not navigate properly. Even opening their eyes caused difficulty. The protagonist was very glad that his opponents were so stupid, because he could not believe that they would fall for his tricks, and then the hero used a divine sense, thanks to which he could see at night as if it were daytime and easily move on horseback. One of the enemies was right in front of the protagonist, after which the guys instantly attacked the guy from above. A few moments later there was a huge explosion from those blows. The protagonist was able to bounce at the last moment, while not understanding how such a thing was possible. He didn't understand how enemies without sight could catch up to him and attack him effectively. The enemy pointed to a horse and said it was a guy, while another man said it was a horse. Suddenly, the protagonist realized that now his enemies are hunters, who are hunting him by scent. One of the enemies pointed in the direction of the hero and said that he was definitely there, after which the enemies instantly began to run after the protagonist, who began to tear his clothes in hopes of spreading his scent around, thus winning the opportunity to escape from these enemies. The enemy was not surprised by the protagonist's attempts to spread his scent to confuse the guys. Suddenly they found themselves on a cliff, and in front of them there was only a misty forest, in which it is definitely not possible to survive. The protagonist was surprised that he turned on the road that led him to the misty forest. Enemies started to say that the guy would definitely not have the courage to jump into this forest. The enemy began to say that if the hero stayed he would at least die without suffering, while the guy crushed one of the fruits, and with a mad expression on his face said that he had huge balls. With these words he began to fall at a great speed straight into the misty forest. He gave his enemies the middle finger saying that he would never give up so easily. The enemies were amazed that the guy actually dared to jump down while the protagonist was flying straight into the misty forest at a great speed. The enemies were saying that the guy would definitely die instantly in that place. They were going to wait for the fog to clear up a bit and take the hero's head as proof of his death. The enemies were laughing at the top of their voices because of the fact that this guy would die so easily because of the fog. While the protagonist was glowing with happiness, he was glad to be in this place. In this place, he saw a huge amount of medicinal plants that were very old. The protagonist drank an antidote beforehand, for he knew very well that this place had a deadly fog. The protagonist looked at his hand and realized that he didn't have much time. He was going to prepare some remedy from the local herbs. He was glowing with happiness because now he would be working with high-quality herbs. 2 hours later, the protagonist was working with the herbs and heard a strange noise nearby. The protagonist was amazed that it was a raccoon dog, which is incredibly hard to catch. He assumed it was the effect of his anti-animal pill. Suddenly the hero's attention was attracted by something strange. He began to laugh, because in his head came an ingenious plan to deal with his enemies. Early in the morning, when the fog cleared, the enemies arrived in the forest to find the corpse of the protagonist. They searched for the body of the guy, as they thought that he died instantly. A moment later they found the corpse of the hero, and believed that he was suffering before death from poison. The man prepared to chop off the protagonist's head, but suddenly the guy jumped up and launched some darts towards the enemies. They were able to instantly react and dodge, while marveling that the protagonist managed to survive in this place. The enemies thought that it was a very stupid move on the part of the guy, while the hero with a confident expression said that he would really have a hard time injuring enemies of this level, and then asked what would happen if the blood of a raccoon dog collided with a miasma tree in the sunlight. The enemies, with full confidence that their situation was not the same, said that even masters like them would die from 10 breaths. But such an animal was incredibly hard to find. At that time the protagonist started counting down from 10. Suddenly the enemies noticed the fog and didn't realize what was happening. They looked in the direction where the needles hit, then instantly realized that right now they are breathing a poisonous fog that can kill them. The protagonist confessed that he had accidentally found the animal, and instantly realized how it could be put to good use. That was the reason why he risked pretending to be dead, and so that the enemies could not even think of such a thing, he attacked them with darts. The opponents were out of their minds with anger. They were going to take the protagonist with them to the other world. The protagonist was completely confident, and was amazed that they reacted so late. He looked with his piercing gaze and said that it was too late, and a moment later the enemies started coughing up their own blood. after which they lost consciousness and fell to the ground, while the protagonist continued to stand with his head proudly raised. The protagonist's enemies were lying on the ground. They were defeated not by brute force but by the protagonist's mind. Suddenly behind the back of the guy appeared the eyes of monsters. They were dogs, in which the hero apologized for borrowing a few drops of blood of their kin, then provided the corpses of enemies to eat these animals, thinking that he not only dealt with the enemies, but also got a huge amount of useful plants. While in the main character's house, the servants could not believe that their lord had been killed. They thought it was complete nonsense. While a man threw the protagonist's item and said that it could serve as proof of his death. It turned out to be the bloody saddle of the protagonist's horse. The enemies said that the young man had been injured, after which he had dared to enter the misty forest, where he had definitely died. The boys could not believe what they heard, for the hero really wanted to go to the misty forest. At that time, the enemy was incredibly happy, saying that the fool dared to venture alone into this hellish place. He said that because of the hero's death, the iron mine should return to its original owner, and the medical garden as well. He ordered the royal guard to chase away the servants of the protagonist. The soldiers pointed their weapons at the poor people, to the bastard's words that he now owns all of the protagonist's property. Suddenly, Feng's voice was heard behind the backs of the enemies, who was surprised that the guy dared to flatter him. The protagonist was surprised that the enemy dared to ask for help from the royal guards, then called him a slippery son of a bitch. The girl instantly hugged the protagonist, because she was very happy to see him, and he confessed that he decided to take a night walk in the misty forest. At that time, the enemy with shaking hands could not believe that the protagonist had survived after being in the misty forest. The protagonist said that he just decided to take a walk. Why would he die? A man stepped in and said that he was in this place to discuss the rights to the iron mine. The servant at the time realized that this eunuch is now a representative of the royal family, and the protagonist cannot oppose him. At that time, the protagonist said he didn't give a shit who this man represented. The protagonist was outraged, saying that he had been spoiled by the insistence to kill, and it didn't matter what family the man was from, he dared to kill him anyway. The protagonist recalled that a few days ago, the city lord who had decided to join this guy was hanged, and then the protagonist confessed that he had ordered the order to completely destroy the lord's mansion, and that it was his will. The protagonist said that suddenly and in the forest they tried to kill him, but he used the order again and the masters instantly killed the offenders. The protagonist warned that if the enemy dared to offend him, he would use the order again, and then the guards would chop him to pieces, and then asked what the man wanted to discuss. The enemy was shocked that the assassins he had sent were killed. He was shocked that the hero had orders. The man was shaking with fear. He fully realized how scary the thing in the hands of the protagonist was, after which they instantly began to say that they had just come to visit the protagonist. After which they all bowed to the protagonist together and wished him success and prosperity. The protagonist said he wouldn't see the guests off because he was a mess, and they apologized for the intrusion and wanted to leave. A moment later they started running away at great speed in fear of the protagonist. The servant was amazed that the protagonist had several orders, and the hero confessed that it was just a shell casing from a used order, which made the servant praise the protagonist's masterful bluff. The girl asked where the protagonist actually went because she was so worried. He said that he had already told her that he was really in the misty forest where he had managed to get a lot of useful herbs. The servant began to ask the protagonist not to lie, because the misty forest is not a place from which you can so easily return, and he asked where the harvest, about which Fong said. The protagonist confessed that he had gathered so many medicinal herbs that he had to supply the horse with them, and then pointed behind his back, where the horse was struggling to pull the incredibly heavy load. Inside were incredibly valuable and very rare herbs. While the servants couldn't believe what they were seeing, the protagonist yawned, indifferently asking the servants to help unload the harvest. The servant realized that the protagonist's methods were unattainable, and assumed he could never understand them. A few days later, the guy was taken to his sister's wedding. He surrounded himself with guards, and complained inside the wagon that he had made a huge number of attempts to end the protagonist, and now he wanted to do absolutely nothing. While the protagonist was deep in thought about the royal family stationing troops in his city, he assumed they were beginning to fear him. The protagonist turned to a servant and said that starting today, the wages of all the guards would be doubled. The servant was amazed at this generosity and didn't understand what the protagonist was planning to do. While the protagonist with a crazy look said that the servant to form a squad, because they will go to the misty forest to clean up. The servant was astonished at such a statement. He didn't understand how he could go to such a dangerous place. While Fong told the servant not to worry and just form a squad, the protagonist thought that this way he would be able to form a huge military force, because soon everyone will start to explore places like the misty forest. The next day, the guards gathered, who could not believe in the statement of the protagonist. He said that this is not a joke. He also added that not everyone will pass the selection, but he will get triple pay. The soldiers rejoiced and could not wait for the moment when the hero told them who would train them. At that time, Fong pointed to himself and said that he would be the person who would prepare the soldiers for transportation. After such a statement, the soldiers were speechless, and then immediately began to leave the gathering place with the thoughts that it was early morning and their master as always joking. The servant began to ponder that the main character's foundation was the weakest of them all. How could he teach someone martial arts? The protagonist decided to ignore it all and decided to go shopping with the servant because he needs weapons for his future squad. The servant was shocked that the protagonist was only lucky to get out of the misty forest alive, and he already considers himself a genius. At that time, in one of the restaurants, a man told that the hero had only one order, and that he had deceived them. The man instantly became furious at such news, whereupon the mug instantly shattered on the floor. The herbalist was very angry because the man had dared to spill tea on his foot, and he asked the herbalist what he could do about it. The man was incredibly angry. In fact, he was angry because of the protagonist, because he was the reason for what he decided to authorize. Gorilla with great speed began to approach the man, with the intention of hitting him. The man easily stopped the blow of this gorilla with one of his hands, and then asked how the protagonist messed up the man. The gatherer told him that Fong was a lowlife who had gotten him into trouble. The man told the assembler that they were brothers in misfortune, as he also hated Fong. The man learned about the mysterious alchemy teacher, and decided that the situation was now clearer. The gatherer started talking about how the most important thing for an alchemist is herbs, and they need to destroy the main character's garden first. The man said that there was no way he could do something like that because it would start a war between the royal family and the Qin family. The gatherer told of a pill that attracts animals, which could be used to raise the protagonist's garden to the ground. The gatherer confessed that in order to realize this plan, he just needed money. The man was incredibly happy about this opportunity. He confessed that he was ready to spend any amount of money to solve this issue, while the protagonist was busy making pills for the body. Usually, alchemists have a hard time with this process because it is very difficult to create these pills. But the protagonist closed his eyes and then put his hand on the cauldron. He is the god of pills. It is quite easy for him. The quality of the pills was from 1 to 10, and the ones he just made were at 9. The guy threw one of the pills into his mouth. He thought about the fact that it had been a long time since he had made such cheap pills. He also thought that if he wanted to sell the pills, he should lower their quality. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was able to break through to the 6th level of the Qi and blood stage. The effect of the pill was amazing. The protagonist took out the next pill, which should have a positive effect on his body, because growing too fast was dangerous. The guy with a smile on his face grabbed this pill with his teeth. The protagonist was determined to become the best. He thought about being the first to start the battle for the misty forest. At that time, the girl was watching the protagonist's room and wondering if he was able to overcome the foundation of his cultivation. The girl thought about how it was very hard for the protagonist after his injury, and decided that he had decided to try hard to become stronger. The girl firmly decided that she would also do her best, and right now she was going to not let anyone interfere with the main character. At that time, the smell of some pill began to spread to the forest, suddenly announced an alarm, because fierce beasts were approaching them. The girl could not believe that fierce beasts appeared at such an inopportune moment, for the protagonist still had not completed the breakthrough. Suddenly, the spear of one of the soldiers broke against the tough skin of the beast. Although the soldiers were able to surround the animal, they could not break through its tough armor, while the beast easily attacked them and threw them high into the air. Suddenly, an arrow began to fly towards the monster at a great speed. People were shocked that it was able to affect this animal. It turned out that it was a girl who used her bow to attack the enemy. The guards began to cheer and praise the girl, as suddenly they were attacked again by the monster, which made the soldiers run away, because they only made these beasts angry. While the enemies rejoiced that they had successfully succeeded in their plan, because such a beast, even a master of the final stage, is not easy to cope with. They were very much waiting for the moment when the protagonist would know despair and finally perish. While the monster was moving towards the little girl at a great speed, she prepared to shoot from her bow with great determination in her eyes. The arrow bounced off the body of this strong monster. While the soldiers were shouting that there was no way the girl could stop this beast, it was getting closer and closer to her. She grabbed her sword, then confessed that she had to help the protagonist. She could not let this beast pass through her. Swinging her sword, she thought that even if she died in this fight, she would not retreat. Suddenly, the sword instantly broke into small pieces from the animal's solid body, and the girl's body began to be covered with countless wounds. It seemed that she could not resist this animal at all, while the enemies were incredibly happy that the animal would destroy the protagonist very soon. The monster was a few centimeters away from ending the poor girl's life, as suddenly she opened her eyes and saw the main character's chest. All the guards were shocked by what they saw. The protagonist, flying to the ground, said that anyone who infringed on the lives of his people deserved to die. The guy landed on the roof after he found out that the girl was okay. He asked her to leave the battlefield and leave everything to him. The girl began to say that the protagonist could not defeat such a monster, because it was on a completely different level. While Fong was completely confident, and began to say that he would not allow any animal to do whatever he wanted. While the enemies mocked the protagonist, because in their opinion he didn't even stand a chance against this animal. The monster pointed its horns in the direction of the protagonist. While the soldiers were worried about their master, the enemies couldn't wait for the denouement of it all. While the protagonist didn't understand why people were panicking so much, he grabbed his dagger and said with a brutal look that he would just blow up the monster. After that, the hero instantly used the moonlight technique, thus attacking the enemy. The dagger pierced through the thick skin of the beast, which stunned the opponents, and the allies were shocked by the demonstrated strength, while the girl was delighted by the protagonist. The protagonist thought that normally only masters of the tempering stage could infuse chi into weapons, but since he had studied a strong martial art and had advanced to the 7th stage, it was also possible for him to do so. In his previous life, the protagonist was familiar with countless martial techniques even though he couldn't use them, but things were completely different in this life. The protagonist directed another attack towards his opponent, which instantly reached its target and was able to pierce through the beast's skin, thus damaging it. The protagonist began to move at a great speed, thinking that moonlight is an amazing martial art. Then the protagonist was right in front of his opponent, which made the soldiers worried because fighting with this monster in close proximity is the same as going to certain death. As the monster prepared to finish off the protagonist, the girl started screaming, worried about her master. The monster launched its attack, and the ground around it began to crumble from its power. The enemies cheered, the girl began to cry, while the soldiers were anxious. And the protagonist himself heard the words of the enemies and asked who it was that died. The protagonist hovered above his enemy. Thanks to the moonlight technique, he could easily dodge such attacks. The protagonist prepared to deliver a decisive blow, and then he landed with all his might, destroying everything in his path and sealing the beast directly into the ground. None of the people watching could believe this was actually happening. While the monster was literally destroyed in an instant, which amazed the soldiers who immediately began to run to the protagonist. The girl also admired the protagonist, who looked very cool standing on the corpse of this animal. The protagonist, with pride in his voice, asked his soldiers whether they still consider him a man who is not able to teach them something. Without waiting for an answer, the protagonist said that now the soldiers have one last chance to enroll in his team. After that, all the soldiers raised their hands. They were incredibly happy about this opportunity, because they were sure that with the instruction of the protagonist they will instantly become stronger. The protagonist was pleased with this attention and asked the guys to calm down because they need to take the body of the monster to the warehouse because he had some plans for it. The guys started dragging the huge corpse of the animal towards the warehouse, while the protagonist realized that behind all this is a pill, the smell of which he could smell. He was sure that someone was involved in all this, Then the hero instantly used the divine feeling, and just as quickly found the enemies who began to argue among themselves. They were blaming each other for the defeat, and were ready to tear each other apart. The enemies continued to argue fiercely, after which the rock under their feet began to crack, and they at a great speed flew down, thereby printing in the ground. While the protagonist thanked the fools, for they had given him a fine bull carcass. A few days later, all the guards joined the protagonist and waited for the speech. The protagonist, with confidence in his eyes, said that he would share the cure from his alchemist teacher and help the soldiers become much stronger. The protagonist began to tell that the girl showed herself with a very good side, and he decided to reward her with bull armor. He also added that if the squad will appear in the same brave people, he will reward them with different awards. The guy began to hand the armor to the girl, under the enthusiastic emotions of the soldiers. The protagonist also announced that every guard who was present that night would receive a body-hardening pill, and everyone thanked the protagonist for his kindness. Fong announced that within a month he would choose the best guys and they would become members of the squad that would go to clean up the misty forest. The protagonist, with a proud look, said that he is worthy to encourage his people, for which the guards thanked the guy. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Yuning City, people were talking about the news, namely that the protagonist was gathering a team to go to the misty forest, and a man thought that the guy would ruin everyone. After that, people even started betting on how many people would come back alive after the trip, and almost everyone thought that all the soldiers would die, or at most 2 or 3 would be able to escape. Suddenly a man started yelling that only his family was betting that no one would survive. He began to say that everyone else should bet that all members of the expedition would return alive, and asked who would dare to go against the royal family. The man started shouting and said that anyone who didn't bet would lose their head. People were crying, and thought that their money had been taken away from them, because not a single troop that had been in the misty forest had not returned without losses. It turned out that the pill was very expensive, and the man decided to resort to such methods because the money is running out. The man was going to secretly attack the protagonist right in the forest. He thought that this way the bet will definitely play. Half a month later, the guy reported that he had gathered a group of hunters who had been selected. They lined up in front of the protagonist. They were perfectly equipped, they had a full set of weapons and armor. The protagonist began to say that this was their first expedition, and it would not be easy, but he believed in every soldier who had been trained by him. The protagonist and his squad began their journey. At the end, the protagonist said that he believed in his guys, and asked them not to let him down. The protagonist led the expedition, and warned that the first danger was poison, after which the squad drank the medicine and the protagonist noted that now this aspect is not a danger to them. The second danger was poisonous insects and beasts, that's why they moved in formation, and if there is no panic, no one will get hurt. The protagonist asked his team members to follow him and keep up. The protagonist used technology to sense danger before anyone else. He believed that at this rate they would not lose a single person. The soldiers said that the protagonist explained everything so clearly that it seemed as if he had not accidentally gotten out of this place in the past, but knew something. The soldiers decided to be a little arbitrary, and move forward a little to show the protagonist that they are not weak. The guys started moving and looking for prey. They seemed to feel as confident as possible, while above them appeared a dangerous insect. One of the squad members looked in that direction, and a moment later this terrible creature began to fly directly to his face. The protagonist instantly reacted without realizing what was happening, while the soldiers started to run, at the sight of the steel centipede. Suddenly an arrow slammed into the body of the insect, which sealed it to a tree, scaring one of the guards. It turned out that it was another member of the squad, who was surprised that the guy had shit his pants at the sight of some insect. The young boy began to admire the man, who began to brag that this was not his first time in the misty forest, and that he had more experience. While the insects were very close to these guys, the protagonist instantly shouted for them to look around. Fong explained that centipede corpses make sounds that attract other centipedes, which is why now a huge number of these monsters have arrived. Fong shouted for the people to start holding formation. The people couldn't gather properly. They felt confused. One of the people couldn't even load an arrow into the crossbow properly because of the panic. The young guy asked why the man froze. After all, he was already in this place and shouldn't panic. The man fell to his knees because he thought that his life would be cut short at this moment in time, because he could kill one, at most 2 centipedes, but he would not be able to cope with so many. The centipedes rushed towards the man who was shouting that they would all definitely die in this place. The other centipedes also attacked the other members of the squad, who were also frightened, although they tried to fight back. The protagonist called everyone idiots and ordered everyone to hide behind him, then started flying towards the guys at a great speed. Fong used the moonlight martial art, after which a huge amount of energy flew towards the enemies. One of the soldiers cried as he watched the huge horde of insects getting closer and closer. While the protagonist was saving the members of his squad, which caused him to be injured by the insects, the man couldn't believe what had just happened, because their master had just covered the ordinary soldiers with his body. The man started crying, while the girl and her servant went to the hero to help him. Fong ordered the guys not to move because they would not be able to cope with so many enemies. The protagonist took out his dagger, and then began to kill a huge number of these enemies. However, the enemies also did not stand still and effectively attacked the protagonist, who despite the wounds continued the battle, killing more and more monsters. Suddenly, one of the monsters crept up to the protagonist from behind. The guys began to scream, because they were very worried about the hero, while Fong deftly killed the creature, which was behind his back, and then continued to madly destroy a huge number of enemies, under the tears of his wards. They could not believe what they saw, because the protagonist had just single-handedly killed all the enemies they feared so much. The soldiers were very happy that they were alive, while the man began to cry with all his might and was also happy to be alive. Fong grabbed the man and started yelling at him as Fong explained the rules that the man didn't follow. The protagonist with a crazy look began to shout that because of the man's ill-considered actions the whole team could have died. And if the protagonist had not been able to interrupt everyone, they would have continued to shake with fear and do nothing. The man was crying. He didn't know what to say to such a thing. While the protagonist retreated and started coughing heavily, his whole body was covered with wounds. The guys instantly ran towards the protagonist, as they lived for him. While the soldiers realized that they had failed their young master, because of which they almost died. The protagonist said that he was fine. It was just that one of the centipedes managed to poison him. The protagonist was thinking that he could really die now, and this was their first mission. He was going to go home because at this rate they were all going to die. As the soldiers fell to their knees and started talking about how the hero shouldn't punish them. One of the soldiers explained that they had endangered all the members of the expedition, and were obliged to leave the team voluntarily. After these words, they began to leave with the words that they have no right to stay in this place. At that time, the hero threw a bag, then asked where they were going. The protagonist realized that the soldier joined the team to earn money to treat his parents. He said that he would not let him go so easily. It turned out that the bag was filled with recovery pills and the soldiers couldn't understand what was going on. The protagonist with an unbelievable look began to say that even strong heroes make mistakes, but in such situations the most important thing is to draw conclusions. He said that they need to rest a little and continue their journey, and they can talk about punishment later. The soldiers could not believe what they heard, because it was because of them that the main character almost died. Fong said that the soldiers had better do some useful work and find a safe place to camp. He promised that he would bring everyone out alive if they obeyed. From that moment, 3 days passed and they settled in one place. The protagonist thought that the elixir in his body was too weak to deal with the poison. He decided to use the technique to detoxify, but the problem was that in such a state he would not be able to fight. Suddenly a soldier's voice was heard, shouting that they were approaching poisonous insects. The protagonist immediately went out to find out what was going on. It turned out in front of them was just a huge number of poisonous spiders. They were bloody spiders, and there were so many of them that the protagonist realized that they could not cope. The protagonist started screaming for people to run. He was going to fight alone. He was going to fight with all his might to protect his men who were not yet ready for this battle. While the man shouted for all the soldiers to take up defensive positions, he said that the soldiers would protect the cave even at the cost of their lives, for the hero had not yet completed his detoxification. The soldiers instantly stood in front of the protagonist, ready to defend him at the cost of their lives. The servant used some kind of remedy, after which the protagonist was very surprised, because the soldiers reacted incredibly fast, and also used a pill to scare away the beasts. The soldiers began to move as cohesively as possible, after which they were able to trap a large number of spiders. The protagonist stopped the man because although the spiders couldn't jump, They were making webs at an incredible level while the spiders started to climb upwards, while the man realized that this was what they needed and took out a torch, then threw the torch directly into the pit with the spiders. A moment later, a very strong flame rose up. It turned out that the protagonist himself had taught the soldiers such trickery. The protagonist couldn't believe what he saw, while a huge spider paw appeared from the fire, and a moment later a spider queen appeared in front of them, which even a master of the tempering stage would be incredibly hard to deal with. At that time, the soldiers did not hesitate to rush into battle, believing that if they could defeat the small ones, they would be able to kill the big one. The soldiers remembered the hero's words that if the enemy is much stronger, the stupidest thing to do is to run away from the battlefield. The soldiers started to approach the huge spider, then all prepared to attack, and they simultaneously started their attack. Suddenly it was effective and the spider's blood started to come out. The man confessed that while the hero was sitting in the camp, they analyzed all of Feng's lessons, then said that they were willing to give their lives for the protagonist. At this moment they looked just perfect. While Fong was amazed at how they had changed in just a few days, they were even able to destroy the queen. The protagonist confessed to underestimating the guys, and said that they could then begin the main purpose of their mission. The servant assumed it was to send them home. The protagonist said that the soldiers had progressed tremendously, and now they would definitely go on to find as many spiritual herbs as possible, and take them all home. The next day, a huge number of people gathered in the safe zone near the entrance of the misty forest, praying for someone to survive, as they were forced to make an insane bet. While the man himself was sure that no one could survive, he didn't believe that such a young guy could come back with the whole team. The man hoped that the main character had died in the forest as well as his team. Suddenly one of the people started shouting that he was seeing something and the man was surprised. At that time a man from the crowd started yelling that no one had come out yet, but hope always dies last. While a member of the royal family was amazed, because the sounds were from a crow that was flying nearby. All the people lost all hope that they could see their money, while the enemy was incredibly happy, because he was the only one who bet that the main character will not be able to return and will lose the whole team. The man started demanding money from the poor people, who tried to explain that it was the last thing they had. The man with a crazy look started shouting that he is a representative of royalty and the man should pay the money right now. Suddenly, the voice of the protagonist was heard, surprised at the number of people and the fact that the man would not calm down. Fong assumed that the whole city wanted to keep them out, but in fact it was much simpler than he thought. The protagonist began to mock the enemy who believed he was going to die, and moreover, a full squad began to emerge from the forest with a huge amount of loot. This shocked the enemy, who a moment ago was confident in his victory, while people were rejoicing, because they had just won and won money. The man began to walk away, while saying that the protagonist was just lucky. Fong instantly stopped the enemy. He reminded this madman that he lost money to all the inhabitants of this city, and is trying to escape without paying. The man started yelling again that he was a royalty and he wasn't going to give anything back, assuming that the protagonist couldn't do anything. Fong said that he really couldn't do anything. He was going to put up posters everywhere saying that the man owed money to everyone in the city, and he was sure that the royal family wouldn't be happy about that. The man was incredibly frightened because if the hero really did that, he would be finished. A quarter of an hour later there was a huge amount of equipment and clothes on the ground. The man was screaming that he had to give up everything he had, to pawn literally everything, even the clothes of his guards, to pay off the debt. The protagonist began to count whether it is enough to pay off the debt, and said that if the man still give up his underwear, then it may be enough. At the end of this event the enemies of the protagonist ran away in tears. They had nothing on, not even underwear, which made the villagers laugh with these people. The people thanked the protagonist for standing up for them, but he said that no thanks were needed, because he had done so in his own interest. The protagonist said that he would often go into the forest with his team, and asked for people's support in the future. The people agreed and promised to help the protagonist. Since then, 3 days have passed. The enemies gathered around the fire, as they had absolutely nothing left. Suddenly heard a male voice behind the back of the guys, which suggested that the hero relies on the power of the mysterious alchemist. It turned out that it was a first-class alchemist, who was sent by that bastard from the capital to help the guys kill the protagonist. A huge hammer landed on the ground. It turned out that the protagonist had ordered it from the people of this city. Fong was incredibly happy that his order was fulfilled so quickly. Then he grabbed the hammer and decided to try it out. The hammer slowly began to rise above the ground, and then the back of the protagonist began to ache incredibly badly. It seemed to be beyond his capabilities. Fong was shaking from the pain in his back. At that time, the servant asked if he needed to be remodeled. The protagonist surprised his men by saying that this was the kind of hammer he needed. In fact, he had mastered the new skill, but not to the fullest extent. It was for this reason that the protagonist decided to take the hammer as a weapon. The next day, the guys went to the foggy forest to the swamp, where the hero reported that they found another suitable place. It turned out that in this swamp there were huge mud crabs, which could be caught and sold for a lot of money. Suddenly the protagonist felt that someone was approaching them, after which he instantly began to move in the direction of the movement, and ordered the servants to go to a safe place until he walks a little. After a moment, the protagonist arrived at the place where he felt the movement. It turned out that it was the same alchemist and a man from the royal family. The alchemist was saying that today they will turn this forest into a grave for the protagonist. The protagonist listened attentively and watched the enemies. The protagonist understood that they could not cope with such opponents, and it would be difficult to escape because they were moving on their route. One of the soldiers reported to the eunuch that the tracks had become much fresher, and he was sure that they would soon find the team, while the enemy began to move faster in a hurry to kill the protagonist as soon as possible. They all started running at a great speed, and a moment later the enemy had a look of horror on his face as they started to fall right into the swamp. They were all in the swamp and began to move frantically. The enemy could not believe that they fell into the swamp, where the crabs lived, and a moment later in their direction began to fly hammer at great speed, which instantly knocked out one of the enemies. It turned out that it was the protagonist, who prepared a great trap for his enemies. The protagonist confessed that he knew that the enemy would want revenge, and he ordered his men to make fake tracks to lure them into the swamp. The protagonist began to deliver a series of blows to the enemy cavalry with his new weapon. When it was the eunuch's turn, he became very frightened and tried to run away. But suddenly the alchemist entered the battle and with a kick of his foot was able to repel the hammer flying at the man. The alchemist said that the man is a representative of the royal family, and the hero has no right to even lay a finger on him. The protagonist wondered why the alchemist was getting involved in the battle instead of just practicing alchemy. The alchemist seemed angry at such words, and a moment later he disappeared from sight, and a moment later he appeared in front of the hero and gave a very strong blow with his knee, saying that he was not an ordinary alchemist. Fong couldn't understand how the enemy was able to approach him so quickly. He didn't understand how this alchemist had such strength, while the enemy started laughing, then took off his outer clothes and called the alchemy master of the royal family, who was also a martial arts master of the tempering stage. The protagonist was shocked that his enemy turned out to be a master of the second stage. The enemy confessed that because of the protagonist's actions, the royal family had personally asked him to deal with the protagonist. Fong was shocked that the enemy had very cleverly concealed his strength, while the enemy was instantly in front of the protagonist, assuming that Fong was a warrior who relied on strength. The enemy appeared behind the protagonist's back and confessed to relying on speed. The enemy moved at an incredible speed, paralleling Feng's inability to even touch him due to the difference in speed. At one point, the enemy was able to knock the protagonist's weapon from his hands, and wondered how the hero would fight him. The enemy suggested that without the hammer, the protagonist was incapable of doing anything, but Fong asked how the speedy type was able to wrestle his hammer away with such ease, and the enemy confessed that his technique was based on leg strength. The enemy was ready to strike with his foot, saying that although he was inferior in strength, his legs were much stronger than the protagonist. Fong tried to block this strong attack, after which he was thrown a decent distance away. The enemy praised the protagonist for having such strength only at the chi and blood stage, while the protagonist confessed that he had underestimated the enemy. At that time, the enemy took some pill and then began to move at a great speed directly to the protagonist. The enemy was confident in his speed, and before the protagonist could not keep up with him, but now his speed has become twice as fast. The enemy was cheering, saying that Fong could not do anything against such an opponent. While the enemy was preparing to end the battle with an incredibly strong blow, the protagonist stood and did not react to the enemy's movement, and a moment later, a knee appeared right in front of the enemy. It was an incredibly strong and fast punch from the protagonist that sent the alchemist flying. The enemy lost some of his teeth, and couldn't believe that this was actually happening. As the man's enthusiasm faded, he didn't realize what had just happened, while the enemy asked how this could happen, because the difference in their speed was obvious. The protagonist confessed that he had never actually said that he was emphasizing strength. In fact, he had recently learned a speed technique called ghost dance. It's a great technique, and the person who learned it becomes incredibly fast, which is why the protagonist took a heavy hammer to limit his speed, because he's not quite used to it. During the battle with the Alchemist, the protagonist also realized the flaws in his martial arts and became stronger. The protagonist began to approach the enemy at a great speed, now realizing how to use his new power in battle. Fong, with joy on his face, said that he missed a lot of blows from the enemy, and now he intends to return all the blows to him. The protagonist began to take the medicine, after which 3 residual images of the protagonist appeared in front of the enemy and began to approach him at a great speed. The enemies were shocked that the hero managed to leave 3 residual images, while the protagonist was already right in front of his opponent, ready to deliver a decisive blow. The enemy was instantly pierced from all sides, after which he instantly fell to the ground under the man's screams. Fong was about to finish off his longtime enemy who was begging for his life. He fell to his knees and started begging for forgiveness, blaming the third prince for all his troubles. The protagonist said that he had already realized that the man was innocent of anything, then instantly struck a blow from which the neck of the enemy broke, and he fell to the ground under the words of the hero that the enemy is better to say these words in the other world. Right now Fong was going to drown the bodies of his enemies in the swamp, and was glad that now no one will not interfere with his trips to the forest. A few days later, the royal family got word that their people were missing, and they sent men to investigate. They were going to execute the entire family of the man who killed their family members. The man banged a wooden bar on the table, then said that the main character's team was in the forest at that moment and asked if they had killed the people. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that he didn't know what the man was talking about, and then he started to play the fool and cry, saying that every trip into the woods made him afraid, and the team as well. Under the influence of such fear, he wouldn't dare to touch someone from the royal family. The servant also cried and told that in the forest they were waiting for a huge number of failures. Even then they were attacked by a huge number of insects. All the soldiers also began to cry and tell how terrible it was to survive in that forest. The girl also told about the bloody spiders and how they miraculously managed to get out of that place alive. The main character decided to show the insect bites on his ass, because they still hadn't healed, and the judge ordered the guy to stop now. The judge was incredibly angry listening to these stories. He just couldn't believe that a group of these losers could kill the elite of the Yi family. The protagonist sat on the throne and was happy that he got away with it. He also said that the soldiers made him very happy, and he said that he would help those who reached level 9 Qi and blood to advance to the tempering stage. All the guys were incredibly excited about this opportunity, as the hero also promised 20 gold to those guys who would successfully make the breakthrough. The protagonist realized that although the pill was expensive and rare, but for his subordinates, he was not sorry to splurge. At night in the garden, the protagonist was going to make a very complicated pill. If he succeeded, his skills would be known to everyone. The protagonist realized that some people should not get information about his skills, so he was going to use the pill for his own purposes. The protagonist put the soul-returning herb in the furnace, then wanted to wake up the soul of the iron bull. The furnace was covered with flames and the lid flew up. The protagonist was overjoyed because the spirit of the iron bull appeared before him, which he wanted to use to prepare the pill. The bull started moving while the hero was talking about the monster's body being under his control. The hero was even surprised that the bull thought the soul could escape. Then the protagonist started to use the soul capture technique and the bull started to return to the furnace. Then the protagonist started to form the pill. The protagonist was overjoyed as the creation of the complex pill was very successful. The protagonist instantly threw the pill into his mouth, and then began to use the power of the pill for his advancement, although it was very effective, but also brought great pain, and distraction during this process is not allowed. The protagonist's clothes began to tear from the blows of his own aura. At his stage it was quite risky to take such a strong pill. As soon as the pill enters the body, the meridians began to get very damaged. The protagonist had 100,000 years of experience with pills and the negative effect was minimal. The protagonist began to lose consciousness from the immense pain his body was experiencing. His house began to glow very brightly from within, after which the protagonist was able to break through to the 8th level of the Qi and blood stage. The protagonist was of course very happy that he was able to break through, but he was also sure that there were still some pill resources left in his body that he hadn't used. The guy instantly began to break through to the next stage, which released a huge amount of energy. The glow was now many times stronger and covered an area much larger. Everything was successful, and now the protagonist had the peak of Qi and blood power, namely level 9. The protagonist felt that he had become much stronger than in his previous life at a similar stage of development. The guy used a small part of his power, and the aura fist began to demolish everything in its path at a tremendous speed. The protagonist was incredibly happy, because now his punching power reached 750 kilograms, and now he was not inferior in strength to the masters of the hardening stage. Suddenly, a girl appeared near the hole in the wall who decided to ask if the hero was finished with the pill. The guy immediately approached her and closed her mouth, saying that no one should know about his success in alchemy, because then they would all just be executed. The girl started talking about how as soon as the clan head found out that the hero had become a rank 3 alchemist, he would definitely take them all to the capital, and she didn't understand why the hero didn't want to do that. The protagonist said that he didn't want to be at the beck and call of the main branches of his clan, and he wouldn't be able to stay together with the girl in the capital. Now she seemed to understand. The girl thought that the protagonist had just confessed his feelings, while in fact the protagonist was going to continue to use the girl and her skills for his own purposes. The protagonist thought that his ex-wife was going to organize a banquet in the capital. He was going to take revenge for all the suffering that the girl had caused him in his past life. A while later, his father said that he had heard rumors that the protagonist had done many important things. His father also asked his son to stay in the city as long as possible. The father also said that even if the royal family became his son's target, he would still stay by his side. The protagonist was shocked that his father cared for him so much, and then he suddenly asked for permission to go to the capital to see his grandmother, who would soon be 90 years old. Fong said that he needed his father's permission to do so, and his father said that if the protagonist went to the capital, he would definitely become a target for the prince, and then he would be in danger. The protagonist said that he is a warrior, and he is not going to hide in terror when he hears the prince's name. Suddenly the protagonist started laughing. Then he started attacking his father with his fist, saying that he is no longer a weakling. The father took his son's attack with his palm, after which he was shocked because his son was completely able to recover his cultivation foundation. The protagonist revealed that he had not only grown in strength, he also revealed that 5 of his men had already managed to break through to the 9th level of the Qi and blood stage. He also revealed that the weakest of his men was at the 5th Qi and blood stage, and added that each of them had experience in battles. His father was shocked because before, the strongest guard was only at level 5, while the hero was happy about the work he had done. His father assumed that the protagonist had given away all the fruits to exchange them for self-improvement pills, but the hero calmed his father down and then told him to look at their fields. He showed the fields that were filled to the top with valuable plants, and also said that he had long ago issued a norm of herbs to the clan, and even if he sells the excess will be able to earn at least 100,000 gold. Father was shocked that after the tribute, the protagonist was able to increase the amount of fruit several times. The father tried to check if he was awake and if this was really happening, while the protagonist was proud of himself and the work he had done. The father grabbed his son's shoulder and said that he wouldn't mind if the protagonist wanted to go to the capital. The father asked his son to always stay cool, because if there was a chance to avoid conflict, it was better to do so, and the father also promised to always help the protagonist. At that time, Fong bowed to his father and promised to follow his advice. The main character gathered soldiers before the engagement is still a month, and he was going to be engaged in their training. The girl the guy taught to prepare pills that she would provide the hunters with pills after his departure. Half a month later the main character and his servant went to the capital, officially to his grandmother, but actually to take revenge on his ex-wife. Since that moment 6 days had passed and they were outside the capital, the protagonist was very tired and he was glad that after such a long journey they had time to rest. The servant was also glad to have a chance to rest, because according to the description the place they came to should be very comfortable. The guys arrived at the place and saw a dilapidated city, in which it seemed that even ghosts did not live. The guys were shocked at how terrible the place looked. They were literally broken, because they were hoping to finally have a normal vacation. The protagonist thought about the fact that earlier in this city began to rage demon, which was sent to kill as many as 1,000 warriors. It was from that moment the city was nicknamed the mountain where they kill demons. The protagonist paid attention to the old man. Looking at him, he thought about the fact that people started to leave the city, and only a small number of refugees dared to stay in this dreary place. The protagonist knew that many deaths are not the consequences of bad energy, but only a manifestation of the fact that soon the demon will be reborn, and will come to this world again. The protagonist went on, thinking that no one would believe him even if he told them that the merciless demon would soon return. They arrived at their destination, while the servant began to approach the hero with words that the main clan might want them to pay homage to the fallen ancestors. The servant was incredibly frightened, believing that something evil might happen in this horrible place, while the hero did not understand his servant's fear. Suddenly the servant was grabbed by the skeleton's hand, after which he instantly hung his head down, which surprised the protagonist, who reacted very quickly and attacked the skeleton's hand with a dagger, which immediately hit the rope, which he could not cut. The servant was in a panic. He was incredibly badly frightened and begged the hero to help as soon as possible. Suddenly heard human footsteps that moved towards the hero. Suddenly the voice of a man was heard, who was angry that strangers dared to invade their family's ancestral hall. The people were wearing scary masks, and asked if the guys wanted to stay in this place forever. The protagonist did not panic and began to explain the situation, namely that he is a member of the Qin family. The man asked if the guy was really from the Qin family. The protagonist confirmed it. He was trying to be polite because this is the home of these people, while the guys were out of anger because they just hated all the Qin family members. The servant was shocked that the opponents became even angrier, while the hero didn't understand why these people were acting like this. The man said that they were thrown out by the Qin family to make peace with the Yi family. Everyone was furious, because it was the Qin family that forced them to survive in this horrible demon-killing city. The man pointed his finger at the protagonist who dared to come to this place to point respect to the fallen people. The protagonist thought about the fact that this group of people really could have been cast out of the family and sent to this place. The protagonist wondered what these strangers wanted to do in the end, while thinking that in the past they had formed a force that was capable of opposing the Qin family. The man asked if the protagonist would dare to fight them. The man started talking about how the losers would become disabled or admit the defeat of their family. He wanted to prove that the Qin family is not only made up of people who like to bully the weak. The protagonist expected such a thing and asked if the men would release his men if he won. The man promised that he would free the protagonist's men, and Fong agreed to the duel. The servant was very worried about his master, as he was only now able to regain his strength, while the protagonist said he could easily defeat these guys. The protagonist said that he could see that the bodies of his enemies were pale and thin, and then he said that he would let his enemies strike first. He said that only those who could strike him would be worthy of battle. The enemies froze in misunderstanding, then instantly started laughing, because the hero's words sounded too funny. The servant could not believe that his master was talking such nonsense, while the hero could not believe that any of these guys could defeat him. Suddenly, one of the men launched a fist attack, and the protagonist only had time to open his eyes. But a moment later he found himself sealed to the concrete by an incredibly strong attack. The servant was shocked at what he saw, for it happened instantly. His enemies rejoiced, and considered the protagonist to be an arrogant weakling who was incapable of winning. The man who had struck the blow began to say that they had undergone hellish training, and any master of Qi and blood would die from a single attack. While the servant was shocked by these words, and worried about the protagonist who showed no signs of life, the protagonist was surprised that his opponent was in the body-tempering realm, but he was still alive. Then, with great excitement in his eyes, the protagonist said that he could handle such an opponent. The enemy was surprised that the protagonist was able to laugh after his punch, then instantly appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that he would watch Fong laugh after the battle. Suddenly, the protagonist was able to dodge the enemy's quick attack. Then he began to infuse qi into the stones he had picked up, and attacked the enemy with those stones. The stones fell to the ground while the enemy laughed as he wasn't even hurt, so he assumed that the hero wanted to scratch him. The enemy tried to make an attack while the hero repeated the attack with the stones. Fong laughed at the enemy and asked if it was true that attacks didn't do damage. The enemy couldn't reach the main character, who immediately counterattacked with stones. The man started shouting that the protagonist was a cowardly clown who was afraid to fight for real, just like the rest of the Qin family. The protagonist was smiling because just a moment ago the man was shouting that the protagonist's stones did not do any damage. Then Fong gave a serious look and confessed that now the feeling of pain was going to come. Suddenly the enemy fell to his knees and felt a terrible pain throughout his body. The man couldn't understand how this happened. He didn't understand why he felt weakness in his body. While the other enemies couldn't believe that their older brother had been knocked down by someone who was only at the chi and blood stage. The protagonist called his opponent an arrogant fool, and then asked if the enemy would fight on or admit defeat. The enemy began to say that he would never admit defeat against a bastard from the Qin family's inner clan. The enemy began to approach the hero with the intention of attacking, while Fong said that the enemy lacked the energy to even strike. Suddenly, the enemy was able to strike, after which he began to rejoice greatly, because he thought he was able to surpass his body. The man noticed that the legs of the protagonist were grabbed, and then he realized that he was able to strike only with the help of another person. The man began to ask his father to let the hero go, because it was not fair and he did not want to win. While the father began to tell him that there was no need for justice in a battle with a member of the inner clan, he also added that the hero was an alchemist who had attacked the man's acupuncture points with stones. He also added that the protagonist was secretly undermining the man's self-improvement, which shocked him. The man couldn't believe that the protagonist was really targeting the man's self-improvement, while the protagonist told the man not to stop, because the fight was still going on. The protagonist started laughing and said that just tapping his feet wasn't enough to defeat him. While the enemy was incredibly angry, he yelled that the hero had come up with a very sneaky tactic and it wasn't right. The enemy was beyond angry. He was saying that the inner clan was full of bastards like the hero. The enemy started to launch an attack with his fist while the protagonist stood still and smiled. Suddenly, Fong was able to jump, after which he was instantly in front of the enemy, after which he grabbed his arm and at a tremendous speed he began to carry out his technique. The protagonist made a powerful kick with his foot, from which the entire floor around began to collapse, as the force of the blow was just at a huge level. The enemy began to cough blood. His eyes turned white, while the man's father could not believe that his iron claws were broken. The servant was incredibly happy, for the protagonist had managed to use the enemy's strength to win this battle. While the enemy was shaking in pain, he kept trying to get to his feet. The protagonist said that the man could not continue the battle, and again suggested that he surrender in this battle. Fong warned that if the battle continued he would simply block the opponent's self-cultivation. The man, on the other hand, with a frantic look, stated that the hero could do whatever he wanted, but he would never surrender to the members of the inner clan. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, said that in that case he would just admit defeat. This shocked absolutely all the people who were in the place. The man started shouting that the protagonist represented the Qin family and by admitting defeat, he was admitting defeat to the Qin family. The protagonist started to say that it was a dispute between them and he can't decide for the whole family. The protagonist added that in any case when one side admits defeat the battle is over, then he went to rescue his men, while the man called the protagonist a shameless man. The guys started to lift their comrade, who was not feeling well. Suddenly the man felt relief in his whole body. It felt as if all his wounds were healed. Suddenly he noticed the stones that were lying nearby. The man had just realized that Fong had used the stones to heal his internal injury. The man watched the protagonist help his man, and realized that Fong had even helped him learn how to use his power properly, and then he had a fit of rage. He thought that in this way the protagonist was trying to humiliate him, because he had not perceived him as a worthy opponent since the beginning of the duel. The protagonist started talking about how they were all part of the Qin family, and then the protagonist got right in front of the man and said that they didn't need to fight to the death as if they were enemies. The protagonist walked up to the monument and then fell on his knees and began to address the ancestors. He promised that he would do his best to make amends for the ancestors' wrongs. The protagonist promised that one day he would restore the family, and there would never again be outsiders in their family. Such words stunned the people who were standing nearby. The man remembered that the Qin family looked at them as weirdos, and mocked them in every possible way. Previously, they were not even seen as human beings and were oppressed in every possible way. Seeing the protagonist, the man realized that all this time he was wrong, and then he began to say that he lost the duel and that now they will not bother the protagonist and his people. Such words amazed the man's father. While the hero thanked him for these words and the servant said that the young master was the best. Suddenly the man received a blow on his back, and it was his father who, while beating the man, ordered to kill the protagonist for him. The man repeated his words that he had lost the duel and was no longer going to fight the protagonist. The old man started yelling that they shouldn't forget what was done to them, and he said that they shouldn't let the protagonist go. The man was taking a lot of blows from his father, but he wasn't going to back down. Suddenly the protagonist intervened and stopped the bat from hitting him. The protagonist said that how the Qin family solves their problems is their business. He asked who gave the old man the right to interfere in this matter. The protagonist, with a creepy look, started talking about how the person who sent him to this place was Qin Dahai's secretary. The old man started saying that he didn't understand who Qin Dahai was, while the protagonist confessed that he had seen the old man in the main clan before, and started saying that he was definitely a member of the main clan who was pretending to be an outsider. The protagonist realized that the old man had deliberately lured him to this place. The protagonist remembered that the material of the chains was royal black gold, which a tramp could not possess. The enemy started shouting that the protagonist had no right to insult him. The protagonist asked if this person dared to stand up to the Qin family, while the enemy couldn't say a word. Suddenly, the old man stopped pretending and was surprised that there was such a smart guy like the protagonist in the Qin family. It turned out that it was really the secretary who was going to defect to the Yi family, and that was the reason why he did so. The old man started yelling that the Qin family was the weakest of the five while the Yi family was the strongest, and he managed to become a member of the Yi family. He started talking in front of all his men that the Yi family had given him a chance. It turns out the condition was to kill the protagonist and provide his corpse at the banquet as a gift, after which he would be allowed to become a true member of the Yi family. The protagonist was amazed that the dog would be so treacherous. The man was shocked that their adopted father had been pretending all this time just to become a member of the Yi family. The old man started yelling that they were all servants of the Yi family and they should be grateful to the family. The old man started saying that anyone who also wanted to join the Yi family should kill the protagonist now. Although the boys were deceived, they realized the benefits of being in the Yi family. The guys started running towards the protagonist with the intention of killing him. All the enemies prepared to kill Fong in the name of the Yi family. The protagonist began to tell the servant that there are ungrateful people, and there are people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for justice, and then the hero began to look gray-eyed and said that it was at this moment woke up the lion, which was a man who looked completely different from how he looked in the battle with the protagonist. The man started screaming with all his might. He was several times bigger than his opponents. The man began to prepare to attack, for even after the truth, these bastards are willing to become the dogs of an outsider. The man was easily able to defeat all of his opponents with literally one attack with his hand. The servant was shocked that the man began to help them. While the hero smiled silently, the old man began to shout that the man was just a dog he had raised and demanded obedience. While the man landed an incredibly accurate and strong punch right on the face of this crazy old man. The old man started flying at a tremendous speed while the man complained that the dog started barking loudly. He started shouting that his last name was Qin and he was a member of the Qin family. Then with a crazy look he started saying that the blood of the victims of the Qin family flowed in his body, and he promised that he would never kneel down and become a dog. The protagonist thought about the fact that as soon as he recognized the group of strangers, he immediately remembered one of these people. It turns out the protagonist knew that the man had incredible talent and strength, and decided to favor him. The man continued to stand in the room, around which the bodies of his kin were lying. Then he turned towards the protagonist with a crazy look, and began to rapidly approach. He looked very terrifying that the servant began to get nervous. He took people's things, then confessed that because of them he now has no place to eat. Then he decided to follow the protagonist because at least so he will have food. The servant was very worried, while Fong said that he saw no problem with the man joining them. The protagonist began to say that if the man would follow him, he would have a bright future, and then they shook hands, cementing the words they had said at that moment. The man said that it was better to starve with the protagonist than to be someone else's dog, while Fong said that they would rejoice together and endure hunger together. Suddenly, the sound of hooves was heard, after which people started talking about all the targets inside and the order to surround the protagonist and his men was sounded. Feng's gaze immediately changed to the most serious. They were in a huge encirclement, with countless enemy troops beside them. It turned out to be the people from the Yi family. One of the men stood in front of the protagonist and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and warned that they were just conducting an investigation. The bastard began to talk about how they had received a report that a man who had come to fight the outsiders had been defeated and eventually died. The protagonist assumed that the old man was a puppet in the hands of this young enemy, and was well aware that this was the original plan. The guy started talking with a mad expression on his face about how even though the protagonist had a bit of power in his city, he was a nobody in the capital, and that he had the support of the Yi family. Then the guy pointed to the huge number of soldiers behind him, and said that now his influence had no limits. The man was incredibly frightened, because although he could handle one or at most two enemies of such a level, but against such a large number of them, they didn't stand a chance. The enemy soldiers received an order to attack the protagonist, and they immediately began to execute. The protagonist apologized to the man for the fact that as soon as he joined them he immediately faced such a huge problem. The protagonist started shouting that they would never give up and would be able to fight their way out. The man then said that it was no problem as he owed the protagonist a debt of gratitude and promised to do his best. While the servant was shaking with fear, and he said that together with the guys he was not so scared. Then they all said that as members of the Qin family, they would rather die in battle than surrender. Suddenly a clap of hands was heard. It turned out that it was the same old man whom the hero met as he entered the city. The enemy began to call the old man a crazy drunkard, and ordered to kill him instantly. The soldier instantly proceeded to carry out the order, as a moment before he hit, he received a finger attack from the old man, causing him to start flying just at a tremendous speed straight at the guy. He crashed into the young enemy so hard that his mouth began to bleed and he instantly ordered all the soldiers to protect him and kill the old man. The soldiers instantly surrounded this mysterious old man, and then they started to approach and prepare to attack together. Suddenly the old man swung his arm, causing a huge number of soldiers to instantly be sent flying. Such power shocked the guys because the old man alone could defeat all these mighty soldiers so easily. The old man began to shout that the Qin family would rather die than live. Then he began to say that his family could not be a slave to another family, and confessed that he had been useless for a long time. Then from his weapons began to come out a huge energy and he confessed that certainly not today he would be useless. A huge symbol appeared in the sky under the old man's words that he would return to the madness of his youth for a while. All the guys were shocked by what appeared before their eyes. It turned out that this old man was holding a battle flag. Together with it he looked as epic as possible. Suddenly the ground began to rattle. It turned out that this phenomenon was due to the soldiers, who moved in the same rhythm. A moment later, all the soldiers bowed to the old man and lowered their shields. The enemy army was instantly surrounded by a huge number of soldiers. The enemy was incredibly frightened. As this banner called out the entire Qin family army, he could not believe that this had happened. The protagonist was also shocked, because such an item could only get a person who has done great military feats for the Qin family. It turns out that when such an item is used, the entire Qin family army arrives on the spot, and the owner of the item has the right to declare war at that very moment. The protagonist realized that there were only a few people in his family who had this item. He couldn't even imagine who this old man with the battle banner was. While the soldier waited for this old man's order, the old man silently listened as all the soldiers reported that they were completely under the great master's command, then knelt down on their knees. A bird flew in the sky while the soldiers said welcome back to the old man's family. The protagonist was shocked that the old man turned out to be a great master. It turns out that since no one has reached the divine realm, the peak is just the same as the great master who appeared in front of them at that moment. The old man's strength was respected by all the great clans, and he was a level 6 Grand Master, which was incredible. The protagonist didn't understand why the old man decided to appear, since he had disappeared 30 years ago. At that time, the old man began to talk about how when he was young the Qin family was in decline, and in his time there was always fighting between the families. It turns out that 30 years ago he was bullied by the Li family and he went against them on emotion. Although the Yi family was the first to start the conflict, the Qin family was afraid of retaliation and the old man's team was put on trial. Seeing such weakness in his family, he decided that his family was hopeless, and he punished himself by starting to live in this city, after which the old man began to say that today he saw hope in the protagonist. The old man said that today he had seen all of the protagonist's stamina and energy. The old man with a crazy look began to say that he was officially declaring that the lion had awakened and was returning to his family, and then said that he had raised a flag to announce his return. The old man began to talk about how the Qin family should be united, and that they should threaten outsiders and kill each other. He approached the hero and said that although he was once disappointed with the leadership of the Qin family, but after he saw the protagonist, with a smile on his face, he began to say that he saw in the guy the future of the Qin family. The old man held out a flag, then said that perhaps he would leave the protagonist the right to lead the Qin family in the future. Then the old man said that the army would wait for orders from the protagonist, who was holding the flag at that moment. The entire army of the Qin family bowed and reported that they were waiting for the orders of the protagonist. Then they began to repeat the words that they were listening to the orders of the protagonist, while the enemy, seeing such a terrible picture, began to cry, because he realized that with such strength, the hero could easily cut him into pieces. The man was incredibly happy that the protagonist was able to dispose of the entire army of the Qin family, while the hero thought about the fact that the old man decided to give him the army, but he did not realize whether he had the right to do so. The old man began to ask how the protagonist would deal with those who tried to harm him, after which Fong thanked the old man for his trust, and then said that using the banner to fight a bunch of trash is very pathetic, and the old man asked if the guy wanted to let his enemies go. While the enemy started beating his head on the floor, he shouted that the hero was really a merciful man and begged for his life. The protagonist said he didn't want to start a war because of this idiot, but no one said he couldn't torture the enemy. Then the hero with a crazy look started approaching the enemy, saying he had a better way to punish this fool. A while later, in the third prince's mansion, the guy was wondering about the history of the Qin family battle banner, because he was worried that it would scare his men. The prince ordered the man to find out what was really going on as soon as possible. While the girl started crying and begging the prince not to get angry, she said that everything would be fine and asked the guy to postpone the banquet a bit. The guy started reaching out to the girl and then said that the banquet should definitely be celebrated in a big way. He wanted to make this banquet the envy of the whole town. The girl looked as cunning as possible and said that she was not interested in fame and wealth when the prince was with her. He asked the girl not to think so much about others. Suddenly, a man reported to the prince that the Qin family's army had arrived at their place, which shocked the prince. He couldn't believe the report he had just heard. The protagonist's army surrounded the prince's building, who at this moment was out of anger. He assumed that the Qin family army was planning a rebellion against him. The protagonist said that he had come personally to congratulate the prince on his engagement, while the girl could not understand how the protagonist could survive, because she had asked her brother to eliminate him. The prince was angry, and began to say that they did not invite Fong to the banquet, then ordered the hero to get out as soon as possible. The protagonist asked the man not to hurry, then confessed that he did not come empty-handed. The soldiers put on the ground the body of the enemy, which looked just terrible, and the hero announced that it was a gift that the prince cannot refuse. The man was angry, while the girl couldn't believe her eyes. The protagonist started telling the story of how they saved this pathetic guy from the people in the city where he committed the crime. The protagonist began to talk about how if he wasn't allowed to be at the banquet, he would send this guy back to the residence who would definitely do something terrible to him. People were discussing what was happening in front of them, while a girl started yelling that the hero was talking nonsense and that she had asked her brother to come and kill. The protagonist picked up on the girl's words that she had asked her brother to kill someone, which instantly scared her. She didn't know what to say. The girl asked the prince not to complicate the situation and still allow the protagonist to attend the banquet. The man said that if the girl wants it, it will be so. It is in this way the hero with his new friends got to the banquet of the prince and his ex-wife. The prince was very angry to see that people leave dirty footprints behind them, because it defames their banquet. The servant noticed that the prince was angry and asked the protagonist what they should do next. Fong began to tell that he had a short meeting with the prince and his ex-wife, to whom the banquet was enlightened, after which he said with a mad expression on his face that he would make these people remember the banquet for the rest of their lives, while his companions also had creepy facial expressions inherited from the protagonist. A little while later, the wedding banquet itself began. The man began to introduce his beloved to all the people, saying that he loves her more than anyone else in the world. The man began to praise the girl, saying that she will always be by his side, as well as that she swore to be by his side for the rest of her life. The girl pretended to be embarrassed and turned to the prince. People were touched by these words and talked about how good the girl was, while the servant of the protagonist was out of his mind with anger, because this woman was a terrible person who just used men for her own purposes. The protagonist asked the servant to be a little more restrained, while the servant assumed that the protagonist wanted to forgive her. Fong said that they were much better off instead of fighting, a look that suggested that he definitely had some kind of plan in mind. The protagonist stood up and said that he had been friends with the girl since childhood, and also asked for permission to say some warm words. The girl was very worried and said that the guy didn't have to say anything, while the prince said that the protagonist should start talking, because he wants everyone to know what a good wife he has. The protagonist thanked the prince and with a smile on his face asked all the people to listen to him very carefully. The protagonist began to say that when the Lin family was weak, it was the protagonist's family that helped the girl to grow up, and that was the reason why a marriage contract was even made between him and the girl. All the people were shocked that the girl had a marriage contract, even though a moment ago she said she only wanted to marry the prince. At that time, the guys started playing around and pretending as if one of them was the girl and the other was the main character. Fong said that at one point, the girl fell in love with the prince, after which she didn't want to cause trouble. The girl said that an important person fell in love with her, while the protagonist couldn't accept that she wanted to leave him. It was then that the girl attacked the protagonist and tried to kill him. The protagonist revealed that it was at that point that his fighting skills were destroyed, as well as their engagement with the girl who left him. The protagonist began to talk about how he was just a man who made the girl the way she was. He had no right to interfere. All the people were shocked by such words and started to think the girl was ungrateful, while the girl was shocked and thought that the protagonist was being very reasonable when he tried to pretend to praise her and actually laughed at her. The protagonist did a great job of making everyone despise the girl, and that's why he was smiling. The prince started yelling that it's all a lie, and the protagonist doesn't even know what the girl is really like. The protagonist threw some object, then said that even though he may not be taken at his word, he has the thing. The prince caught the thing that the protagonist threw right at him, not realizing what the guy was doing. The protagonist, on the other hand, with a crazed look, stated that the guy would be responsible for the consequences of using it. The prince was mad with anger. It seemed he could explode at any moment. The girl started saying that the guy dared to insult the prince himself, and the prince was going to kill the protagonist and ordered people to arrest him. The soldiers instantly started moving towards the protagonist, with the intention of killing him, while the guy grabbed the flag. Then he put his feet on the table, saying that he loves to brush his teeth with a big toothpick. Then the guy looked at it with his piercing gaze and said it made perfect sense. All the soldiers were immediately startled, after which they instantly bowed down to the protagonist without daring to do anything. People were shocked that the protagonist had a battle banner, which made all the family members bow down. The prince could not believe that the protagonist possessed such an object, and the girl was very frightened. The prince was informed that the protagonist was indeed the new flag bearer of the Qin family, which angered and frightened the prince at the same time. He couldn't believe that the protagonist was actually able to get the banner. The soldier reported to the prince that they could not act recklessly because the great master himself was sitting beside the hero. He also couldn't believe that this uncouth old man could be a great warrior. The prince along with the girl were very much frightened, and the prince was surprised that the uncouth old man was the lord of the Qin family. While the old man asked what exactly the prince had ordered a moment ago, and asked what it could mean, the prince grabbed the mug, then in a trembling voice began to say that he wanted to offer a drink and enjoy the meal together. He realized that there was nothing he could do. The soldier also said that the hero had deceived them about the boy, but the prince ordered the soldier to shut up, because with the power that the protagonist had now, they were not his opponents. The protagonist looked as epic as possible with his new power and the power he had. The girl was shocked, for now her family was a cause for ridicule, and she wanted to gain authority. She vowed to herself that she would not let this all get away from the main character. The protagonist guys praised his skills at pissing people off, while the hero said he wouldn't be too proud, but he was incredibly pleased. Suddenly, One of the soldiers instantly snatched the banner from the hands of the protagonist, then instantly touched his shoulder, then with all his might put the guy on the floor. The guys instantly asked who it was who dared to arrest the owner of the Qin family banner. It turned out that the man in front of them was the head of the Qin clan, who was ordered by the elders to return the banner to the family. He also said that he was going to take the protagonist who had become a traitor to punish him. All the boys were shocked by what they had just heard. A little while later, in the Qin family's law enforcement room, the protagonist was accused of almost starting a war between the clans because of his actions, after which the old man asked if Fong would admit his guilt. The protagonist calmly began to say that he was not the first to attack, but only retaliated. He did not understand how the elders dare to call him a war criminal. The main character was shocked after hearing this information, while people couldn't believe that the grandmother herself would give the verdict. The servant of the protagonist was frightened because Grandma Lu is the most powerful in the Qin family. She can order anything and no one dares to contradict her. Suddenly there was a man's voice that shouted that he could not think that he would see the protagonist in such a situation. It turned out to be Feng's longtime enemy, who was happy that the hero would definitely go to jail while he continued to live. The man started talking about how he was the first to inform the court that the hero had used the banner. Suddenly everyone started to be told that the grandmother had arrived. The grandmother came out and started talking about how the hero had almost started a war, and had broken the taboos by contacting outsiders who had been exiled long ago. Grandmother was a second-level grandmaster, and she asked the protagonist if he was aware of his actions. The protagonist said with confidence in his eyes that he recognized that he had indeed committed the actions that had just been named. The grandmother began to approach the young man, then with a creepy face asked the reason why the protagonist shouldn't be executed right now. While the protagonist began to smile, then began to say that the family dares to make fun of them, and he was always being pissed off by the laws that this family passed and the people who were kicked out for nothing. The protagonist began to say that the laws of their family were too terrible and that he thought it was time for a change. The old man was angry and started yelling that the protagonist was talking nonsense and called it a rebellion. The grandmother wondered if these reasons were true for such an act. The servant was incredibly frightened. He was worried that the grandmother would order the execution of the protagonist, while the man was happy that now the hero would probably die. Suddenly the old woman hit the chains of the protagonist with her staff. She started laughing and saying that this is exactly the kind of behavior her fearless grandson should have. The protagonist was surprised to see the old woman's reaction, while the other people could not believe that the grandmother would just let the protagonist go. The man started yelling that Fong had committed a huge number of crimes and should be expelled from the family right away. The grandmother began to say that such people as the protagonist is exactly what they need, because only thanks to them will be able to change the laws of their family, which are completely unfair. The grandmother began to speak before everyone present. She explained that a great trait of the protagonist is that he treats everyone equally, even the foreigners who were despised by the other members of the family. The elder was shocked by what the grandmother said, and asked how she felt about the protagonist's judgment. The grandmother remembered that there would be a tournament between the 5 families very soon, and she decided that the protagonist would definitely participate. The elders were amazed by this outcome, because the hero was not only not punished, but also rewarded. The man started shouting that all the seats were taken, and the protagonist should not get something like that, and it violates the law of their family. Grandmother agreed that according to the rules, the seats were indeed occupied. The man started to rejoice that he didn't let Fong benefit, while grandmother said that the protagonist would just take Qin Yulan's place. The man instantly froze in place after saying that. The man started crying because the grandmother had just given his place to the protagonist, while she said that he was a snitch and she just hated infighting. The protagonist thanked his grandmother, while thinking that the tournament was an incredible opportunity to become stronger. Grandma started talking about how she was going to create a youth team, and she was going to choose a group of young people with experience in land development. The grandmother then looked at the protagonist with her piercing gaze and said that Fong would be the leader of the team, which shocked the young man. While his allies were genuinely rejoicing that their master had just gotten a prestigious position, the man was crying with all his might, unable to believe what was happening. The grandmother began to say that the level of the protagonist's leadership would only depend on him, while Fong promised not to disappoint the grandmother. The protagonist was well aware that if he became the leader, he would be able to get great connections and power. A little while later, the protagonist stood near the library and thought that he needed to learn a new technique. The guy started to open the door and then went inside, thinking that although he knows a lot of techniques, it will always be useful to learn new ones. The main character was happy to read books, and thought that someday the day would come when he would read and memorize each of them by heart. Suddenly a man's voice was heard, who was surprised that Fong was hiding in such a place. The enemy began to shout that the hero dared to take his place in the tournament, and said that he intended to fight the protagonist right now. Fong explained that the enemy didn't deserve to fight, also adding that it was the grandmother who gave the man's place to him. The protagonist said that if the man wanted to fight, then let him go to his grandmother, which really hurt him. He started to get very angry. Then he started to tense his muscles so much that his clothes started to tear, and he said that the protagonist was just a coward. Fong looked indifferently at his enemy, while the enemy used a secret technique and became incredibly big and strong. The enemy's men began to say that their master's strength was unbelievable and that Fong had no chance against him. The enemy said that the protagonist should fight him like a real man. Then he instantly began to approach, and was right above the protagonist with the words that he will prove his grandmother wrong. Suddenly, the protagonist instantly slapped the man's face, after which he asked him not to interfere with him anymore while reading books. The enemy's allies couldn't believe that this had happened. The protagonist said that finding the right books was stressful, and warned that if the enemy continued to bother him, he wouldn't see the next day. The guys were very much intimidated by the protagonist's strength, after which they instantly surrounded Fong, with the intention of mobbing him. The protagonist was surprised by such insolence, but he did not think of retreating. The man was glad that his comrades did not abandon him and stood up for him, while in fact the young guys called the protagonist their new older brother. This shocked the man because he was confident in his people. He asked how they could do this to him. They looked with contempt in his direction, and then with the same contempt in his eyes began to say that the position of elder brother should belong to the strongest, and the man did not fall under this characteristic. Such words struck the man in the heart. Fong said that the guys could really be younger brothers, and then said that they should find him some martial arts books. All the guys instantly started looking for the book that the protagonist needed, while Fong was happy that so many people were helping to find books, because it would save him a lot of time. Suddenly the protagonist was surprised that the 5 great families would hold an auction. The guys explained that this was the case. They also said that the auction was necessary so that the families could demonstrate their power. They began to complain that their family had nothing to show, so they decided that their family would end up being just an observer. The protagonist thought that this was very strange because the Qin family was almost equal to the other families, but in the end it was less important than the others. The protagonist realized that the younger generation was disappointed by this and lost confidence in themselves. The protagonist began to tell them that their family was actually hiding their power, and promised them that they would be able to see the Qin family's power at the auction, while he decided that he would exhibit rare pills. The protagonist was walking around, thinking that with his experience he would be able to show all the top class. He hoped to see a great place, but as soon as he arrived at the alchemist's room he saw a dilapidated very small building. The guy was shocked by this turn of events, because inside there was not even a furnace for alchemy. Suddenly the hero heard a voice that greeted him, and began to look in that direction. It turned out that it was a cute girl who was gathering herbs around the neighborhood, and had to help the protagonist, because of which she asked that the guy gave her instructions. The protagonist said hello to the girl, while thinking that the room was given out according to the strength of the herb gatherer, and looking at the girl he assumed that she was the weakest. The hero began to enter the dilapidated building, along with his new companion. The protagonist noticed how the girl was good at categorizing herbs. The protagonist just didn't understand why the girl had such a room, but he also realized that as long as he had a furnace, other things wouldn't bother him. Fong asked what the girl's name was, and she told him to call her Hua Zhu, the flower girl. Suddenly the protagonist was so surprised that he dropped the basin, and then he immediately asked if the girl was the granddaughter of old man Hua, and she said that she was and asked how the protagonist knew her grandfather. The protagonist began to say that her grandfather was a hero, and just could not understand how she got such a terrible house, and asked if the girl is not mocked. The girl began to cry, because her grandfather told a lot about the protagonist, and then they went to meet the grandfather of this lovely lady. The protagonist instantly asked if Grandpa Hua was alright. He remembered that Grandpa was the best herb collector. In the past he was the person who introduced the protagonist to herbs, and without him the guy would not have become the person he is now. In the present, the grandfather looked quite old and infirm. With tears in his eyes, he asked why the protagonist had returned. Fong instantly started to ask about who dared to hurt Grandpa. The girl started to say that the one who hurt Grandpa was Qin Yulan, who after learning that the protagonist had become an alchemist came to take revenge on Grandpa for training the hero. The girl started crying hard, saying that the enemy had also taken advantage of her brother's authority to give them the worst room, and she didn't even have money to help her grandfather. The grandfather began to say that the girl would not cause problems for the protagonist, while the guy looked at her with a sad look, because it was all because of him. The protagonist started talking about how without his grandfather's efforts, he definitely wouldn't have achieved what he has now, then said that he would definitely avenge his grandfather, with an incredibly gray expression on his face. At that time, in the alchemist's largest room, the enemy began to complain to his brother about the protagonist who not only hit him, but also stole his students. While the man began to say that his brother should not worry, because he had already given the hero the worst alchemy room, and this was the first step to revenge. It turned out to be Qin Guang, who was the general manager of the Jiadan District Herbal Gathering Department. He promised to further suppress the protagonist. Suddenly, someone kicked the door with their foot, which instantly made the enemy turn around. It turned out to be the protagonist who had arrived with his new companion. The enemy approached with the words that he was going to come to take revenge on the hero, and he did not expect him to come to this place. A moment later, the protagonist silently struck a blow directly on the face of his enemy, after which the teeth of the enemy began to fly in different directions, and he began to fly at great speed right past his brother. The protagonist was beyond furious, and wondered if this man had hurt a weak old man, and an equally weak girl who had done nothing. At that time, the man was incredibly scared, and asked what exactly the protagonist was going to do. Fong said that they were challenging the man to a weed harvesting contest, and if they won, this room would be theirs. The protagonist promised that if the girl lost, he would personally be at the man's disposal. The brothers were incredibly happy about this opportunity and instantly agreed to such conditions. The girl was very worried. She did not believe that she could win, while the protagonist was confident in the skills of the girl and said that she will definitely win. A little while later they gathered in nature. The enemy said that it was time to collect herbs. The winner will be the one who after 2 hours will collect the highest level of herbs. The enemy introduced the best herb gatherers, and there were more than 10 of them. At that time, the protagonist just believed in the girl, as she was also trained by Grandpa Hua. The enemy announced the start of the competition, after which the pickers instantly started their movement, leaving the girl behind. She was very nervous and couldn't move so fast. She didn't know if she could beat the elite in this competition. Suddenly, the girl noticed an upgrade herb. Then she instantly walked towards it because it was a rank 2 herb. But suddenly a man appeared in front of her and stole the herb right from her hands. The girl accused the man of stealing the herb, while he started to run away with the words that the one in whose hands the herb is in is right. The protagonist said that the girl should not pay attention and just continue searching. If the enemies are together, they will not win. While the enemy began to say that such a fool just cannot be stronger than dozens of people, while the enemy was completely confident in his victory, because such a simple girl just cannot win. While the girl continued to be nervous, every time she found grass it was taken away by one of the enemies, and then in the place where she arrived there was nothing left. The enemies took everything clean. Enemies rejoiced because half the time had already passed, and the girl could not collect even 1 herb. They were sure that the hero lost. The girl was very upset. She blamed herself for the defeat, although the competition was still going on. The protagonist said that there was still a chance. The girl turned towards the guy who started to say that she should use her grandfather's method and use her heart to find the right herb. The protagonist was sure that with such a mentor the girl would not be able to lose. The girl took control of herself. Her eyes were filled with determination. Suddenly she noticed something on the mountain. She instantly realized that it was the plant she needed. She started climbing up the high rock with all her might, her arms suffering from it. While the opponents mocked the girl who risked her life, they were sure that they had gathered all the herbs they could gather. The girl kept repeating in her head the words that she could win, because her grandfather was the best. She began to reach for the herbs, because it was the last hope for victory. After a while, the enemy said that what the girl had brought was a bunch of ordinary grass. He also added that the worst thing her opponents had brought was a first-class spiritual grass. The girl couldn't believe what she had just heard, while the others mocked her. The enemy grabbed the protagonist, saying that the winner of the battle had just been revealed, and promised to hit the protagonist not too hard. At that time, Fong asked the enemies who it was that told them they had lost, then grabbed a torch, and a moment later he threw it on the table where all the herbs were standing. The enemies started shouting that the hero was just trying to destroy the evidence, while Fong said that real gold is not afraid of fire, and asked the enemies to look carefully at the table. The man started shouting that all the medicinal plants had just turned into ashes and pointed his finger at the table. Then they were instantly shocked that one plant remained unharmed. The man instantly started asking his brother if the second-rank medicine that their men had found after burning could turn into a third-level herb. While the man jumped up, for the plant in front of them was more than a third-level herb, for the plant in front of them was a fourth-rank magical herb, namely the fire flow flower. The protagonist smiled at what was happening, while the enemies could not believe their eyes, because in front of them was one of the rarest plants. The protagonist began to tell that this plant looks like dry grass, and is on the mountains, and that to pick such a plant you need not only a great knowledge of herbs, but also have courage. The protagonist grabbed the girl and then asked who was the best herbalist among them. The enemies were out of anger after such a humiliating defeat. The enemy began to ask his brother if the main character's words were true, while the man began to say that it didn't make any difference whether it was true or false. After that, the man instantly turned to the girl to sell him the plant and promised to pay her 500 gold coins for it. All the enemies were shocked after hearing the amount their elder was offering. The girl was very happy about this offer, because this amount would be enough to pay for her grandfather's treatment. Suddenly, the protagonist asked the man to stop saying that he should be ashamed of trying to fool an innocent girl. The protagonist said that such a plant is only sold at auctions, where the people selling it are incredibly skilled herb collectors. The protagonist said that he would pay the girl 10,000 coins, which is twice the market value of the herb, because he wanted to have enough money to buy medicine for his grandfather, and they could live a decent life together. At that time, the enemies could not believe the amount that the protagonist said, because even a man would have to work for 10 years to get such a sum. The enemy had to simply admit defeat to the protagonist. He thought that in the future he could easily get a huge amount of similar plants. The protagonist approached the girl with a proposal. He offered her to become his herbalist, and promised to take care of her and her grandfather. She instantly agreed to the proposal of the protagonist. Suddenly the enemy began to shout that if the girl will work for him, he will provide a room much better, and will provide places much better than the garbage behind him. The girl instantly refused, saying that she only wanted to work with the protagonist. It was very painful to hear the enemy, who already believed that he had gotten the talent. The girl thought that Fong was the first person after her grandfather who believed in her talent. The protagonist was happy that he had gotten a great herb picker, so he would have another incredibly talented worker. The protagonist said that from now on this room belongs to the girl, and asked the uninvited guests to leave the room. They did so and just silently began to leave. At that time, the enemy began to get angry at his brother, because in his opinion it was because of the fact that his brother turned the guys against them. At that time, the protagonist was excited about the furnace that was in this best alchemy room. He was sure that he would be able to create an incredibly good pill. The protagonist was going to use the flux flower in order to improve his power. The protagonist started taking the juice of the plant, thinking that he was going to perform incredibly well in the upcoming tournament. The protagonist began to meditate, and energy instantly surrounded his body. A copy of him appeared in front of the protagonist and emitted a purple aura, after which the copy instantly grabbed the guy's neck. The opponent started shouting that the protagonist couldn't defend anything, and also said that the protagonist should die. At that time, Fong was surprised that such a horrible creature lived inside him. He realized that if this creature killed him, he would really die. The protagonist believed that in any case he would not lose. Then his hand began to fill with energy and he prepared to attack. Suddenly the enemy easily blocked the fist of the protagonist that surprised the guy. The enemy started shouting that he knows the protagonist very well and there is no way he can win. The enemy attacked Fong, saying that the hero is just a coward who hurts others. The enemy continued to deliver a series of blows while saying hurtful things. The enemy was preparing to kick and saying that the hero did not deserve a second chance, and then successfully punched the attack to the protagonist. Fong realized that it wasn't just an inner demon, it was a 100,000 demon that lived inside him. The protagonist realized that the demon was too strong. The guy began to lose consciousness with thoughts that his life was about to end, while the demon was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the protagonist heard the voices of all his loved ones, an image that appeared in the guy's head. Fong instantly regained consciousness and began to scream, then began to shout that he needed to do his best to protect his loved ones in the world. The demon received the first blow and began to cough up blood. Then the protagonist continued the attack with the words that he will never lose. Fong started tearing his demon with the words that he would not lose even to himself. The enemy was instantly destroyed and disintegrated into small pieces. In the real world, the aura around the protagonist began to dissipate. Fong was incredibly happy about his new breakthrough. Now he could easily fight enemies that would be incredibly strong. A little while later, the servant began to talk about the arrival of an elder who most likely wants to cause them problems. The hero was well aware that the old man is not a good man and decided to see what he was doing. The old man started talking about how the hero had sowed trouble in the family and had taken the alchemy room. The old man began to say that they need this room more than ever because the auction is coming up and the protagonist is just trying to ruin it, and then the old man asked what punishment the protagonist should get for such a thing. The protagonist said that he was an alchemist's apprentice and added that he occupied the room only to make a decent pill for the auction. The old man didn't understand the hero's self-confidence because he hadn't been practicing alchemy long enough to get his hands on the best alchemy room. The protagonist pointed to the box, then asked if the men were sure of their words. The servant opened the box under the words of the protagonist that the guys need to see that he had done everything in a few days. They saw before them incredibly beautiful pills that glittered like little balls of gold. They couldn't believe what they saw, for even a good alchemist couldn't have achieved such quality pills. The enemies started shouting that it didn't change the fact that the hero occupied an important room for the family. The protagonist along with his servant blindfolded themselves, after which the hero told the enemies to look at another pill. Suddenly, an incredibly bright beam of light appeared which instantly blinded the enemies. They were just in shock that the protagonist managed to prepare a pill 3 class. The protagonist began to whisper something in the elder's ear while the enemies began to accuse Fong of faking the pill and that he couldn't have done such a thing. While the elder instantly slapped the men in the face, saying that although they were of the same generation as the hero, the difference between them was absolutely huge. At that time, the old man took the protagonist's hands, then instantly said that the room was a gift to the protagonist, then asked Fong to represent their family at the auction. The man couldn't believe that his father had done that to them, while the protagonist thanked the elder with a smile on his face, thinking that this year's auction would be very interesting. The day of the auction came and the man began to say that it was at this very moment that the auction between the 5 families opened. The protagonist watched carefully, while thinking that the auction was a way to show the strength of the family. The protagonist was well aware that only powerful families have the right to vote, and then the prince sitting in a beautiful place offered 40,000 coins for the body-strengthening pills. After he bought a bone bow for 20,000 coins, after which he started shouting madly that his family was paying 300,000 gold for the 7th grade pills. All the people were disappointed because the E family had stolen all the items from the auction as usual, basically like all the times before. At that time, the prince smiled and thought about the day he would make the Qin family lose their face. He dreamed of taking revenge on the protagonist for the shame he experienced at the banquet. Suddenly, his reaction changed because he remembered that usually the Qin family looked embarrassed when they failed, but now they had the face of winners and were confident. The man started to announce that the auction had come to an end, while the man stopped the man with the words that the Qin family had some more items to offer. The man said that there was no problem with that, and if they really had valuable items they really could sell them. The protagonist took out a body-strengthening pill that was much more effective than the ones people had seen before. The prince was confident. A pill of this level was about like 500 level 7 pills that the prince had bought recently. All the people started laughing. After all, the hero had only brought a single pill. They thought the Qin family was a laughingstock. The guys were worried that their older brother was being humiliated on stage, while the protagonist confessed that he came to the auction with more than one pill. After that, whole boxes of similar pills were seen, and the protagonist confessed that there were hundreds of such pills. All the people were just in shock from what they saw because it is hundreds of pills which had incredibly high quality. The prince was angry because how could the Qin family get such a huge amount of pills of 8 times the quality? While the younger protagonist's juniors were incredibly happy, because now their family would definitely be very rich. All the families began to want such pills badly, for such quantity and quality would instantly make all the warriors in the family much stronger. The prince shouted that he was betting 200,000 gold, and also added that anyone who dared to raise the bet would be forgiven by the royal family. All the people were incredibly angry, as this wasn't the first time the prince had used the royal status for his own gain. While the prince thought the protagonist was stupid because he could keep such a good thing for his family instead of selling it at auction, the protagonist agreed to the bid and announced that the E family would receive the pills. The protagonist thought that they were just extra pills that they didn't need, while the prince thought that he had gotten the treasure. The protagonist started to announce that he was going to show their main item, after saying that all the people were shocked because they thought the last item was the main item. Fong announced that he was going to sell a grade 3 elixir while the man held a closed box. People weren't surprised by the grade 3 elixir, as there was already a similar item in the auction. They were expecting something more. While Fong started to say that this wasn't an ordinary grade 3 elixir, he smiled and said that they would understand everything once they saw it. Suddenly, after opening the box, a beast-shaped aura began to burst out from the elixir, and it instantly moved towards the people, scaring them very much. Everyone was shocked because the elixir in front of them was an incredibly rare altered elixir, compared to which a normal grade 3 elixir was just trash. The old man was a little embarrassed and very happy. He remembered the moment when the hero confessed that it was not a normal grade 3 elixir. He had done the right thing by listening to the protagonist. While the prince was amazed at what he saw, he assumed that the Qin family had hired some incredible alchemist. All the people began to be incredibly eager to get their hands on this elixir, as it was just an incredibly cool item. At that time, the prince started shouting that he was buying this item on behalf of his father, and added that anyone who tried to take this item would be considered a traitor. The people were shaking with fear and anger over the situation, as the prince continued to take advantage of the fact that he was a member of the Imperial family. At that time the protagonist said that he agreed to this and asked the prince for 500,000 gold for this item. The prince considered the protagonist a real fool for selling such an elixir and immediately agreed to the amount of the deal. Suddenly the prince was informed that he had already spent all his money on useless things and he just didn't have enough money to buy this elixir. People laughed at the fact that the prince didn't have the money to buy the item. Then the protagonist asked if it was true that the prince didn't have the money to buy the item. The protagonist started laughing at the guy, saying that he is a real clown who doesn't even have money. The prince was furious. These words hurt him very much. In the end the protagonist was able to sell this item for 700,000 gold. And the juniors said that Fong is incredibly cool. It was at this auction that the Yi family became the ultimate laughingstock. The old man sincerely thanked the protagonist, because it had been a very long time since their family had had such a good time at the auction. The elder promised that he would definitely pay for the hero to bring good fame to their family, and the hero thanked the old man. The old man also asked the guy not to get too excited, because there were enough advantages and disadvantages to being the center of attention. It was on this day that the protagonist shone, and he was remembered by many. For this reason the old man was worried that the guy might become a target for others at the tournament. He said that although the prince wasn't very strong, he had a level 5 bodyguard who could easily defeat many people. There was also a young genius from the Bai family who didn't even fight opponents below level 6, and a girl from the Nangong family who was said to be doomed to defeat anyone she fought. There was also a man from the Situ family who relied on his ancestral fighting style and was incredibly good at killing. The old man started to say that these were the most dangerous opponents the protagonist could have at the tournament, and so he asked the guy to be as careful as possible. The protagonist thought that in fact the most fearsome opponent is the prince, and the elder is wrong about him. In fact, the prince has the ability to hide his power. The protagonist was determined to win, so he was going to work hard on his strength that would definitely show incredible power. 3 days later, the grandmother's birthday banquet was held, and the representatives of the other 4 families arrived. The families sent incredibly large gifts, for which Grandma thanked everyone and said she was honored. Suddenly a girl appeared and started talking about how no one from the Qin family had ever given a decent gift. She started talking about how they just couldn't afford to give something nice. The men were incredibly angry because she was partly right because the Qin family was not that rich. The girl was glad that she was right and was not sorry for having decided to leave the Qin family. Suddenly, the girl turned to hear the voice of the main character, who had decided to give a gift to his grandmother. Fong started talking about how he was going to gift a high-quality body-strengthening pill that had 9 points. The hero opened a chest that contained pills that looked like real pearls. People were shocked, but the price of such pills really wasn't too high. At that time, the girl started talking about how rare it was, and then added that compared to her gift of 300,000 gold, it was no comparison at all. The men said that the protagonist should not have given this gift. They felt as awkward as possible. The protagonist asked why the girl thought he was done and started bragging like that. After that, the main character asked to bring something which surprised the girl. The main character presented as many as 200 high-quality body-strengthening pills, and said it was his gift for his grandmother. The guys were just shocked because 200 such pills cost millions of gold, and it was in fact the most expensive gift on this holiday. The girl was incredibly annoyed. She couldn't understand where a poor family like Qin could get so much money. The protagonist remembered that the girl had abandoned his family right after she managed to seduce the prince. The protagonist started talking about how the girl would not regret her choice later. She started shaking, thinking that the protagonist was trash who didn't deserve her, while the protagonist felt just fine after once again impressing everyone. A little while later in the evening, the grandmother was talking about how since the protagonist appeared, the Qin family had started to surprise the other families who used to laugh at them. The old man started talking about how Fong had done a lot for the family, and suggested that it was fair to reward the protagonist, and grandmother promised to grant one request. The head began to say that the protagonist had been given a great honor, and he should think hard about his request. The protagonist thanked for this opportunity, and then he started to talk about his request, namely that Elder Yu would follow the protagonist to the city and stay with him for a few years. Such a request shocked all the guys. The man started shouting that it was out of line. He started saying that it was too much to ask Elder Yu to do such a thing, while the protagonist said that he knew that the elder had no more than 3 years to live. The old man was surprised by such information, and then asked if the protagonist was sure that he was dying. The protagonist explained his knowledge by the fact that he was told this by an alchemy master, who also added that there is a way to prolong the life of the old man. The protagonist remembered that in the past the old man had died just after 3 years, and it had a very negative impact on the family and its situation. The protagonist thought that the family still had to rely on the old man, so he should help him live until the family is stronger. The man began to say that if the hero's words were true, then saving the old man's life was tantamount to protecting their clan. The old man started laughing and confessed that he didn't care about his duty. He wanted to live a few more years. Fong thought that the old man would be a great help when they went to the misty forest. The protagonist started talking about his subordinate, who he would also like to include in the list of people who would be going to the tournament. The grandmother began to say that if an outsider were to enter the tournament, it would cause discontent among their family members. The protagonist, with a confident look on his face, said that he would deal with the consequences. A little while later, on a clear day, the protagonist told the man that he would also participate in the competition, while the subordinate was overjoyed to hear the news, as he would also be able to contribute to the Qin family's development. Suddenly, a voice was heard from outside, asking the hero to come out with the stranger. The guys turned towards the voice and didn't understand what was going on. The protagonist came out and asked what was going on. It turns out that the youth of the family was incredibly angry that the hero repeatedly violated the rules of the family, and also takes their places in the tournament. The protagonist, with a creepy look, said he didn't mind and was ready to fight them tomorrow, while the man called the guys boring. While the guy started yelling that the protagonist is a coward, and is just delaying the moment of his beating. Suddenly, the protagonist's servant, who was completely beaten, was brought to his knees. The protagonist was surprised to see his man in such a state. People began to shout that the man has only 2 ways, namely to give places in the tournament to them, or to defeat them all because otherwise they will kill the poor guy. The servant began to say that the hero should not fight with these cowards, because he needs to save his strength before the tournament. While the enemies started laughing, they thought that the protagonist wouldn't dare to fight them. Then they started beating the servant lying on the floor. This caused the protagonist to become enraged and was ready to strike his enemy, after which the enemy instantly received a series of blows to his body, so fast that his allies didn't even have time to react. The protagonist gritted his teeth with the words that he originally didn't want to teach a lesson. While the body of one of the enemies flew at a tremendous speed, the protagonist with a creepy look began to say that if the enemies were so insistent, he would deal with them here and now. People were very much scared because they were told that the protagonist was weak, but they saw a completely different picture. People couldn't believe that the protagonist was so strong, while the protagonist's subordinate jumped at a great speed, and then with a smile on his face asked if the enemies could win, while they didn't understand what to do. Suddenly, the man landed on the ground, causing a huge shockwave that made the enemies retreat. The enemies started talking about how the man was stronger than they thought, while he instantly appeared behind their backs, grabbed their heads, and said that they had underestimated him. A moment later, the bodies of all the enemies flew high into the air. The protagonist dealt with all the enemies in just one instant, much to the fright of the enemies. The protagonist held the body of one of the enemies by the head, and then with a creepy look asked if the guys want to ask him something else. This really scared the guys because they did not expect that Fong actually turned out to be such a monster. All the enemies that were instantly defeated by the hero were at the body strengthening level of the first and second levels, and the hero defeated them so easily. The guys started apologizing and begging for the protagonist to spare their lives. The guys were incredibly scared, and it was at this very moment that they realized a very simple thing. The strongest of these two was the protagonist, who is actually a monster. 5 months passed, and a tournament between 5 major families began, and a huge number of young guys lined up. The protagonist listened attentively to a man who told them that their family had been at the bottom of the rankings for 20 years. He also promised that anyone who made it into the top 4 would have access to their family's secret techniques. All the guys were very happy to hear from the head of the family, because it was a great opportunity, while the protagonist was excited about the idea of becoming the best at the tournament. The protagonist had been practicing all this time, but he was not able to become much stronger, and his opponents at the tournament will be real monsters, and he was worried about it. People went to the tournament while it was snowing outside. The protagonist thought about the fact that at the beginning of the tournament, the students will be sent deep into the Wasteland, where there are a lot of monsters trying to kill people. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a familiar face in the wagon, then instantly said hello and said that they would be together for the entire journey. While the enemy began to shout that in their last battle, the protagonist was just very lucky. He also started bragging that he would follow strong masters into the wastelands while the protagonist would be alone. At that time, the members of the Yi family called the Qin family a bunch of weaklings, because all they could do was follow them. The protagonist started talking about how these guys didn't look strong enough, and said that the guy better follow him. Suddenly the wheel of the cart lifted up, and then instantly it started to flip over, throwing people out. A huge monster appeared and instantly started eating some of the guys. Fong was surprised that the monster appeared so early. In front of the protagonist was a giant swamp crocodile. The protagonist turned to the frightened guy to not sit still. Behind the protagonist's back, the voices of young men were heard again, calling the Qin family weak. The guy started talking about how the strong fight monsters instead of running away. He advised the protagonist to go home and start crying because of his weakness. The guys instantly started fighting with the words that the protagonist should watch the real pros fight. The young lad admired these guys while they were all instantly defeated by the monster. Their bodies began to rapidly fall to the ground. The guy could not believe that such strong guys just died in an instant, while the monster began to rapidly approach him. He was in a panic and assumed that this is where his life would end. Suddenly the protagonist struck a very strong blow directly on the face of the huge monster. The monster instantly fell on its back, which amazed the young man who was trembling with fear. The guy was crying and couldn't believe what he saw before his eyes. The protagonist had just instantly finished off the monster in an instant and was standing on its body. Fong at this moment looked as epic as possible. Then the hero instantly got down and started moving towards the guy. then grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and started running at a great speed, saying that they needed to get away as soon as possible. The guy was panting, saying that he didn't understand why they had to run away because the hero had just finished with the monster. The protagonist started to explain that the enemy was definitely not alone, and if they had stayed in that place they would have become their food. While the guy began to pale and sweat, and then his pupils dilated from what he saw in front of him. After all, behind them at that moment began to hunt a huge number of the same huge crocodiles, and he began to shout that the hero would run faster. The guy thought about the fact that he used to think that he was the best in their family. Then he looked at the hero and thought that because of such thoughts he treated the hero negligently. The guy began to ask the protagonist why he helps him, and not left for the crocodiles that would buy time. At that time, the protagonist explained that he did so only because they are a family and there is no other reason for him. While the guy was surprised by these words, he reflected on the fact that he had never looked at Fong as a family member. After which they continued to run away under the guy's thoughts that he had a great desire to recognize the hero as an older brother. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Wasteland, the prince was talking about how the competition would come down to who killed the most monsters. Then he started talking about how he was going to start hunting, and also said that he was going to kill all the members of the Qin family. One of the men started talking about how they had the right person for the task. Turned out to be one of the best assassins, namely Situ Xian. He began to say that killing was his favorite pastime and he would not leave alive a single insect from the Qin family. The prince was incredibly happy about this opportunity, because with such a person, the protagonist will definitely not be able to survive. While the protagonist heard the screams of some people, it turned out that it was the guys who were now on the hair of death, because they were rapidly approaching the ferocious monsters. The guy began to say that he was very sad for these people, and then offered to leave. The protagonist started talking about how the Nangong family was the only one that was friends with the Qin family, and he was going to lend a helping hand. The protagonist looked at the guy with a gray gaze, then instantly shoved him straight at the monsters. The huge panthers immediately started looking at the tasty guy, while he started crying and screaming with all his might that he was going to die. Suddenly he opened his eyes and calmed down, because the main character stroked these huge cats and asked them not to bite anyone else. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, how Fong had managed to tame the wild beasts. The protagonist confessed that he had used taming pills and put them in the mouths of the beasts while the guy was attracting their attention. Suddenly the guy froze in horror. A panther appeared behind his back and began to cast a huge shadow due to its size. The guy was incredibly scared and asked if Fong had any more pills like this, while the pills were only effective on small monsters. The guy fell to the ground. He was so scared that he couldn't even move his legs, and asked the protagonist for help. The protagonist said that everything was fine and ordered the guy to hold the sword and not to let go of it. The guy immediately grabbed the sword, thinking that the protagonist always saves him in critical moments. While Fong grabbed onto the sword blade and started using the moonlight technique, then he started spinning his ally at a tremendous speed, then instantly sent him flying, straight towards the huge monster. The panther lost its consciousness while the ally was being printed into a tree at a tremendous speed. He started screaming about the protagonist treating him like a tool, which of course he was not at all happy about. While Fong said that they finally finished off the beast, while the guy complained that Fong couldn't use it as he wanted. At that time, the guys from the other family started thanking the protagonist for saving the beast, while Fong said that it was his duty to save the family members who are good friends with his family. The guys started talking about how they will definitely report to the family about what happened and they will never forget such kindness, while the guy started talking about how he helped too. Suddenly the guys were dumbfounded. They looked very strange, then instantly fell to the ground with daggers sticking out of their backs. The main character started talking about how these guys had just been killed by someone. A voice was heard behind Feng's back, suggesting that the hero was the one who outshined everyone at the auction. He started talking about how he didn't think the protagonist would be such a weakling, and then he started talking about how he had no reason to kill Fong and had decided to leave him alone. After saying that, he instantly began to disappear. Suddenly arrows started flying towards the protagonist at a great speed. The guy had time to react and dodge this attack, as well as his partner. Suddenly, the voices of people were heard, accusing the Qin family members of killing a member of the Nangong family. The guy started shouting that they were not the killers. A new batch of arrows appeared. The enemy was sure that it was the Qin family members who had just killed his men. The arrows instantly hit the animals that the protagonist had tamed. The protagonist started talking about how they would definitely not be taken at their word, adding that there weren't even any bite marks on the guys' bodies. The ally was incredibly scared. He talked about the fact that although they were surrounded by enemies and completely out of sight, he assumed that their opponent was a girl named Swenkin from the Nangong family, who at this moment was looking at them with her cold, piercing gaze. It is said that those who meet her in battle can only be smart. The guy began to run away from the battlefield very quickly, and warned the protagonist that they should leave as soon as possible, because they have an incredibly strong opponent. The guy running away thought that the protagonist was smart enough to hide from this demon. At that time, the protagonist began to smile, and then began to shout that this bitch should act because she really can easily kill him. The ally was shocked by the words said by the protagonist. It seemed that the guy was looking for his own death. The ally continued to convince the hero that the girl was the strongest of their generation, while the hero continued to stand still. The arrow started flying at a tremendous speed straight into the back of the protagonist's head, who was standing unmoving. Fong recognized that the girl was actually very strong, after which the arrow went straight through the protagonist's body. Fong instantly found himself behind the back of the girl with a demonic face. Then, with the same crazy face, he said that he was able to find this young lady. A moment later, there was a huge explosion at the point of contact. The protagonist was left standing alone in the place where the girl was a moment ago. The guy held his opponent by the throat, and with the most confident look possible asked if the girl was now ready to listen to him. She was beginning to get confused and didn't understand what the protagonist was doing now, while the ally could not believe his eyes because Fong managed to catch Shuichin herself. The girl couldn't understand how the protagonist could find her on his level, and then said that if the guy wanted to kill her, he should hurry up. The protagonist with a manic look started to say that he didn't come to this place to kill people. But at the same time, the girl was the first to wish for his death. A moment later, the protagonist threw a dagger towards the defenseless girl's head. At that time, the other two members of the Qin family felt terrible. They were covered in wounds and couldn't understand why they were being chased and tried to kill. Suddenly, they heard a voice that warned them not to blame him for what was about to happen. Then a moment later, he appeared behind them and prepared to deliver a decisive blow, saying that the guys should only blame their family. Suddenly, the enemy's dagger collided with a weapon of some kind. It turned out that an ally of the protagonist had arrived and blocked the assassin's attack. The man assumed that the enemy was the bastard who was after his family members. At that time, the enemy could not withstand the man's strength and started flying in the opposite direction. He didn't realize what was happening and continued flying. After he landed, he didn't realize who this enemy was, for although he only had a level 4 body strength, he was able to almost wound him. While the guys couldn't understand why the man stood up for them and saved their lives, the man confessed that this is what the protagonist taught him. At that time, the enemy realized who his opponent was, namely the strongest young man from the Qin family, then said that Fong was dead. He began to talk with a crazy look that he had framed the protagonist, who should have already died at the hands of the girl. The guy was shocked to hear Shuichin's name, because she was the girl who had simply incredible strength. At that time, the man launched a furious attack saying that such a thing was impossible, because the protagonist was not the kind of person who would die so easily. The man continued to attack saying that the opponent was a liar. Suddenly, the enemy disappeared instantly, then appeared right above him, and warned the man that he should value his own life more. The enemy instantly pounced on the man's back, inflicting numerous cuts. The wounds caused the man's eyes to turn white and he began to fall to the ground. A moment later, the enemy was intact, while the man was also lying on the ground. The enemy began to talk about not worrying about other people's lives while participating in the tournament. The enemy prepared to end the battle with the man's death, and finally said that he should think more about his own life than about others. Suddenly a man's voice was heard, which ordered the enemy not to touch the man. It turned out that it was the main hero, who warned that if now the killer dares to touch his man, the hero will finish him and throw the body to the ferocious monsters. The guys were surprised to see the protagonist. The enemy was surprised that the protagonist was able to survive. He assumed that the girl was too weak. The boys tried to warn the protagonist that he was a legendary assassin. While the enemy prepared to kill the protagonist's ward, the dagger was only a few centimeters away from the man's neck. while the protagonist was close by, ready to attack. A moment later, Feng's fist met the assassin's face, after which the fool's teeth began to fly around. The protagonist looked very angry. He warned the enemy not to even dare to touch the man, while the enemy began to fly at a great speed because of the blow of the protagonist. The enemy began to land on the ground, while thinking about how the hero had such great power in his hands. The allies were shocked that Fong managed to throw such a strong enemy into the air, while the enemy immediately rose to his feet, and a moment later simply disappeared, thus surprising the protagonist. Fong instantly looked in the direction where the enemy was standing and pretended not to realize where he had gone. At that time, the enemy looked at the hero with a bloodthirsty look. He was ready to instantly end this battle with his attack. At that time, the ally began to shout that the man lost because of this trick of the enemy. The enemy began to say that it was too late, then went straight to Fong with the intention of finishing him off. The enemy started shouting that the Qin family lost only because they cared for each other too much. Suddenly the protagonist was at the side of the enemy and smiled sincerely, not understanding the enemy's confidence in victory. The enemy could not understand how Fong managed to instantly move behind his back, after which the shadow of Feng's leg appeared over the enemy's head, and he realized that it would be very painful. The hero made an incredibly strong attack directly on the enemy's head, after which he was instantly printed into the ground with great speed, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Allies could not believe that the protagonist really managed to defeat such a strong enemy, while the partner was not surprised, because he is used to seeing such surprises from the protagonist. The enemy was completely sealed into the ground, while the hero went down to him. Fong began to get angry and wondered how the enemy could think he was a fool who only had brute force in his arsenal. The enemy was shaking from the pain and wounds he received. He didn't understand how the protagonist managed to develop such speed and strength. The enemy tried to attack with long-range attacks because he was afraid to approach the hero, while Fong stood still completely confident in his skills. Suddenly the daggers bounced as if from the air, because the hero continued to stand still. The daggers began to fall to the floor, losing all their power, while the enemy did not realize how the protagonist had just repelled his attack. He assumed that the main character's hidden weapon technique was superior even to his. The allies continued to be amazed by the protagonist's every action, while the partner was already more difficult to surprise, because he had already managed to be surprised many times that day. The protagonist began to approach the enemy at a great speed, saying that the enemy's skills compared to his are just childish pranks. Suddenly Fong was instantly behind the back of his enemy, ready to finish the battle. The enemy began to turn around with intentions of fleeing from the battle, but all he could see in front of him was a huge fist that was flying straight at him at an equally huge speed. A moment later, the enemy flew at great speed and instantly lost consciousness, after which his body began to pierce through everything in its path, leaving behind a huge crater from the impact of the protagonist. Fong said it was a lesson to not mess with him and his family again. The enemy managed to stay conscious. He was shaking from the wounds he had just received. He instantly launched some kind of missile into the air. The ally didn't realize what the enemy had just done, while the enemy looked like a half-alive corpse that said that he had underestimated the protagonist and didn't expect that he was the strongest young man in the Qin family. Suddenly, behind all the guys appeared a huge group of enemies. Near the protagonist also appeared enemies. It turned out that it was the prince, who did not understand why the killer did not finish the job called him to this place. The allies were shocked that the prince came to them, while the hero understood that the prince is the strongest enemy in this place. The assassin confessed that Fong was not as weak as they thought, and asked for help from the prince, who said he didn't expect the guy to be beaten so badly. At that time, the protagonist's allies told him to take his men and run away, because their opponents were on a completely different level. They prepared to fight to buy time for the protagonist to escape. Fong started to say that people should not say stupid things because they are all from the same family and just can't do that. The protagonist turned to the guys and promised that they would get out of this place alive, all of them. Suddenly the protagonist pulled out a strange thing. Then smoke started to fill the sky, to the prince's words that Fong is really a fool, because the army is not allowed in this place. The prince started shouting to his men to kill the protagonist. They instantly surrounded all the allies and prepared for battle. The allies shouted that they should run away as soon as possible because the enemies are much stronger, and there are more of them. The protagonist said that he would take care of all the enemies with a calm expression on his face, while behind his back were several opponents. A moment later, those guys were instantly attacked by arrows. The guys couldn't believe what they saw, as all the enemies started falling to the ground after being hit by the arrows. The enemies fell to the ground at the same time, and then the protagonist and his men were left alone against the prince and the assassin. The prince didn't realize what had just happened to his men. For a moment ago, they were ready to kill the hero. At that time, Fong was surprised that the prince thought he was so foolish to call the Qin family army into the Wasteland. Then a girl along with others appeared behind him. Behind the prince and the assassin, the people from the Niangong family also showed up, which surprised them. The girl reported to the protagonist that they had all arrived. The enemies couldn't believe that the girl had sided with the protagonist, while the protagonist was surprised at the enemy's plan to force the only friend of the Qin family to attack them. It turns out the former protagonist did not kill the girl. She was of course very frightened as she thought her life was over. The hero asked her to look at the weapon that killed her people, and then explained that it was a trick of the killer. Because of her mistake, the girl apologized and promised that she would always help if the hero would only ask. Fong said that this is how the girl came and helped to deal with the guards of the prince. The enemies were surrounded by guys ready to shoot at any second, and did not know what to do. The assassin asked the prince what to do, while the prince was incredibly angry and didn't know what to do. The prince started talking about being a member of the royal family, then added that he didn't care about the protagonist and suggested that they just part ways peacefully. The protagonist was surprised at how much the prince has no conscience, because he easily kills others, but as soon as it is his turn to die, he immediately gives the back. The protagonist ordered all the men to open fire on the enemies who couldn't believe what they heard. The prince instantly started trying to run away, leaving his ally to die, which of course he didn't realize at all. A moment later, one arrow hit right into the body of the prince, who seemed to be confident in himself and just as confident that he would get away. A moment later, he didn't understand why he couldn't dodge the arrows. After all, it was usually easy for him. The enemies fell to the ground. While the hero knew that the prince couldn't believe that he couldn't dodge the arrows, the protagonist was well aware of the prince's secret skill, and so he was just as well aware that he needed to finish him off as soon as possible, otherwise they would all die at his hands. The protagonist thought that he had used the smoke for a reason. It was the smoke from the woods that had poisoned the enemy. The protagonist was glad that his ploy had worked, thus slowing down the prince, who didn't understand what Fong was going to do next. While the hero prepared to attack, and after a moment he delivered an incredibly powerful blow right on the head of the prince lying on the ground, causing him to feel terrible pain. The other enemy couldn't believe that this was actually happening, while the girl prepared to finish off the assassin for daring to kill her people. A moment later, the enemy was killed by the girl, after which he fell to the ground without giving any signs of life. The allies could not believe that the protagonist was able to win this battle. The hero was happy that he was able to eliminate two of his strongest enemies. Now Fong was going to start raising his ranking. The protagonist shouted that they needed to catch as much prey as possible, and all the allies agreed with him. The protagonist was glad that now he could hunt in peace, while the enemy behind him started to slowly rise up, slowly radiating bloodlust. A moment later, the protagonist missed an attack that pierced through his body with a sword. The prince began to shout and asked if the protagonist now wanted to go hunting. All the allies were shocked by this outcome of events. After all, they had relaxed. At the time, Fong did not understand how this could happen, because the prince should have died after his attack. The hero tried to counterattack with his dagger. While the dagger instantly knocked the weapon out of Feng's hands, it turned out that the other enemy was not dead, and was still alive and conscious. Fong couldn't believe what had just happened, for two enemies had just literally risen from the dead. The prince pulled his weapon out of the protagonist's body, then started laughing. He started saying that he didn't expect this from the loser Fong. Then he started laughing like a madman and was surprised that the hero made him reveal his main trump card. The girl instantly grabbed her bow, and wondered what the prince would do next, while all the soldiers who had previously died started to rise to their feet in the same way, and the prince said it was his secret skill. The soldiers were instantly behind the backs of their allies, ready to finish them off in an instant. The guys could not believe it, At the time, the hero did not understand how it happened and suggested that perhaps this is a secret skill of the prince associated with his death. It turned out that this skill allowed to turn the corpse into a warrior who is not afraid of death, but the price for using the skill was the life of the one who used it. The enemy began to approach at a great speed. He was going to finish the protagonist and his allies. He was rapidly approaching the girl who was about to load her bow. She managed to load an arrow and with the words that the prince is weaker than her prepared to shoot. Suddenly, a moment later, the prince cut the girl's bow and inflicted a severe wound. She couldn't understand how the prince managed to defeat her in this battle, while the enemy looked incredibly angry and strong. He was surprised that people really believed that he was a weakling who relied only on the strength of his army and family. He had deliberately created such an impression of himself to appear weak in the eyes of the enemy. In fact, this prince's strength was simply terrifying. He was at the 8th level of body strengthening, and confessed that he was stronger than all the guys put together. They were surprised that the prince actually had such incredible strength. The enemy was going to deal with the protagonist. He wanted to avenge the shame that Fong had made him suffer. The enemy instantly pierced the body of the protagonist, which made him fly into the air. The protagonist realized that with his own strength he could not defeat the prince. Only if he could break through he would have any chance against this monster. At that time, the enemy remembered that the protagonist liked to protect his family, after which all the guys were captured by the enemy, and asked to let them go. The prince instantly began to move in the direction under the shouts of the hero that it is not worth it. The enemy struck all of the protagonist's allies, and then the prince started laughing as he finished off all of the protagonist's men right in front of him. The bodies of the men were indeed lying on the ground, and there was no longer a glint of life in their eyes. The protagonist looked at the bodies of his comrades and trembled. His hands began to clench. Then he, with all his strength, began to scream that the prince is a real bastard. The protagonist made a mad dash. He had promised his comrades that he could save their lives. It was very frustrating for the protagonist. The enemy was easily able to stop the attack of the guy with a sword blow that Fong flew into the air. The enemy was incredibly happy. He thought that very soon everything will be over and his revenge will be accomplished. The protagonist was well aware that now he was likely to end. The sword stabbed into the human flesh, which should have been the end. Suddenly the protagonist opened his eyes and saw that his subordinate jumped up and took the blow on himself, thus saving the protagonist, who did not expect such an act. The protagonist looked at his partner, who was stabbed with a sword, while the enemy was surprised that someone was able to survive his first blow. The guy turned to the protagonist. Although his body was shaking from the pain, the guy began to say with a smile on his face that he trusts Fong after all. He believes that in the future he will definitely be the one who will manage their family well. After saying that, the enemy pulled his blade out of the poor guy's body and his body fell to the floor. He said that the protagonist should run away with all his might. At that time, Fong couldn't believe that such a thing had happened. Once again someone died protecting him. Tears appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. He was furious at what had happened. A few hours ago Fong had talked to this guy. He asked him who he wanted to follow. He told him that he was willing to fight for the person he could trust the Qin family with. The protagonist laughed, saying that the guy was very fearful and he was hardly able to sacrifice his life for someone. He shouted that if the person he could trust was in danger he would definitely risk his life. After that they walked and continued to discuss the topic. And now the guy was lying on the ground. He fulfilled his promise and died for the person he trusted. The main character started to crawl to the guy, thinking that such a great guy died because of him. At that time, the girl through tears began to shout that the protagonist began to run as soon as possible, because if he does not do so, the sacrifice of the guy will be useless. At that time, the enemy prepared to attack. Then he attacked and the hero from death separated only a few centimeters, while the enemy was incredibly happy. Suddenly Fong grabbed the blade with his bare hands and froze. Such a shocked the enemy, who did not understand how the guy is able to stop the blade with his hand. The hero began to say that he had enough of it all, and then with a saddened look he began to say that this time he will definitely not run away. After these words the blade of the opponent instantly broke, which naturally frightened the prince, who certainly did not expect this from a half-alive guy. Fong looked like a real madman, and prepared to strike with his fist, then instantly hit his enemy, and the blow had such a huge force that the shockwave was scattered over a great distance. The enemy didn't realize what was happening. how the protagonist's strength could increase so much, while the other enemy attacked the protagonist from behind, hoping to finish him off. Fong instantly switched his attention to the enemy and was right in front of him, then made a strong attack that instantly threw the enemy a long distance away. The girl did not understand what had become of the protagonist's level of development. The enemy was surprised that the hero had just been able to kill that guy. He realized that Feng's strength had increased too fast. The protagonist shifted his attention back to the prince, then instantly moved a huge distance. It was just an insane speed. After that, the protagonist struck his worst enemy's face, and he started flying at a great speed, leaving his teeth on the way. The protagonist was not going to stop and was getting closer and closer to the enemy, which frightened the prince. Fong grabbed his enemy's arm and then started breaking it with all his might, which caused immense pain in the prince, who didn't understand the source of such a sudden jump in strength. The prince began to scream in pain. His arm was broken. The prince began to realize a very scary thing, namely that now, if he continues to fight, he will definitely die. The protagonist looked like a real beast. It seemed that, in such a state, no one could defeat him. The prince ordered all his men to destroy the protagonist as soon as possible, and then the whole army instantly attacked Fong. The girl shouted that the protagonist should run away, because if he continues to fight in such a state, he will definitely die. Suddenly in her eyes froze sadness from what she saw. The enemies instantly struck from all sides of the protagonist. The enemy didn't understand why Fong didn't run away because now he might die, while the protagonist said that he often ran away when facing strong enemies, and then regretted very much. He decided to never regret his actions again. The protagonist started to get up, while saying that even if he died that day, he would definitely drag the prince to the grave with him. Then the soldiers continued to try to suppress the hero, but they were not doing well, while Fong grabbed the prince, then instantly with the prince's body beat back all the soldiers who surrounded him, then sent the prince into flight and he nailed one of his soldiers to a tree. The protagonist shouted that the enemies would attack and swore to destroy each of them. Then with madness in his eyes asked the enemies which of them would be able to kill him. The protagonist went on a furious attack, attacking every enemy on his way. The prince just did not understand why the protagonist does not die, because his wound was definitely fatal. From the outside began to seem as if death itself bypasses the protagonist. In the past, in the Imperial training room, the prince asked his father if they were the kings of the world, but his father laughed because the real kings of the world are those who have the aura of an emperor. He told his son that if the boy met someone with such an aura, no matter what level he was at, he should be afraid of such an opponent. The boy then marveled that even his great father was afraid of such people. In reality, the prince assumed that the protagonist was a person with an imperial aura. Fong shouted at the soldiers and ordered them to fight on while they ran away terrified of Feng's aura. The prince was incredibly scared, because even the zombies were afraid of the protagonist. He definitely possesses an imperial aura. The girl was very worried about the protagonist, for with so many wounds, even if he killed the prince, he would die of exhaustion. The girl shouted to the protagonist that there was no point in dying like this and said that there must be another solution to this situation. Fong talked about how the prince dared to kill his family members, for which he just had to take revenge on the bastard. The protagonist prepared to attack, while asking the girl what other solution to this situation could be. As the protagonist began to launch his incredibly strong attack, the girl froze in horror and didn't know what would happen next. Suddenly the protagonist stopped at the last moment. The prince was crying and looked terribly pathetic at this moment. He did not understand why the hero stopped his attack. The protagonist realized that there was a way to solve it differently. Then he told the prince that there was a way he could live. He then gave him a creepy look and said that it was possible if the prince obeyed what he told him. A little while later in the cave, the prince looked absolutely horrible. He looked like an old man who had lived for over a century. He swore to do what Fong wanted and begged for his life. The protagonist ordered him to fail right now, and he instantly began to run away at great speed. At that time the girl did not realize whether the guy was able to forgive the prince. Suddenly the girl's attention was attracted by something very much. She noticed that all his family members survived. Then she looked at the protagonist. She did not understand what was wrong with him and asked if it was related to his wounds. The protagonist thanked the girl for the words she said. This surprised the girl as she didn't expect to hear gratitude. While Fong cried and smiled, He said that one day this act could save the lives of his family members, and thanked the girl again. The girl was shocked by the protagonist's reaction to the deaths of family members, because she had seen the deaths of her kin since childhood and stopped paying attention to it, while Fong actually cared about his family members. The protagonist asked the girl if she could take care of his people for a day. She didn't understand what the protagonist wanted to do. Fong confessed that he was going to go to the vast sea of flowers, while looking gray-eyed. The girl was very scared. She said that it was an incredibly dangerous place that even the Imperial family did not dare to enter. The protagonist explained that he had reasons to go to that place, then reminded that his family would now be on the girl. In fact, the protagonist knew that there were legendary materials in that place, from which he could create a cure that could save his family members. He set out on his journey, for it was the only way to save the lives of his friends. As the soldiers searched for the prince, they were shocked to see what the prince looked like, for he looked like an old man. The prince grabbed the soldier's face and then thanked the misunderstanding soldier. A moment later he started sucking the life force of this poor subordinate, and he started to look like a mummy. While the prince returned to his normal appearance, he thought that he was unable to defeat the protagonist head-on and was going to use stealth. He told the soldiers that they needed to destroy the protagonist. At that time, some strange barrier was raised in another place. The guy was fighting incredibly strong monsters that were trying to finish him off, while he climbed a tree thinking that even he, the strongest in the Bai family, couldn't handle these opponents. He was a level 6 body strengthening expert, and was now sitting in a tree hiding from the monsters. Suddenly, he noticed the main character coming closer. Fong looked as gray-haired as possible, and was coming closer and closer. The guy asked Fong if it was Fong, while the hero completely ignored the guy and continued on his way. Fong came closer and closer to the monsters that the guy couldn't handle. The guy started shouting that the hero had better retreat, otherwise the monsters would attack him, and they were incredibly strong. The protagonist didn't listen to what the guy was saying, while the monsters were getting closer and closer. The protagonist grabbed one of the monsters by the throat, which shocked the guy who was watching from the side. Fong instantly slammed the monster to the ground with all his might. The impact was incredibly strong. The other monsters didn't seem to expect such a thing from their opponent, while the hero instantly grabbed the other two monsters by their heads, then instantly slammed them against each other with incredible force. Fong began to say that anyone who stood in his way would be instantly destroyed, after which, he let go of the body of the monster that had already been killed. The guy could not believe what he saw in front of him, because the protagonist did not just destroy the monsters in one move, because even the aura of the protagonist right now frightened so strong monsters. Fong continued on his way without obstacles, for the monsters simply began to fear him. The guy started shouting to the protagonist that he would not touch the thing in front of him, because even level 4 alchemists could not cope with it, and eventually turned into these monsters that were next to the protagonist. At that time, the protagonist didn't listen to the guy at all and touched the thing, then shouted with all his might that it would open. Suddenly, the symbols began to move, and a few moments later, an incredibly bright ball that emitted a golden aura appeared in front of the protagonist. The guy couldn't believe that the protagonist had managed to break such a thing, because even a level 4 alchemist couldn't do such a thing. He just didn't understand what kind of monster Fong really was. The protagonist knew that the legendary herbs grow at the end of the Sea of Flowers, and he was going to find this place as soon as possible. The guy opened a passage and thought that he would definitely get to save his people, as suddenly his view changed dramatically. He froze on the spot because in front of him was a completely empty field. The protagonist couldn't believe that there were no legendary plants in this place, so he started to run with all his might and explore the place in the hope of finding what he needed. The protagonist thought that he just had to find these plants. He can't come back empty-handed. Just at that moment his foot fell into a trap, and the protagonist's body was instantly enveloped by vines, and Fong didn't know what it was. The protagonist realized that this was that legendary Ding Tao formation. Suddenly, a very strange voice was heard that didn't understand how the guy dared to invade the Sea of Flowers, while Fong assumed that it was the voice of the Sea of Flowers itself. The protagonist started shouting that he had only entered this place to find medicine for his friends. While the voice didn't believe Feng's words, it thought the guy was just a common thief. The protagonist said that he really just wanted to save his friends and promised to do anything if the Sea of Flowers would help him. while the Sea of Flowers asked if the protagonist was willing to sacrifice his life to save his friends. Such a question shocked Fong, who didn't know what to say to such a question. The protagonist lowered his head, then said that such a thing was impossible. The Sea of Flowers believed that the hero wanted to save people, but he was not able to sacrifice himself for them. It believed that the hero was only able to talk. The Sea of Flowers started to say that Fong definitely has an incredible talent. That was the reason why it decided not to kill him and just let him go. The protagonist began to say that the problem was not that he was not willing to sacrifice his life, but that if he sacrificed his life, there would be no one to save his friends. The protagonist started talking about how he is the only one in the world who can save his friends, which is the reason why his survival is so important. The protagonist starts talking about how the plant can inject poison into his body and kill the protagonist right after he heals his friends. The plant started laughing at the fact that the protagonist really thought it was incapable of healing his friends. The plant agreed to the protagonist's proposal, namely that it inject poison into the guy's body that would kill him right after he helped his friends. The plant started to say that if it found a single drop of regret in the protagonist, it would kill him instantly. While the guy was completely calm, he certainly did not expect that life would lead him to something like this. The protagonist thought about the fact that he might just end up turning into a monster, while the plant was about to inject the poison. The protagonist started to smile, because before becoming a monster he would have time to save his dear friends. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that he was happy to be able to save his dear ones. A moment later, the protagonist began to think that everything around him became empty. Suddenly the protagonist found himself in a space with a huge number of colors. Fong didn't understand what happened because just a moment ago, this place was a barren land without a single plant, and now the field is completely filled with flowers. Suddenly the sea spoke and told him that everything that was before was an illusion. The Sea of Flowers congratulated the protagonist that he was able to pass the test and was surprised that he was really ready to sacrifice himself for his friends. It turns out that this spirit is conducting this test to keep this place out of the hands of evil people, and then the spirit allowed the protagonist to take absolutely anything he wanted, which shocked Fong. The protagonist thanked the spirit sincerely, and then he thought that the spirit power of this place could not be underestimated. The protagonist was surprised because all the plants in this place were of the highest quality, and he had already obtained the materials he needed, so all he had to do was to find a furnace to cook and make the medicine. Suddenly the spirit turned to the hero and said that he was able to help him. Then instantly in this place appeared a furnace, which was so much lacking in the guy. The protagonist rejoiced because it was a ground-level furnace. The protagonist was looking at a great furnace. With the help of it he would be able to create a first-class medicine. Fong began to thank the spirit and promised that he would never forget the kindness he had received. The spirit said that it would not interfere with the guy's work and promised to talk to him later. While the other participant of the tournament continued to sit in the tree, he thought about the fact that the protagonist had died, and he had warned him. Suddenly, the ground began to shake very violently, and then the guy was very frightened, not knowing what was happening. It turned out that it was a huge wave of monsters, which was rapidly approaching him. At that time, a huge number of people gathered on the western border. They were arguing about who could win the tournament, and everyone believed in their participants. Suddenly a man started running towards them and started screaming. He reported that something terrible had happened in the Wastelands. He also said that there was a wave of monsters and said that most likely all the people inside the forest would die. The heads of the families were astonished by the information they had just heard. At that time, a huge crowd of animals were moving in the middle of the field of flowers. Suddenly the main character started coming out of the portal. The guy started to warn the protagonist that it was very dangerous to go out now, because there were a huge number of strong monsters around them. The protagonist began to say that he cannot stop, because his friends are waiting for his help. Then he immediately went into a furious attack, and a strong blow sent one of the strong monsters into flight. Other monsters were mad and instantly headed towards the hero. Suddenly the guy faced an incredible picture, namely how the protagonist destroys with ease each of these monsters. It seemed as if Fong was a monster much scarier. The protagonist was confidently smashing through the endless number of monsters that were moving at an incredible speed. The guy was very frightened. Everyone thought he was a genius, but compared to the protagonist he was just a patsy. He instantly jumped to get out of the place, following behind the protagonist. While the head of the Qin family tried to go into the forest to save his men, while the servant stopped him because anyone who gets into such a situation will surely die and no disciple can survive in this hell. So the soldiers tried their best to stop their master. The head began to shout for them to let him go instantly, while they tried their best to hold the man back. Suddenly the voice of the prince was heard, who was surprised that head Qin believed that someone was still alive in that hell. Then the prince began to say that he was the only one who could get out of that place. No one else could definitely survive. People were incredibly happy that the prince had managed to survive. They called him a legend because he was able to survive the wave of monsters. While the head of the Qin family couldn't understand how the prince was able to survive alone, while the prince threw the sack on the ground and talked about how it wasn't just an accident, then said that he had even brought back loot from that place. The man was astonished after seeing the contents of the bag, namely dozens of monster crystals. The old man started laughing and said that although the crystals were very expensive, the prince's return was much more expensive. The heads were saying that because the prince was the only one to return, he would definitely get the first place in this tournament, while the head of the Qin family just remained silent. He was incredibly annoyed. He couldn't believe that everyone who was sent from the Qin family had died in that place. Suddenly the voice of the main character was heard, who didn't understand why the head was so sad. The other chapters were just shocked to hear the voice of someone else. A cart was driving down the road, after which a young guy started talking about how he was barely able to sit on his butt. People couldn't believe their eyes. After all, such a huge number of people had gotten out of that furnace. It was simply impossible. The head of the Qin family asked the hero how they were all able to survive in that place and come back from it. The young man began to tell that no one in their family died and it was all thanks to the protagonist. He said that they almost died because of the battle, but Fong came back to save them all. The protagonist saved not only his people, but all the people who were lucky enough to survive in that horrible place. The girl started talking about how Fong had saved dozens of her people from the monsters. The young boy also added that the hero had also saved many people from his family. People were very angry since so many people had survived but not a single member of Situ and Ye's family. The prince was mad because he had deliberately caused a wave of monsters, and as a result it was his family that suffered the most. The old man began to say that it didn't matter how many people survived, it only mattered how many crystals people had mined, then asked how many they had mined. The guy said that he had collected 25 crystals, while the girl said that she had collected 28 crystals. The protagonist said with a sad face that each member of their family only had 5 crystals, while the guys laughed behind his back. The head told the hero not to worry, because the most important thing is that they came back alive and well, while the prince laughed, because it's only 5 crystals. Suddenly, the voice of a subordinate of the protagonist was heard, which made the prince look in that direction again. All the guys started talking about how they wanted to thank the protagonist, and Fong asked if everyone was of that opinion. All the family members started talking about how Fong was actually the only one who collected the crystals and collected about 300 pieces, then distributed them among the family members, and they were determined to return the crystals to the protagonist. The girl started saying that her family was witnessing while the guy called the hero the strongest man of their generation. The old men were shocked that just one man was able to get his hands on as many as 300 crystals. At that time, the protagonist looked at his men and didn't know what to say. The guy confessed to the girl that he had actually gotten most of his crystals by picking them up after the protagonist, and asked if the girl had done that. She confessed that she had gotten the crystals herself and asked what the guy had been picking up. He started to get embarrassed because he thought that the girl had been picking up the crystals behind the main character just like him. The head said that he was very happy that all the members of the Qin family had returned alive and well after all that had happened. He asked the elder to announce the results of the tournament. The elder was incredibly angry as he thought it was a terrible humiliation. And then he began to say that the first place winner was Fong, who had collected 300 crystals. All of the protagonist's allies were incredibly happy for their comrade, while Fong himself was smiling. The prince came in second place with 30 crystals and this made him very angry, while the girl came in third place with 28 crystals. Bai Ling came in fourth place with 25 crystals. While the Situ family had no survivors, so it only ranked fifth. The head congratulated the protagonist on his victory, then said that Fong would be instantly appointed as the commander of the new youth team, as well as his own spiritual lance. The protagonist thanked the head for allowing this to happen, while other people even from other families cheered for Fong. The protagonist asked the head for permission to return to his city, which seemed to surprise the man a bit. He didn't understand why the protagonist didn't want to stay in the capital on his new lands, and the protagonist still had his secret family tequila waiting for him. The protagonist began to talk about the fact that the technique he intends to postpone for later, and land to open plans in his city. He wanted to seriously engage in the development of the city. The head gave permission to the protagonist, and then began to say that it was time for them to return home triumphantly. Such words made the royal family very angry, as they were only ranked second for the first time. While the Qin family members were incredibly happy that they were able to win, they thought that it was just a great battle. The next day it was time for the protagonist to leave the capital. The subordinates were surprised that the guy was leaving the capital so quietly, and he said that he didn't think he was that important, then confessed that they had met a lot of people in this place. The guys were shocked that they were leaving and no one even knew about it. They were a little sad to leave their new friends. Suddenly a voice was heard behind their backs saying goodbye to them. It turned out that it was the clan members who had gathered together to say goodbye to the main character who was leaving the capital. All together, they were repeating the phrase, Feng's squad leaving the capital. Even the girl's family was saying goodbye to the protagonist. The guy's family was also not an exception and also expressed respect like other people. The protagonist did not expect to see such a thing on the day of his departure, while the guys also did not expect everyone to come to see them off. Suddenly heard the voices of acquaintances, who said that you cannot quietly leave without saying anything. It turned out to be a young man who said that the protagonist wouldn't be able to use the human sword without it. Fong somehow emotionlessly reacted to the gesture of the people while they introduced themselves, then instantly bowed and asked to join the team of the protagonist, then confessed that they had already received permission from the head. Fong told the guys to listen carefully to his first order, then asked them if they were ready for the incredible dangers that awaited them, as they were the first to join. The boys were determined to follow the protagonist to the very end, after which Fong immediately got on his horse and ordered them to follow him. The protagonist announced that they would achieve success together and be recognized by the world, and all the subordinates followed him. After half a month, the protagonist returned home and the girl hugged him with all her might. Since the protagonist knew the future, he began to build defensive structures to protect himself from the wave of monsters that would await them in the future. The old man used the pills of the protagonist, which prolonged his life. But the information that the protagonist took control of the Misty Forest quickly reached the other clans, which closely followed what the protagonist was doing. The forces of other families had also appeared in the city, making it very different from what it used to be. The protagonist stood with his team at the entrance to the forest, and thought that whoever could get the forest first would have a huge advantage over the others. The protagonist rejoiced as he knew the location of the spiritual lands in the forest because of his memories, and with his new powers, he could easily be the first to obtain them. The squad members were fully prepared for the upcoming expedition, and the support staff was also eager to start their mission as soon as possible. The protagonist began to lead his men on their way. Absolutely everyone was happy about what was happening. Suddenly the protagonist was blocked. They said that the hero's team was the first to start exploring the forest, and then they said that this path was lent by their family situ. One man came out of the crowd and ordered the protagonist to hand over all their cards, then warned that if they did not obey they would be lost forever in the forest. He could say that because he had the 9th level of body fortification. The protagonist ordered the men to stand still, then assumed that the enemies were a large unit of the Situ family. The protagonist's boys prepared for battle, because they simply could not give such an important route to this family. The enemies prepared for a massacre. Then their head said that the guys do not blame him after what happened. The protagonist instantly intervened and stopped the argument. Fong said that as a sign of decency he would give their route to these guys. Their leader called it nothing but prudence, then said that the protagonist and his squad would take a different route. The opponents started to leave, and one of them called the protagonist a fool from the Qin family. The protagonist's squad didn't understand why he gave up their route so easily, while the protagonist said that the long route would be fine, and then he started to think that he gave up the route not because of fear, but because he had discovered something. 6 hours passed, and the team continued their movement. The girl said that in the Misty Forest resources belong to the first one who finds them, and she was worried that they might not make it in time. The protagonist started talking about giving the map to the opponents because he felt demonic pressure along that route. The guys were shocked at what they had just heard from the protagonist. The protagonist talked about how monsters were no ordinary beasts, and if the opponents ran into them, their chances of surviving were not good at all. The protagonist said that most likely right now the Situ family is fighting for their lives. At that time, the head of Situ's squad was lying on the ground covered with wounds. He screamed in terror when he saw the monster and hurried to escape as soon as possible. While the monster had dealt with all the squad members and was preparing to eat one of them right now. From that moment 3 hours passed and the main character told the guys that they will arrive at the place very soon. The guys were the first to arrive and saw the incredibly beautiful views, the girl talking about how the place was really very beautiful while the man was surprised that they were really the first to arrive. The protagonist checked the land and was happy that no one had developed it and there was no problem with poisonous gas. So the place was perfect for growing spiritual herbs. The protagonist was going to build a permanent base here so that they could stay inside and not leave the misty forest. The protagonist ordered animal repellent powder to be scattered around, and said that they needed to make a temporary base. The man began to say that the Situ family's squad was probably dead. He thought it was punishment for what they had done to them. Suddenly, the demon appeared right in front of the guys, but they didn't even notice it and kept talking among themselves. The monster instantly reached out to the people to attack, while the man instantly blocked the attack of the monster, which saved his people who were very scared. They didn't realize what kind of scary creature was in front of them. The enemy looked incredibly creepy, while the man said that he would hold the enemy while the guys had to run away. Suddenly the man began to be hit by some kind of gas, whereupon he immediately grabbed his throat, dropping his weapon and allowing the monster to attack. The guys were worried about their colleague, but instantly the protagonist appeared and struck directly at the monster, at the last moment before it killed his subordinate. Fong asked the man to be careful because their opponent was a zombie monster. The men started to help the man up while the rest of the squad arrived at the scene of the commotion. The protagonist ordered his men to move away. He was going to deal with this monster alone. He understood that the monster's strength was at least at the 9th level of body reinforcement. The protagonist didn't understand how a zombie monster could appear at the edge of the misty forest. While the enemy was preparing to attack, the protagonist realized that most likely a lot of people just scared the monster and he ended up going out to hunt. The opponent threw a punch, which the protagonist easily dodged, after which Fong pulled out a throwing weapon, then instantly pointed it towards the opponent. Suddenly, the dagger broke from colliding with the monster, after which the enemy instantly turned his attention to the protagonist and watched with his creepy eye. The protagonist didn't understand why he couldn't pierce the skin of this monster. It was beginning to seem to him that he was simply unbreakable. The enemy launched a strong attack that hurt the protagonist. Fong began to realize that he had misjudged the enemy's strength and the monster was actually much stronger. Looking at this enemy, he assumed that it could possess at least the strength of a first-level grandmaster. While the enemy once again successfully attacked the protagonist, making his subordinates very worried about their master. The protagonist ordered his men not to approach, while thinking that he couldn't deal with such a strong opponent. He felt the same sense of imminent death as he did in the battle against the prince. Suddenly the body of the protagonist began to cover with a red aura. He was going to fight for his life and the lives of his subordinates. The protagonist started to look like a demon again. He was not going to give up against this monster. Moments later, the guy launched an incredibly powerful attack on his enemy, who clearly did not expect such power. The protagonist began to rapidly approach the monster, after which he instantly grabbed the enemy by the neck with his hand, then pressed the enemy to the ground, while emitting a red aura. This surprised the protagonist's subordinates. They were worried about Feng's condition. A little while later, the monster's leg and arm were in chains. In fact, they had completely tied the enemy to the tree with strong chains. The man could not believe that the protagonist had just destroyed such a strong enemy, while the protagonist began to explain that the monster's skin was incredibly tough and could not be killed easily. So the protagonist said that it was only a temporary measure. The protagonist thought about the aura and the feeling he gets when he is on the verge of death. And then Fong decided that there is nothing wrong with energy that helps him cope with difficulties. So Fong ordered people to build a base as soon as possible, and he was going to deal with the monster later. At that time, outside the misty forest, people were discussing that the Qin family and Situ family had gone into the forest a long time ago and still hadn't returned. It was after these words that a group of people began to come out of the forest. namely the research team of the main character of the Qin family who took a huge amount of supplies with them, while the head of the group, Situ, returned alone, begging people to help him. The guys shouted that the protagonist's team was the best, as they always returned without loss. A man started shouting that the hero had deceived him, because the Qin family's team had returned fully intact, while he had lost all of his men. The man began to explain that they wouldn't have dared to deceive Situ's family, and said that they had also met the monster just like Situ. The servant began to boast that the protagonist was able to defeat that horrible monster, while the man couldn't believe these words and continued to believe that the Qin family had just deceived him. At that time, the soldiers continued to build a huge stone wall, while people were surprised by its size and fortress. The girl assumed that the Qin family was planning to build fortifications in this place. Turned out to be Yu Xiaoxiao, who had Qi and blood level 9. She said that she had heard that the strongest group in this city was the Qin family group. Suddenly, there were voices of people who didn't understand why the Qin family was allowing themselves to build a wall in this place, and the girl was watching carefully to see what they would do. It turned out to be the Fire Mercenary Guild, who prepared a huge cannon before firing a volley. A moment later, a huge number of arrows began to fly towards the wall, causing it to collapse, and the people who were working on it began to fall down. The girl began to ask what these people were doing, as there were still members of the Qin family at the top. Wanli instantly arrived at the place and asked who it was that dared to raise their hand on their people in this city. He carefully looked at these people, while the commander of these enemies started talking about how the Qin family dared to build a wall in this city, while the man started talking about how he only started building the wall to protect the city, which was exactly his duty. The enemy started screaming that this was a terrible excuse, then said that he would just destroy the wall and no one would dare to stand in his way. While the enemies began to surround the man, who thought about the fact that these enemies were all at least level 6 body reinforcement. At that time, the voice of the protagonist was heard, who couldn't believe that someone dared to touch his father. After that, a huge number of Feng's daggers instantly appeared near the enemy commander and instantly stabbed into the bodies of the opponents who didn't expect such a thing. The girl was shocked that someone could kill such masters so easily, while the protagonist began to approach the enemy, saying that whoever he was, he would destroy him. The protagonist stood next to his men and said that the enemy today would have to pay for such insolence with their lives. The girl couldn't believe that the protagonist was only at level 1 of body reinforcement, because he had just killed masters much stronger than himself so easily. The enemy started talking about the protagonist having too much of an opinion of himself, after he had only killed a few level 6 people while the commander himself was at level 8. The enemy started saying that he had only injured a few members of the Qin family and valued the damage at 1 gold, while he valued his killed allies at 10,000 gold. The protagonist was instantly in front of him and struck an incredibly strong blow with his fist. The enemy was shocked by what happened and was rapidly approaching the ground, while the protagonist began to say that for him the lives of these guys were worthless, and he had to get his hands dirty, which cost a lot more. The enemies were frightened by the way the hero easily struck a strong blow to their leader. The girl could not understand who the main character was, because he had just killed the commander of these guys with 1 blow, who was very strong. Suddenly there was an unknown enemy, who was surprised that Fong dared to kill his people. It turned out that it was a guild commander who had a 9th level of body fortification. He wondered if the hero and his men could withstand his rage. The protagonist was surprised at such words, whereupon he instantly started emitting pressure and asked how a weak faction dared to behave like this with the great Qin family. The enemy instantly went on the attack, not understanding how a weakling like the protagonist dared to threaten him. The enemy was right on top of the protagonist and was ready to make his attack, which he planned to instantly end the battle. The girl was worried because she thought that the protagonist just does not have a chance against such a strong man. Suddenly, the man's attack was instantly stopped. He instantly felt a strong pressure, from which he began to panic. While the old man gritted his teeth in anger, then with a single swing of his weapon he destroyed the enemy's weapon. Then the enemy instantly fell to the ground, while the old man began to complain about the fact that he had only stepped back for a moment, and this was already happening. The man was shocked that his opponent had defeated him so easily, while he looked at the old man and realized that he was definitely on the level of a great master. He was incredibly frightened as he realized that the old man was the legend of the Qin family, whereupon he instantly started apologizing and begging for his life while hitting his head on the ground. The old man was surprised that the man assumed that he had hit a minor family member, then explained that the protagonist was the Qin family man who was better off not being touched. The man was shocked that the young man was the legendary winner of the tournament, while the girl was also surprised that it was Fong. She now realized that the guild had attacked the wrong person. The man began to beg the protagonist for forgiveness, then said that Fong could kill all the members of his clan, but begged for his life. The protagonist ordered the man to gather his men and clear the protagonist's lands of beasts, and the commander instantly agreed. Then he was surprised that the Qin family was able to find a spiritual place in the misty forest. While the protagonist didn't understand such a reaction from the man was shocked that the Qin family was able to do what other great families couldn't do. The girl watched this and assumed that the Qin family was stronger than she thought of them. She jumped off her horse. Then she instantly turned to the protagonist, then began to ask to join the protagonist's group, while hoping that she wouldn't be killed. Fong agreed to take the girl, and said that as long as she had no evil intentions, he was willing to take her. After the girl started to say that her group was only on Qi and blood, while the protagonist said that 90% of his team was also on Qi and blood, she was shocked that they had managed to take over the spiritual lands. The girl was shocked that with the strength level of the team, the protagonist had managed to capture a spiritual place. The girl began to hug the protagonist and said that she would definitely be useful. 3 days had passed since then. The protagonist with a smile on his face said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked how the new squad was doing, and then the hero was told that the new squad was very wounded and the girl was now lying in a terrible state. While Fong didn't understand what had happened to them, while the man explained that it was all the work of the fifth group of the Situ family. It turned out that the girl's soldiers were staunchly defending their prey, which was why they had suffered from the Situ family group. It turns out that these freaks told the protagonist to give them the spiritual lands within 7 days. Otherwise they promised to take them by force. The young man was angry at the information he heard, because he assumed that Situ's family was just trying to take revenge. The young man said that the Situ family had a large number of strong masters and they could not resist them. The man started yelling that it would be really hard for them to resist the Situ family, because they had an old man, but he was too old for such battles. The boys were worried that they would have to give up their spiritual lands to the Situ family, and asked the hero what they should do. The girl also talked about how the Situ family was the largest clan, and they simply couldn't afford to fight them. While the protagonist with a nonchalant expression said that 7 days of training would be enough for him. Such words surprised the guys, as they didn't understand what their master was thinking. While the man clarified whether the hero was planning to hand over the spiritual lands to the enemies within 7 days. The protagonist began to say that 7 days would be enough for them to prepare the squad, after which they would fight the Situ family. Then the guy picked up the girl and said that they should not show their weakness, because in the future they will face other clans. The guys were shocked that the hero started to act so impulsively. At that time, Fong looked at his subordinates and asked if they doubted his decisions. After which the man instantly fell to his knees, after which they all said together that they believed the protagonist. The guys started talking about how they were tired of the pressure from the other clans and it was time for them to show their fangs, after which he wondered what they would do next. At that time, the main character put the girl on the bed. Then he with a serious expression began to say that it was time for the Qin family to finally show the other clans who was the king of the Misty Forest. Throughout the 7 days, the people of the city noticed the strange actions of the Qin family. They continued to bring materials from the Misty Forest, and from the outside it seemed that they did not take the words of the Situ clan seriously. Everyone thought that the Qin family was pretending not to care and thought that they would eventually give up the land anyway. But after 7 days, the Qin family didn't cry to their enemies, which shocked the enemy commander. Situ's group, who had waited a day before to voluntarily hand over the land at once, were incredibly angry and were preparing to take the land by force. The man shouted that the small Qin family dared to oppose their will. He called them brave. The man started shouting that they should destroy the entire Qin family and take the lands before the great master showed up. The man then ordered all of his soldiers to start attacking, and they instantly began to carry out the order. One of the men reported that there was no point in continuing the attack because he had seen the Qin family leave the spiritual lands, and then he began to show the commander what he had seen. It turned out that the Qin family had built huge fortifications in 7 days, and he assumed that the Qin family was hoping that they would be scared and retreat. The man started talking about how the cowards of the Qin family were still very afraid of them, while the subordinates behind his back were calling all of the main characters' family members trash. Then the man pointed to a tree covered with chains, and said that he had discovered a very strange thing that interested the man. He saw something huge chained to the tree and assumed that it might be some great treasure that the Qin family had failed to take with them, so he ordered all the family members to retrieve it. They immediately started to carry out the order with smiles on their faces, while the man was incredibly happy that he was able to get such a good land, as suddenly a scream was heard, which surprised the man very much. It turned out that in the chains was an incredibly creepy zombie monster, which looked at one of the men and drooled, while the guy did not understand how this monster was in this place. The monster instantly attacked the group of opponents, from which they flew into the air, and then fell to the ground, realizing that they did not notice that they had just fallen into the trap of the protagonist. The commander began to shout to all his soldiers to run as soon as possible. All together they began to run away from the terrible monster in a hurry, as suddenly the gate through which they had earlier passed closed, which shocked the enemies. They were very much frightened, because they were all trapped with an incredibly strong monster, which came closer and closer. Moments later, all the squad members were injured by this ferocious monster, while the protagonist stood on top. He watched with a smile as the enemies tried to escape from the monster, while being surprised that they actually dared to enter. The protagonist said that the enemies really didn't respect the Qin family, while the subordinate said with a happy look on his face that it was definitely all worth their effort. It turned out that the protagonist had specially chained the monster to the tree, and it would easily be able to destroy the mate rev at the body strengthening stage. The man asked how they would proceed, and assumed that they would let them exhaust themselves inside. The protagonist said that the rabbit is also able to bite if provoked, and added that one monster for the opponents will be very little. Then the gate immediately began to open, which pleased all the enemies of the protagonist, and they quickly began to run for the exit. The enemy smiled and shouted allies to run as soon as possible. Then he also began to rejoice that the zombie monster will not be able to catch up with them now. At that time, the protagonist began to smile and wondered if the enemies really believed that everything was over. The protagonist's squad jumped out from under the wall armed with bows, which surprised the man. The enemies were confident in their strength, because they believed that the protagonist without the old man is not capable of anything. The enemy rejoiced and was ready to start battles, because the weakest member of their squad had a level 3 body strength. The protagonist's squad was retreating from the enemies who were launching their fierce attacks, after which the protagonist prepared to shoot and ordered to open fire, after which the arrows instantly killed one of the enemy squad members. Feng's squad instantly disappeared into the forest, which surprised the man. He realized that the protagonist had begun to use a strategy where they concentrate their forces to kill one person from the Situ family squad, then hide in the forest. The hero's squad appeared again from nowhere, after which the hero shooting again ordered to attack. The result of the attack was the death of another enemy, which again surprised the man. He instantly began to pursue the squad of the protagonist, which instantly began to retreat. He was well aware that if the battle continues so they all one by one will die at the hands of the squad of the protagonist. He ordered the squad to pursue Fong and his squad, as they could not allow the battle to continue at this pace. The group began their pursuit. They were going to finish off the hero and his men as soon as possible. The man spotted Fong and his squad, and told his men to catch up with them as soon as possible. The man was smiling as he was sure that they would destroy the main hero. But suddenly Feng's men appeared behind them and prepared to shoot. It turned out that the enemies had just fallen into another trap of the main hero and were completely surrounded. Fong was surprised that the enemies were so stupid that they dared to chase after them knowing it was an ambush. The man shouted that the hero was right, for one should not overestimate the mental capacity of fools. While the enemy started laughing at the fact that the hero and his men thought that they had surrounded them, then said that Feng's squad only had a few body strength men, the rest were trash, he thought that they would definitely not be able to defeat them. While the people were ready to shoot, under the words that the hero's squad was actually surrounded. At that time, Fong asked the enemy not to look down on them, and asked him to try to attack. The protagonist ordered the men to split up into 5 people, then each group should pick one enemy and attack. The enemy laughed and talked about how attacks from people at the Qi and blood stage are like little jabs for them. The enemy ordered his men to destroy the troops of the protagonist, after which one of them was instantly killed by arrows fired by the guys, and after another moment 2 more members of the enemy squad were killed. And when the man came to his senses, his entire squad was completely destroyed and he went into the attack alone. He did not understand how the weaklings so easily managed to destroy his elite squad, while the protagonist was surprised that the enemy, even at the threshold of death, could not understand the simple truth. The protagonist smiled, for although many of his squad members were at the Qi and blood stage before, he had spent days creating medicines for perfection, and then all of the team members began to take the pills in huge quantities until they reached the body strengthening stage. It turned out that now the guys are really in the first stage of body enhancement. The protagonist was aiming at the enemy, thinking that they had enough to win even at the first level of the body strengthening stage, and then the arrow plunged into the enemy's body, which surprised him. It turned out that 2 more people from his squad had survived, and he was well aware that if he continued like this, he would simply die. He realized that he had no other choice, so he started screaming and begging to be saved. Suddenly people appeared near them, flying towards the ground and shouting that the guys were total trash. They landed and couldn't understand how their elite team had lost so easily to the Qin family's newcomers. Then one of the old men turned to the protagonist's squad and shouted that they had dishonored his clan, then instantly attacked, and the members of Feng's squad were injured while the protagonist himself was able to retreat. Fong knew that these old men were none other than the great masters of the Situ clan themselves, and it seems the hero was prepared for them to intervene in the battle. The man began to call the protagonist too cunning, and said that he had killed all the members of his squad and begged the masters to deal with the hero. The old men began to say that initially they didn't want to interfere in the battle of the young men, but since the events had turned out that way, they were going to destroy everyone. The enemy instantly appeared in front of the protagonist, and with the words that the young man who became the strongest in the tournament will die now. The protagonist reacted when the palm of the enemy was already near his face. The enemy was just incredibly fast. Suddenly an old man stepped in for the protagonist, who easily blocked the enemy's attack. After that, he began to look at these people with disdain. The protagonist grabbed the old man and began to say that he did not worry, because he was fine. The enemies were amazed that the old man was so weak, and he used to be a legend. They began to say that the old man used to be an incredible master, but after the incident with the Yi family, after saying that, one of the enemies immediately jumped up and said that the old man's life and strength were definitely running out. The old man silently entered the battle with the enemy, sweating at the same time. The enemy began to launch a series of attacks, saying that the old man was once considered invincible. Then he prepared to deliver a decisive blow, saying that this time the old man would die. The enemies watched and cheered for their master, while the allies begged their old man to be careful, while the old man himself made a serious expression, after which he instantly made a burp with all his might, making gusts of air visible, after which he began to smile and asked what the enemy had just said, after which he instantly attacked and wounded his opponent. The enemy started screaming in pain, after which he typed into a tree at a tremendous speed, losing consciousness. The enemies couldn't believe what they saw, as the great master had just died. They were surprised that the old man's power had been restored. They decided to attack together so that their chance of victory would be at least a little higher. While the old man started complaining that he had been overeating lately, blaming it on the protagonist, then his hands began to fill with aura, and he said that the lost power had returned. The old man then attacked the enemies with incredible speed, saying that he was still not used to his power. A moment later, the enemies were scattered by the incredibly strong punch of this old man. The old man was a level 6 Grandmaster, and spoke of how he was finally able to regain his full strength. The protagonist, on the other hand, promised that he would definitely not let the old man overeat next time. The man couldn't believe that the old man from the Qin family was able to regain his strength, because just a moment ago he was just suffocating. The protagonist began to give the old man a huge amount of pills to restore his strength, because he knew that the masters of the family would definitely intervene in the battle. The enemy fell to his knees, then began to say that they were not going to steal the spiritual lands and swore that they had a small grudge with the protagonist. The protagonist decided to have a one-on-one duel with the man to the death. The man was incredibly excited about this opportunity. He thought he could easily defeat the protagonist. The girl didn't understand why Fong would fight because his opponent had a level 9 body fortification, while the hero asked her not to worry. The enemy was confident of his victory. He thought the hero was too arrogant and thought that he would finish the battle in an instant. The enemy prepared to attack and shouted that it was time for them to start the battle. Then the enemy began to make a series of attacks, from which the hero easily dodged. The girls were worried about their lord, while the enemy rejoiced, because he thought that soon the duel will be over. At that time, the man was not worried about the protagonist. Suddenly the enemy's face turned pale. He did not understand how this could happen, because all this time he was fighting just a shadow of the protagonist, who looked at his opponent with a smile on his face. Fong said that he was training on the enemy to fully internalize the shadow style. The enemy didn't understand how the hero, who was only at the first level of body hardening, could let him play with him, who was at the peak of this stage. The man realized that at this rate, he would definitely lose to the protagonist, and then he asked if the hero could fight him in a fair fight, while strange symbols began to appear on his legs. Fong agreed to fight without the shadow technique, while the enemy instantly attacked the protagonist with his sword and Fong began to block the attack. The allies began to worry about their master again, while the enemy said that Fong had underestimated him and explained that his survival was no accident. It turns out this man's secret technique is the energy arts of the dead. He said that he had used the energy of his squad's bodies before, but now he was using the energy of the bodies of great masters. The enemy was smiling and shouting that he had just reached the first step of a great master. The protagonist tried to block the enemy's furious attacks. The hero's allies began to ask the old man for help, because at this rate, Fong would simply lose. The old man sat down on the ground and told the guys not to worry so much about the protagonist, and the old man explained that Fong was putting his life in danger on purpose. The enemy continued to fiercely attack the protagonist, who with each attack retreated back. Suddenly Feng's body was covered with cuts. The enemy was still able to break through the defense of the guy, after which the eye of the protagonist began to glow bright cross-color, after which Fong easily broke the blade of his opponent, who did not understand what was happening. Fong began to look at his opponent with contempt in his eyes, and did not understand why the enemy decided that he was worthy of defeating him in battle. Then the hero instantly attacked the enemy's face with his fist, which shocked all the allies, while the old man realized that the protagonist has some secret power. The old man began to tell that the hero awakens this power only on the verge of death, and that is the reason why he exposes himself to such risks in battles. While the protagonist stood with his head proudly raised and emitted a monstrous aura. The enemy couldn't believe that Fong was using him as a puppet for training, and even more, he couldn't understand how a hero who was at the first level of body strengthening could defeat him, who had become a great master. The enemy instantly drew his dagger and then launched a fierce attack, planning to finish off the hero using all his strength. While Fong clenched his teeth, he asked the enemy with an incredibly furious expression why he was still kneeling at the sight of him. Suddenly, the enemy stopped controlling his body and knelt down in front of the protagonist, not understanding what was happening now. He didn't understand why he felt such a huge fear from a few words of the protagonist. While Fong stood over the enemy, it seemed that the hero was the size of a mountain and emitted a terrible aura. The enemy started yelling that he was surrendering, then started threatening that Fong couldn't just kill him. The protagonist instantly grabbed the man's throat, causing him to cough, after which Fong said with a fierce expression that all enemies must die, then instantly slammed the enemy to the ground. While the people of the Situ family were shocked that their commander died so easily, after which the hero instantly defeated every single enemy in the place. Fong was left standing over the corpses of all his enemies, who moments ago were confident of their victory. The allies were also shocked by the protagonist's strength, for he had just defeated the Situ family's elite force in an instant. The protagonist ordered that information about the destruction of the Situ family's unit be spread today. The protagonist ordered that everyone who dared to become opponents of the Qin family would end up like this Situ family unit. All the subordinates bowed and said that they would follow the order, while the old man smiled and called the protagonist the true power of their Qin family. The protagonist began to understand his power a little. It appears at the moment when he is on the verge of life and death, as well as emits an incredibly terrible aura that frightens the enemy. The protagonist began to walk away from the scene of the battle, while thinking about the fact that while using the power, he feels like a completely different person. A month later, the information that the protagonist and his squad defeated the Situ family's squad stunned everyone. People could not believe that this could actually happen. While the head of the Situ family hit the table, he was incredibly angry because their shame is known literally all over the country. Previously, many people in the city did not respect the Qin family group. A man was drinking and noticed that someone was approaching. After what happened, everyone began to respect the Qin family. Because they were real beasts, people were afraid to behave recklessly in front of the Qin family members. At that time, in another place, a girl began to tell that they had become famous throughout the country because of the case of the destruction of the Situ family squad. Everyone rejoiced at this news while eating lunch at the same table. The girl also said that there were other events that were worth knowing, but she also said that they had nothing to do with them. The protagonist asked the girl to tell, while pouring soup for his subordinate. It turns out that the Imperial Yi family has committed a coup against the palace of Yuyao, which shocked the protagonist, so he began to spill soup directly on the hand of the subordinate under the words of the girl that the palace now belongs to the Yi family. The servant started screaming in pain and didn't understand why the protagonist was doing such a thing, while Fong thought deeply. The protagonist was surprised that the events that were supposed to happen 20 years later happened so early. The protagonist seemed to be worried about one girl. A few days had passed since then, and the Qin family was about to seal their spiritual lands. The protagonist was surprised that the herbs were growing too fast, and for this reason they had to be sold. A servant told the protagonist that an alchemist would be arriving soon to buy elixirs, which made Fong happy, because they finally had a customer. The man began to talk about how an elder of the Batesaman clan had arrived, as he had heard that the hero had low prices for pills. The elder started talking about how it was a poor and incredibly shabby place. While the protagonist was shocked after noticing one person, it turned out to be a very cute girl who was standing behind the elder. The protagonist froze in place while the man didn't understand why the guy was silent. The protagonist asked the customer what kind of pills he needed. He said he needed pills to stop bleeding. The protagonist said he didn't have any such pills, which surprised people. The elder began to complain to the man that this was definitely not the good store he had been advertised. While the protagonist asked the old man not to worry, and said he was ready to show the other pills. The protagonist presented the elixir of life force, while the elder was shocked that it was something so good. The old man was well aware that these pills were much more powerful than what he wanted. He asked why the protagonist didn't make first-class pills. Fong explained that they didn't want to collect first-grade herbs. After all, they even had an abundance of second-grade herbs. The old man started to ask for a discount of half the price of the pills, explaining that their quality is bad, while Fong explained that the quality of their pills is good, and proposed to organize a contest to find out. While the old man was surprised that the protagonist could also make pills, while Fong said that he was the best alchemist in the place, the protagonist then proposed a deal, namely if the old man won, he would get a discount, but if Fong won, the old man would buy the pills at the market price. The old man was happy about this opportunity, while the man thought that the protagonist would go into a big disadvantage with such deals. The old man thought that he could easily defeat the protagonist, and thought that such pills at half the price was a good deal. A while later, the sun was shining brightly outside, and the protagonist and the old man prepared for a competition to see who could make the most pills in half an hour. The old man was happy because he had been making pills for decades, and making a huge batch in a short period of time was his specialty. The old man was incredibly happy because his furnace was of an incredibly high level. He was sure that the protagonist would have to make a discount after their battle. While the protagonist was not standing still and was able to obtain the pill base in an instant, the old man was shocked. He couldn't understand how Fong was able to produce such a huge amount of pills so quickly. The old man looked at the protagonist who seemed to be unable to cope with the load he had taken on. At that time, the old man rejoiced, because he thought that the hero would definitely not be able to finish the pills. Suddenly Fong shouted that his batch of pills had already been prepared. The old man didn't understand how the protagonist could make the pills so fast, because the old man hadn't even started the process. At that time the protagonist complained that the servant had brought too small a pot, and he said that there was no bigger pot. Fong said he would cut the poor servant's wages, who cried in the background. The old man was surprised that the protagonist had the time to even complain about the size of the pot during this fight. Literally half an hour into the battle, the protagonist had prepared an incredible amount of pills that looked like first-class goods, while his opponent had prepared a couple pills, and they weren't of the highest quality. The old man stood there and couldn't believe that the protagonist's pills were of first-class quality, while his were just ordinary rejects. The old man didn't understand why the protagonist was selling pills of lower quality than he was capable of making. Then Fong explained that those pills were made by his apprentice who was practicing alchemy. The old man was completely shattered. After all, a hero can allow his apprentice to train on such expensive pills. Even the old man's clan couldn't afford such a thing. Suddenly, the old man fell to his knees, then began to beg the protagonist to accept him as a student, while promising to buy the guy's pills at double the price. The protagonist felt awkward and said that he could not take the old man as a disciple, then made a counteroffer, namely to give some instructions to the old man, but with a condition. Then the protagonist pointed his finger at the girl, and began to say that his condition was that the old man would give the girl to him. A little while later in the house, the girl hit the table with alcohol with all her might, saying that the protagonist had just picked up a new girl right in front of her. She drank just an unbelievable amount of alcohol and screamed about how she was losing her young master. The protagonist asked if it was true that the girl was just a servant who happened to be picked up and hired, and she said she was, then asked why the protagonist was asking about such a thing. Fong started asking the girl to stop pretending and said that no matter how much she dyed her skin, he would always recognize her. The girl seemed shocked by this turn of events, whereupon she instantly turned gray and asked what exactly the hero was going to do. She was actually the High Mistress of the Moon Grotto. The protagonist started talking about the girl killing a member of the Yi family, and that was the reason why Fong wanted to help her. It turns out that in the protagonist's past life, the girl had saved his life more than once, and he just had to repay her for that kindness. She began to say that she couldn't just run away because the Yi family dared to take her palace by force. Suddenly, the voices of the men were heard and they reported that the Yi family had broken in looking for the woman. She instantly started pulling out her weapon thinking that it was the protagonist who had snitched on her. She started to move towards the guy with the intention of attacking, while the hero easily grabbed the woman's arm, after which he said that she was injured and couldn't do anything to him, then warned that if she wanted to live she had to obey him. The girl began to be embarrassed while the hero ordered her to undress. At that time, a girl came up the stairs, and it turned out to be an officer of the Yi family guard, who assumed that there was a person in the Qin family who had killed members of the Yi family. She also made an angry expression on her face and added that if they found the girl, the Qin family would be considered traitors and criminals. She instantly kicked the doors to the room, with orders to get out, after which she saw the naked protagonist sharing his bed with a woman. The girl began to shout that she had come to look for the criminal and assumed that she was in bed with Fong, at which time the hero began to get angry because the girl dared to break into his room and accuse his woman of being a criminal. At that time the officer began to say that if she was wrong about the girl, she would kneel before the protagonist. She was sure that the girl was the culprit, and was preparing to look under the blanket. Then she opened the blanket and saw a completely different girl. She was shocked because she had been told that the perpetrator had injuries on her body, but this girl had none. Then the officer instantly grabbed the girl's arm in an attempt to test her strength. Suddenly she realized that this was just an ordinary girl who hadn't even trained and was very scared. At the time, the protagonist behind her back was smiling, and asked if the officer had calmed down after trashing his bedroom. At that time, the officer shouted that it couldn't be like that, while the protagonist looked at her carefully, because the injuries really couldn't be cured so easily. But Fong applied a special powder that was able to hide the wounds. The protagonist also gave the girl a healing pill that didn't even exist in this era, and it hid the girl's level while the officer couldn't understand how everything ended up like this. The officer was about to leave the protagonist's chambers as soon as possible, while Fong reminded her that she never fulfilled the promise she made to him. The officer instantly grabbed her sword shouting that she was acting in accordance with the law. She approached the protagonist threatening him with the sword, and shouted that they low-grade Qin family members better not behave like this in the presence of a Yi family member. The protagonist instantly struck the mad woman, then asked how dare she behave like that towards him, who easily dared to destroy an entire unit of the Situ family. The girl was very frightened, for she didn't understand what the protagonist was about to do now. At that time, the protagonist ordered the girl to bow down and apologize to his girlfriend, and if she didn't, he would just finish her off. The officer began to say that she was a member of a noble family and would not apologize to a common girl, while the protagonist started counting down and struck a blow directly on the woman's face, then prepared to behead this insolent person. At that time, the officer realized that the force of the protagonist was very large. She certainly did not look very good. At that time, the protagonist made a creepy face after the countdown ended and prepared to execute the enemy right on the spot. The officer instantly fell to her knees, then began to beg for forgiveness from the girl. The protagonist returned the officer's sword and ordered her to leave as soon as possible. She instantly started running away with tears in her eyes and a broken face, while the girl started screaming for the hero to forget what her naked body looked like. Then she embarrassedly started screaming how the guy could call her a spouse. At that time, the protagonist realized that as soon as the girl is cured, he is waiting for a terrible punishment, because her character is just fire. The officer went around the territory of the protagonist and complained about Fong, and how he dared to do to her. Suddenly she noticed a strange cocoon tied to a tree, then instantly decided that it is the same criminal, and prepared to attack, rejoicing that the hero will get what he deserves. Suddenly, the protagonist and the girl heard the officer's heartbreaking scream. Fong immediately ran outside, where the girl was sitting on the ground, screaming that her face was hurt and accusing the protagonist of framing her. She started yelling that she would definitely make the protagonist pay for what he did. Then the guy instantly pinned the girl against a tree, because she dared to free the monster. Fong started yelling that the girl had just freed the monster that they had managed to seal with great difficulty. But she said that it was just an ordinary monster that couldn't do anything terrible. Suddenly there were shouts of people that there was a monster. The girl instantly changed in her expression. The protagonist along with the officer headed in the direction of the screams, after which the officer's face twisted from the picture she saw in front of her. It turned out that all of the girl's troops had died in agony, and she couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. At that time, the protagonist realized that judging by the tracks of the monster was moving in the direction of the city. He also realized that the old man would not be able to return in time to deal with the monster. The protagonist thought that he could theoretically deal with the monster. He also knew that the enemy had secret skills, and last time the protagonist just quickly dealt with the enemy, but if the monster used his skills in the city, they would be in for a bloodbath. While the monster's foot left the forest area, it was rapidly approaching the city, which had a huge number of people in it. The officer on her knees begged the protagonist to keep silent about the fact that she was the cause of all the trouble and her people were killed because she released the monster. While Fong ordered her to get away, the hero ordered the man to notify the town as soon as possible that a dangerous monster was approaching them, and he instantly proceeded with the order. The protagonist began to tell the girl that he needed to prepare for battle, then told her that the girl needed to stay close to him at all times, as he was intent on protecting her. The girl stood there and couldn't understand why Fong wanted to protect her. She had originally planned to hide. Then she looked back with a grayish expression and looked at the huge gate, thinking that she needed to find a safe place. At that time in the city, people in the city were fleeing in panic because of the monster approaching them. At that time, the monster had practically entered the city, destroying the flimsy defenses. The monster completely broke through the blockade and screamed with all its might, while the people kept trying to escape from the monster. Suddenly the prince was heard saying that anyone who tried to escape would be killed, which surprised the people. The prince began to say that as soon as he appeared in the city, as this monster appeared, then said that people are obliged to help him defeat this monster. The prince's squad was incredibly excited about this opportunity, because recently all the glory had gone to the Qin family. They were going to deal with this monster. The people were very scared. They were not given the opportunity to escape. While the prince and his men were preparing for battle, the servant of the protagonist shouted that the prince would have to start evacuating people. The prince began to mock the Qin family member, as they are afraid of even one monster. After that, the prince's squad instantly started their attack. They were getting closer and closer to the monster, who was in anger. The servant tried to warn the young men that the monster was too strong, and if they didn't have the level of a great master, they couldn't win. At that time, the boys completely ignored the servant's words and continued their unsuccessful attempts to destroy the monster. The prince was right above the huge monster, after which he instantly attacked it with his sword, causing the monster to be nailed to the ground. The prince's squad stood over the monster, which showed no signs of life. Suddenly the people were surprised and rejoiced that the prince had dealt with the monster so quickly and easily. The servant began to shout that the monster was not defeated and that he should close his mouth as soon as possible, otherwise he would use forbidden techniques. The sword was inserted into the monster's mouth, while the prince's men were laughing at the Qin family. Suddenly the monster started to look quite terrifying. Then it instantly started screaming with all its might, which surprised the prince and his men. The monster's scream instantly spread to the entire city. The servant began to shout for people to leave as soon as possible, as it was too dangerous, while the monster continued to make terrible sounds. The prince began to forbid people to leave the place. He was sure of his victory. Then he prepared to kill the monster, while behind him appeared a monster much bigger than the one that was lying on the ground. The huge monster looked much more terrifying than the previous one. It emitted an incredibly strong aura, while the prince and his men couldn't understand how or why another monster had appeared. The monster instantly sent the arrogant prince flying with its most powerful fist strike. After that, the prince typed into the building at a tremendous speed. His men could not understand how this was possible. While the prince coughed up blood, he literally lost the ability to move because of one blow, which suggested that the monster had at least a level 2 grandmaster. The prince's team instantly gathered to attack the monster, in an attempt to avenge the prince. Then instantly their weapons were broken against the incredibly tough skin of this monster, and all the guys were terrified of what could be waiting for them next. The monster instantly attacked the guys, causing them to take incredible damage. All the guards started running away, and panic started among the people. While another monster rose to his feet, and the older monster pointed his finger at someone, and the younger one instantly started approaching the people at a great speed, while making eerie sounds. People were fleeing in panic, while the servant stood still and realized that if this continues, none of the people will not be able to get out of this city alive. The monster was already behind the backs of the people, and was preparing to attack the poor man, but suddenly the servant stood up for the common people, and blocked the attack of the monster. He ordered the people not to worry about him and just run away as soon as possible. He was trying his best to buy as much time as possible for the common people, asking only that his corpse be handed over to the Qin family. The people thanked the guy, and swiftly ran away trying to save their lives. At that time, the servant realized that the hero had ordered him to protect the city in every way possible, and he was going to do everything he could to protect the people. The servant managed to redirect the monster's incredibly strong attack and escape. Then he instantly dodged to the side and prepared to strike with his blade, saying that he would not let the monster harm the innocent citizens. He attempted to attack the monster, but in the end it only resulted in his sword instantly breaking against the monster's tough skin, the enemy instantly sending the man flying with an incredibly strong blow, from which the servant flew as far as the peaceful people fleeing from the monster, who were very frightened. The monster began to approach the people who were very worried about the guy who was lying on the ground and did not move. The servant instantly grabbed the monster by the leg, and then began to beg the villagers to save their lives and just leave him. At the same time, the servant was thinking that he had promised to protect the civilians, and he was obligated to do his best, even if it was at the cost of his life. At that time, the monster began to strike hard right on the back of the guy who was trying his best to hold the monster back. The monster was not going to stop and continued beating this valiant warrior, who felt incredible pain and understood that very soon he will die protecting the people of this city. While the prince couldn't believe what he was seeing, as he had lost the ability to move after missing just one blow, while the guy from the Qin family with only one level of body hardening was able to continue fighting. As the monster struck an incredibly powerful blow directly at the guy, and he started flying at a tremendous speed, after which all the people around him cried, because he gave his life to protect them, while the servant continued to fall down thinking that this is definitely the end. Falling right into the clutches of the monster, he thought that he had been a coward all his life, but today he could not do otherwise. Suddenly, the protagonist instantly saved his servant, right before the monster struck. The servant didn't realize what had just happened, and then was glad that the protagonist had arrived. At that time, the prince was angry that Fong had arrived and saved his subordinate, while the servant apologized for not being able to hold the monster long enough, and the hero thanked the servant for what he had done, because he had bought enough time, after which Fong made a mad look while emitting a huge amount of energy, and said that the guys should just trust him. While the monster was preparing to finish off the protagonist, who was incredibly angry at the monster and was going to take revenge on it for what it had done to his men. At that time, the prince rejoiced because he thought that today the protagonist will die, because the monster was at least at the level of a great master. At that time, the hero successfully attacked the monster with great power, and words that once he had already won. From the force of the blow of the protagonist, the monster began to fly at great speed and destroy everything in its path with its body. The monster was shaking in pain and seemed to have lost its ability to move. While the prince did not understand how this was possible, Fong was able to defeat such a strong monster with just one blow, while people were incredibly happy that the protagonist was able to deal with the monster. At the same time, the second monster activated and was right behind the protagonist, and then struck an incredibly powerful blow directly at Feng's body, which began to fly at great speed and destroy everything that collided with his body. People began to worry about the hero, because this monster was even stronger than the previous one, while the prince rejoiced, because with this monster the protagonist will not be able to cope. Suddenly the prince's face changed dramatically when he realized that something was clearly wrong. While the monster was preparing for another attack, the prince noticed that there was not even the slightest damage on the main character's body after such a strong missed attack. Fong started shouting for his subordinate to carry the pill as soon as possible, while the man rushed towards the protagonist at a great speed with a smile on his face. Fong instantly pulled out the blade that was inside the pill, then prepared for battle, emitting a fire-shaped aura. The prince started shouting in his voice that it was all just useless. He said that the weapon simply couldn't harm this monster, while the enemy tried to attack the protagonist, who prepared to fight with his sword. Fong instantly delivered a powerful strike with his fire blade right on the monster's body, after which a huge amount of flames burst out and began to cover a huge area of land. The monster began to scream in pain as it burned and couldn't do anything about it, while the humans cheered at what was happening. Just a few moments later, the monster fell to the ground where its body continued to burn in flames. The prince was very frightened and angry. He did not understand how the protagonist had the strength to deal with a monster of this level with just one blow. The protagonist thought that he knew perfectly well from the beginning that ordinary weapons could not wound the monster. For this reason, he used a pill to strengthen the body, which causes a flame on the weapon that can wound the monster, and what the man brought was a special pill that was created by Fong to destroy such monsters. At that time, another monster came to his senses and started screaming with all his might, after which the monster started running away from the city with all his might. The protagonist was surprised that after the monster saw the death of his fellow monster, he immediately started running away, after which Fong prepared to strike, saying that the monster had not yet paid for what he had done, after which the hero with all his might threw his sword in the direction of the enemy, and a moment later the weapon stabbed into the leg of the fleeing monster, who instantly fell to the ground and began to scream in pain with all his might. The protagonist began to move closer, while saying that the monsters had allowed themselves to cripple his servant so badly. Then Fong once again threw the weapon directly at the monster, intending to take revenge for what they had done to his human. The monster continued to scream in pain from the wounds and the flames that were not extinguished at all. The protagonist began to pull out other weapons from the pillory, while saying that this was not the end. Then a huge amount of weapons began to fly towards the enemy, who instantly took a huge amount of damage and was completely covered in flames, causing him to scream with all his might. While the protagonist looked disdainfully at the dying enemy, thinking that they were being approached by an energy much scarier than those monsters. The prince was shaking with fear, because he began to realize that the protagonist had managed to become much stronger again, while the people were incredibly happy, because Fong was able to defeat such incredible monsters, for which they sincerely thanked the guy. Fong ordered the people not to approach as he felt that a huge amount of demonic energy was very close by. While a man stood behind a tree and watched carefully, it turned out that it was the same girl who thought that the hero was really incredibly strong, then thought about just running away, taking advantage of all this chaos. She instantly started to leave the place, whereupon an incredibly creepy monster that seemed to be much stronger than the previous two appeared right in front of her. It stared with its red eyes directly at the girl while emitting the energy of the dead, causing the girl to be very frightened, for she was unable to resist something so strong. She was very scared, while the monster instantly grabbed the girl with its huge hand. Then the people noticed the monster and started shouting that another monster had arrived. Fong instantly ordered the people to hide, for in front of them was the undead king himself, who had at least 3 leveled great masters. At that time, the girl was shaking in pain. It seemed that the monster was about to crush her with ease, and she wasn't even able to resist such a great power. The girl also realized that if she even tried to use her power, the officer who was next to her would not give her peace after such a thing, while the monster prepared to eat the girl alive. The girl began to think about using her power because in any case she would have died, and so she would at least get a chance to survive. Suddenly something at a great speed flew right over the head of the monster. It turned out that it was the main character who repeated his words that no one has the right to harm his woman. He instantly grabbed the girl who was falling to the ground. Then she was surprised that Fong reacted so quickly and saved her life. He put the girl on the ground, then began to say that the girl would not risk her strength and life after all he had promised to protect her. The protagonist began to say that the girl should be careful because the undead king is targeting her. He is trying to swallow her to increase his power. The protagonist began to approach the monster saying that if the girl really wants to escape so badly, then let her choose at least not the route through the forest because it is too dangerous. The girl was incredibly confused and surprised that the protagonist for her sake was going to fight the undead king himself, while the enemy was rapidly approaching the protagonist. Fong realized that there were no more weapons he could use, so he prepared to fight with his fists while thinking that he would have to try hard to win this battle. While the enemy's fist instantly appeared right in front of the protagonist, after which the enemy successfully struck an incredible strong blow, from which Shit Hero instantly began to cough with all his might, after which he flew into the air. The girl shouted that the protagonist would run away. She asked not to risk his life for him while the guy was incredibly angry. He thought about the fact that in a previous life when approaching a wave of monsters, Hero was asked to run away. The girl told the protagonist to leave because he couldn't fight while the guy wants to be there to help. At that time the girl said that the demons need the protagonist because he is a genius alchemist who opposes the demons. The girl was in a terrible state and soon she will die. For this reason she begged the hero to run away. After all, at least she will be able to buy him enough time. While Fong couldn't believe that she wanted to sacrifice herself and didn't want to admit it, the protagonist was pinned to the ground by the monster and thought about the fact that in his past life he lost both the girl and the world he swore to protect. Then Fong turned his attention to the huge pill that was lying nearby, then started to look with pain in his eyes, thinking that he wouldn't let the girl die anymore. Then the guy instantly smashed the pill with his fist. The main character's eyes began to emit flames, and he shouted that he would never leave the girl again and prepared to attack with fire energy. After that, he instantly attacked the monster's face, and huge gusts of flame began to fill the space around him. The protagonist struck a monstrous number of blows directly at the monster. While the girl was surprised that the guy shrouded his body in flame pills, she realized that now Fong was fighting for her, completely risking his life. After a moment in that part of the forest, there was an incredibly powerful explosion, after which the protagonist remained standing over the corpse, just defeated monster, which was burning in the flames. The girl was worried about the protagonist, while the prince was incredibly angry at what had happened. All the people gathered and didn't realize that the protagonist could really deal with such a strong enemy. The officer asked the man why he didn't come to the aid of the protagonist who had just almost been killed. The man began to say that the protagonist would never lose, and that he was fighting on the verge of death on purpose, while the protagonist himself was standing over the corpse of a defeated and incredibly strong opponent. The girl thought that she could easily escape because now all people's attention is focused on the protagonist, while the man helped Fong to stand, because after such a battle the protagonist is very tired. Fong began to look in the direction where the girl was standing, thinking about whether she was okay. But in that place the girl was not there. It seemed that she just vanished. The guy immediately realized that the girl just left as suddenly she grabbed the protagonist's hand, then asked the protagonist for permission to help him. Fong was surprised that the girl didn't leave. At that time she didn't understand why the guy thought she would leave after all he bought her. Then she added that the main character had said that she was his woman, while she couldn't understand why she didn't leave after she had the opportunity. She remembered that since she was a little girl, her mother had forced her to be strong, and she had to always be the strongest. After she was born, the girl could never experience a sense of peace, but today she was protected by Fong. She thought about the fact that the protagonist had a power that was able to calm her heart. The girl thought that her revenge of the Yi family would be in the future, but now she wanted to spend more time with the protagonist. At that time, the servant was incredibly happy for his master, and rejoiced that he was all right. Suddenly all the people were covered by a huge shadow. The protagonist did not understand what happened, and where the shadow came from, but after he looked up he was shocked and scared at the same time. In front of him appeared an incredibly creepy creature that looked at the protagonist very carefully. He did not understand when this mountain appeared and it scared him very much, while people do not understand what the protagonist is looking at now, because they saw absolutely nothing in the direction where Fong looked. The girl was worried about the protagonist, while he said with a horrified look on his face that he was fine. People were shouting that the protagonist should rest as soon as possible, while the guy remembered what kind of creature this mountain was. It was an Earth Mother who was much stronger than ordinary monsters, for she could control poisonous insects and monsters, sending them into battle as soldiers. Also, this creature could take on the appearance of the area it was in. It was a great creature that was also incredibly good at disguising itself. The protagonist remembered that the birth of the Earth Mother in his past life foreshadowed the birth of the great demon that destroyed the demon city. With a serious expression, the protagonist thought that the great demon would probably complete its resurrection very soon. In the past life of the protagonist, after the demon resurrected, the Earth Mother also attacked people, and it was from that moment that mankind slowly but surely began to die. The protagonist thought that in order to deal with the disaster that will await him in the future, he should be very well prepared. A few days later, people began to tell each other that they almost died because of the prince's deeds, while the news about the protagonist who was able to destroy incredibly strong monsters also became incredibly popular, and even children wanted to become like Fong. After the news reached the family, the grandmother expressed her wish for Fong to return to the capital to improve himself. The protagonist refused this request, then said that he had a few requests, namely to tell all the clans that they should start preparing for the fact that soon the world will be hit by demon attacks. Then the hero also asked for the opportunity to enter the Dangu, which surprised some of the clan members. It was actually an incredible alchemy pavilion with incredibly strict rules. The grandmother believed in the potential of the protagonist and used her connections to get one place for the protagonist, and from that moment on, a month had passed. Inside the pavilion, the girl introduced the protagonist as the new alchemy student. Fong greeted everyone and introduced himself and said that he was from the Qin family. People scoffed paralegally, saying that the Qin family was the weakest of the 5 families. They laughed and seemed to think the protagonist was far below their status and strength, while the protagonist sat silently at his seat thinking that he had come to this place for a completely different reason. It turned out that the protagonist had come to this place to obtain a demonic treasure, namely the sword Luotian. This sword once belonged to the king of demons, and only with the help of this weapon the protagonist will be able to resist the enemies that will arise at him in the future. In reality, no one is able to lift this sword now, and this place uses its demonic energy to temper the alchemists. The protagonist thought that he must get the sword by any means, because the future of mankind depends on it. While the girl started yelling that Fong dares to ignore her, the girl started calling the protagonist the scum of the Qin family, with anger on her face. The protagonist objected to the teacher, saying that he was only thinking about how he could get into Danji's crypt. Such words made all the other students laugh, because only the best students can get into that place, and the protagonist had just entered and already wanted to go there. At that time, the teacher was angry and said that it takes years for students to become the best and get into that place, so the hero will have to go the same way as them. The teacher was very angry with the protagonist, who wanted to get what the others were having a hard time with. While the protagonist started talking about how he was listening to the teacher during the lesson, she ordered him to repeat the process of making qi and blood pills right away, and said that if he couldn't do it, he would have to kneel down. All the students were incredibly happy that the teacher had scolded the protagonist, while the girl herself thought that she hated losers who used family connections to get into the pavilion. At that time, the protagonist started smiling and said that he was giving the teacher a chance to save her face, and then immediately started saying that there were more than 20 mistakes in the girl's story, which surprised the teacher. After that, she became furious and started to say that it is not allowed to humiliate the master, after which she asked in which moments she made mistakes. The students continued to mock the hero, because how dare an ordinary student to defy the teacher and tell the alchemist of the 2nd level that he made a mistake in the lecture. The protagonist said that he intended to prove the girl's mistakes, then added that just in words it would be meaningless. He, with a confident expression on his face, offered to show the girl how to properly make the right pill. The guys could not believe that the protagonist was able to make pills, because they had studied 10 years more than him and could only purify herbs. After the hero came to the furnace, students began to shout that he should leave and not disgrace himself further. At that time, the girl was going to humiliate the protagonist as much as possible in case he failed. At that time, the protagonist called the first mistake of the teacher, namely that she lit a weak fire afraid to burn the medicinal materials. Then Fong instantly strengthened the flame several times, which amazed everyone present, because he instantly managed to make an incredibly powerful fire. The protagonist began to criticize the teacher's actions. While doing everything right, everyone was shocked at how roughly the protagonist treated the herbs, and thought that he was an amateur. At the time, the girl said that the protagonist could not be right, because she was using a recipe that had been passed down for hundreds of years. At that time, the protagonist instantly finished creating the pill while smiling at his success. The girl was shocked by such an incredible speed of making the pill, after which she was instantly angry, because she thought that the guy just spoiled the products because it took her several hours to make the pill, and the hero certainly in her opinion could not manage so quickly. Suddenly the girl was shocked to see the pill that the protagonist created. She instantly fell to her knees, and shaking from what she saw said that the pill is just perfect class. The students were shocked that the hero not only knew how to make the pill, but did it faster and better than their teacher, at which time Fong started talking about how the teacher still had room to grow before teaching the class. She was angry because Fong had just humiliated her in front of the whole class, while the hero warned her that if she wanted to survive, she should show him more respect. The girl started yelling at the protagonist. She swung her hand and was about to teach him a lesson. At that time, the protagonist said that the girl has trouble sleeping and often has diarrhea, whereupon she instantly stopped her punch and turned pale in the face. The protagonist said that after the girl went to the toilet there was a terrible smell and that it was getting harder and harder for her to do self-development. She couldn't understand how Fong could know all this. At that time, the protagonist with a creepy look suggested that the girl should have sensed that she was about to die. The teacher fell to her knees in surprise. She couldn't understand how the protagonist knew so much about her illness, while the students couldn't believe that their teacher was sick. The protagonist said that although he had a way to cure the girl's illness, he didn't want to do it because of the way she had acted towards him before. She clenched her teeth, then instantly started begging the protagonist to save her. She promised to fulfill any of his conditions. The protagonist was surprised that the girl was going to get cured so easily, and with a haughty look reminded that she wanted him to kneel before her. The girl started crying and shaking. Then she instantly fell to the floor. She started begging for forgiveness from the protagonist, and just as strongly begging to save her life. Fong was pleased with the way the woman had shown herself. It was for this reason that he promised to write a prescription the other day. The teacher began to thank the protagonist for his kindness, paralleling her head hitting the floor. The students were shocked by the main character's skills, as he not only knew how to make pills, but also made the teacher apologize to him on her knees. One of the men told his brother that the newcomer was too much, while his brother said that they should really get to know the protagonist better. He said with a confident expression on his face that they needed to show who was in charge of the place. A little while later, the protagonist was walking in this place. The protagonist thought that he still cannot get to the right place, and was going to at least understand where it is. Suddenly the protagonist was approached and he looked in that direction. He saw a huge group of people in front of him, the leader of which started talking about how Fong needed to get to know each of them. The protagonist smiled at what was happening and asked his classmates what exactly they wanted from him. One of the main six started talking about how their ringleader is the prince's cousin, and the main character is obligated to lick his boots. The leader started bragging that he had level 3 body enhancement, then warned that if Fong didn't want to become an invalid, he should start licking his beaters now. At that time, Fong was smiling as he met the prince's relative who was his enemy. While the bullies thought that the protagonist was going to humiliate himself in front of them, Fong instantly prepared to attack the arrogant head of the gang. After that, he instantly pinned the guy to the ground with his foot. The enemy started screaming that his face was smashed while the hero kept his foot on his head. All the enemy's subordinates were frightened by what the protagonist did to their leaders. At that time Fong was surprised that the guy really believed that he was able to scare him. Then he was also surprised that he dared to insult him. The enemy started shouting that they should all attack the protagonist together, and show that this was not the place to behave like this. After that, the group of people immediately headed towards the protagonist, who was smiling because after all he had been through, such opponents seemed like little bugs in his eyes. Fong smiled and said in a low voice that he would just send all the enemies to their deaths. The protagonist instantly struck the first enemy with an unbelievable leg kick, after which the enemy instantly started crying hysterically and screaming in unbearable pain. He fell to the ground unable to fight and ordered the others to continue the attack. A moment later, the testicles of the second enemy received critical damage, and after another moment the third enemy lost his dignity. At this rate, another guy received a critical blow to his dignity. At the end of the battle, the protagonist stood over the guys who didn't even have the strength to stand up after missing a blow. Fong was smiling and seemed completely satisfied with the way he had punished these guys. Suddenly the protagonist noticed the other students and told them not to worry because the guys decided to just rest, while the students could not believe their eyes because just now the gang, which they were all so afraid of, was defeated by the protagonist. The enemy leader rose to his feet saying that the first level of body reinforcement could not be stronger than him. He thought that Fong was just lucky. The enemy prepared to attack with the words that if he didn't chop off one leg of the protagonist this day, he dare not be a member of the Yi family. While the disciples thought that another person would become disabled on this day, the protagonist silently smiled and looked at his enemy. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard and started scolding the guy for harassing people who had talent in alchemy. It turned out that this girl was the head of the courtroom, and she warned him that if he didn't stop, he would be in trouble again. All the guys were in love with this lovely lady who just loved to protect the weak. The guy started to say that although the girl had a position in the pavilion, she had no right to control a member of the Yi family. He instantly filled his sword with aura, and headed straight towards Fong with the words that no one would help the hero today. While the guys were waiting for the show, the girl tried to stop this spoiled bastard. Moments later, the protagonist's foot appeared right in front of the enemy, and he instantly received an incredibly apt educational kick from Fong on his testicles. The girls were shocked from such a show, while the enemy instantly threw away his sword and fell to the ground, then started crying from the incredible pain he had experienced. A moment later, he started rolling from side to side on the ground, while letting out inhuman screams. He looked very horrible. The students were frightened to see him in such a state. His screaming that he would never have children again frightened everyone present, while the protagonist looked at him with contempt and said that one time was enough for his enemy to remember this moment for life. Fong then began to leave the scene of the fight, saying that he was not the one who started the fight, and he was only defending himself. The guys were shocked that someone had managed to defeat this vicious gang, while the girl was surprised that the protagonist not only had a talent for alchemy, but was also able to solve the main problem of her pavilion. She instantly offered the protagonist to join her hall, because he had offended a very important person, and now he needed protection. They were shocked, for the girl never accepted men and the protagonist was the exception, which made them very jealous. Fong thanked the girl for her kindness and then added that he preferred to be alone. The guys were shocked that Fong dared to refuse such a beautiful girl. At that time, the girl thought that she just had to get the protagonist to herself, because he is just an incredible talent. At that time, the protagonist was standing near the entrance to the pavilion dungeon. He was looking straight into the dungeon, thinking that even from the outside there was an incredible pressure. It was the power of the sword. The protagonist was thinking that to enter this place he had to pass a test and become an advanced student. In a few days this test was about to be held. The protagonist had to succeed in order to deal with the demons that would appear soon. The protagonist started talking about how he needed to pass the advanced student exam as soon as possible. The girl began to say that the protagonist is unlikely to succeed, because those who were able to pass have been in this place for at least 15 years. The protagonist started to say that he doesn't care and that if the girl wants to cure her illness she should give him the opportunity. The girl started talking about how she would help the protagonist, remembering the elder who had a good impression of her. After that, the protagonist thanked the girl and said goodbye. A huge number of students gathered around the plaque where the names of the students who were accepted to the test were written. Everyone was amazed by the fact that usually to get on this list you need to spend about 15 years in this place studying hard. But the protagonist after only a few days was able to get a place on the test. The man was incredibly angry because with all the connections of the Yi family, He could only get on the test a few years after enrollment, while the protagonist managed to get on the test after only a few days. Suddenly, the voice of a guy who seemed to be just as angry at the protagonist was heard. He said that Fong dared to flirt with the girl he liked. He also said that he was a member of the committee for the test and would make sure that the protagonist didn't pass. He added that if he failed, he would kneel in front of the protagonist in front of everyone. Enemies rejoiced at this news because this man had a good influence, which the protagonist could not oppose. The guy began to say that the prince heard about the case of beating his cousin, then appealed to him that he would see to it that the guy would have a good life in this place. A little while later, the day of the test came, and a great number of students gathered to watch the testing process. The man started to announce that the test had started again, and then he began to say that it was every student's dream and one of the steps to becoming a real alchemist. All the students were very happy to hear such words, because becoming a senior student would give them more materials to improve themselves. At that time, the senior students were also watching the participants very closely. All the participants, including the protagonist, were standing near the furnace. Fong was incredibly confident. He wondered how difficult this test was in this era. The old man started to say that the first stage was to test the student's ability to operate the furnace, and he and the other teachers were to evaluate the student's skill. At that time, the girl felt most uncomfortable in the presence of the elder, who was clearly taking an unhealthy interest in her. The old man announced that the test would begin at this very moment. The apprentices instantly began to create and control the flames, and seemed to be doing so with great difficulty. While the enemy rejoiced that his furnace was better than the others, while the main character's furnace was ruined. The enemy was sure that this time he had definitely defeated the protagonist, and Fong would definitely not be able to achieve what he wanted. All the students instantly noticed that the enemy of the protagonist had a much bigger fire than the other contestants. The old man also paid attention to the kid, and thought that his skills were really good. The enemy was very happy. He noticed the reaction of other people to his flames, and thought that the protagonist right now was embarrassed with his ruined furnace. While the protagonist's fire was incredibly huge, many times bigger than the enemy's, even though Feng's sword was ruined, the other enemy of the protagonist, who had set Feng's furnace to the smallest fire, was shocked. He couldn't believe that such a thing could be achieved with a corrupted furnace. The protagonist thought that in this time people are nothing at all, because even without any effort he was able to create a flame much higher than that of his enemy. The protagonist smiled, thinking that his fire control is the best in the world. He decided to do something very interesting, after which the flame of the protagonist instantly turned into a dragon and began to fly upward, then began to look menacingly at the other students who passed the test. The enemy didn't understand how such a thing was possible, even without taking into account that the main character's furnace was damaged. The girl was shocked and assumed that the protagonist's fire control skills were so good, perhaps even better than her own. The enemy was beyond angry. He wasn't going to let the protagonist make a fool of himself right in front of the girl he liked. He instantly started asking his father to suspend the competition. He assumed that the problem was in the furnace, because the protagonist just can't control the fire at this level. The old man was surprised, but decided to believe his son and asked him to deal with it. The guy instantly went down to the exam site, after which he asked the man to swap furnaces with the protagonist, and the latter gladly agreed. He instantly went to the protagonist, while the man piously believed that he had made a mistake with the protagonist's furnace setting, and believed that he wouldn't stand a chance with the other one. At that time, the enemy began to shout that everyone should look carefully at what he was about to show. He was sure that now he would easily overpower the protagonist. Then he immediately started to use the furnace. He believed that this furnace was much better than the one he had before. The man asked the girl to pay attention to the prince's cousin, while she thought he was just a lazy guy without any skills. The man started saying that the guy is his apprentice, and now he will show the highest level, and asked the girl to watch carefully. While the enemy began to create flames, then rejoiced because he thought that now he will be the center of attention. Then the furnace instantly exploded, because of which the enemy began to receive serious wounds and began to fly at great speed in the arena. After that, he began to approach the man at a great speed, and instantly fell right next to the couple. The girl was surprised that the man's talented apprentice couldn't even control the flames well enough not to blow up the furnace. The man started talking about how the guy wasn't really that good, and he was just lucky with the furnace. At that time, the girl's attention was attracted by the main character, who created an incredibly huge phoenix from the flames, which flew above all the spectators. The man could not believe what he saw before his eyes, because now the main character was controlling an incredibly huge, detailed fire phoenix. The girl started talking about how Fong had performed even better than last time, while the man didn't understand how the protagonist had managed to increase the fire after replacing the furnace. The protagonist immediately realized that the furnace he had before was ruined, and with a normal furnace, he had no trouble creating a phoenix. The old man began to praise the incredible skills of the protagonist, and said that it was not for nothing that he was allowed to enter this competition. While the girl was simply amazed by the technique of the protagonist, she seemed to fall in love with him. Thus the first trial ended, and half of the participants remained, after which they listened attentively to the second stage, namely the battle for the pill. The old man began to explain that they would have to control the pill so that they could dodge the iron balls, which would be controlled by the elders, and those who succeeded would pass on. All participants began to rejoice because they were sure that they would succeed, while the enemy was also smiling. He said that the guys would have to try to avoid their iron balls. The enemy was going to attack the protagonist to get his woman to stop being attracted to Fong. The guys instantly lit a fire in the furnaces, while the protagonist thought it was a classic Alchemist game, and he was going to provide interesting opportunities to play. All the participants finished refining their pills and then they flew into the air. The elders instantly took control of the iron balls and the balls started chasing the pills in the sky, and the numerous pills of the participants started to break. Many of them just didn't have time to do anything and were already losing. They were all defeated at this point because the elders' balls were too fast. While the man was saying that in order for the hero to definitely lose, he chose one of the most powerful balls. The enemy thought of making the protagonist look like a fool in front of the girl. Then he made a crazy appearance and started looking for the protagonist's pill. While the protagonist's pill was of incredible size, it was much bigger than the metal balls. The enemy was shocked to see such a pill. He didn't realize what it was. While Fong started shouting that the elders didn't touch his pill, laughing that they couldn't notice it. The elders were shocked that the protagonist had made a huge pill on purpose. It was as if he wanted to become a target for all the elders. The man was happy because he thought that he would easily humiliate the protagonist in this way, and then he shouted for everyone to get out of the way because he personally wanted to humiliate the protagonist. His metal ball was approaching Feng's pill at a great speed. The girl was very worried. She realized that the man was a second-class alchemist, and it was unlikely that the hero would be able to resist him. While the ball just hit the pill, then bounced off of it. The ball fell near the foot of the protagonist, who began to say that such a small and weak ball cannot do anything, then assumed that the man simply forgot to eat before the competition. At that time, the enemy was genuinely shocked because the main character's pill was harder than iron itself. While the girl was amazed at the number of tricks and surprises the main character has, she definitely likes him. The man ordered everyone to attack the protagonist's pill. He promised a reward to whoever could destroy it. A huge number of metal balls started moving at a great speed towards the main character's pill. The girl was worried about Fong, because with such a huge number of opponents, the protagonist had no chance of surviving. While Fong himself was smiling and seemed to be confident. Absolutely all the balls that were sent to the pill instantly shattered. It just amazed the elders who were sure that they could destroy the hero's pill. The protagonist thought about the fact that it was a stone pill that was much stronger than iron when refined. Although it was usually useless, it was now very useful. Fong began to control his pill, and it instantly began to fly upwards. Then using his pill, the protagonist began to destroy the elders' iron balls that were in the air. Everyone was shocked that the party started hunting for the elder balls. Everyone was shocked at the speed at which the protagonist was destroying the elder balls. They just couldn't believe what was happening in front of their eyes. At that time, the girl seemed to finally fall in love with the protagonist, because he was just incredible. The enemy went into a frenzy and was about to kill the protagonist. While Feng's pill stopped moving, which surprised people, it turned out the man was going to take control of the protagonist's pill to make it fall to the ground. At that time, Fong was surprised that someone dared to manipulate his pill. Then the hero instantly swung his hand. The pill started flying at a great speed straight towards the enemy, who didn't understand why it was coming towards him. The enemy dodged the pill while the girl stood right along the trajectory the pill was flying. She was very frightened because such a blow would be incredibly strong. The enemy was also frightened because he ran away, forgetting that the girl was behind him, while the girl closed her eyes, mentally asking for help. The protagonist instantly appeared in front of her, and with an incredibly strong blow destroyed his own pill. After the main character's punch, even the floor started to crack. At that time the girl looked at Feng's back, who looked incredibly cool at that moment. The guys were surprised that Fong managed to protect the girl, after which the protagonist began to complain that the man not only allowed himself to secretly control his pill, but also directed it at the defenseless girl. The enemy was shocked by this turn of events because in the end he lost. All the people were shocked that the pill of the protagonist was controlled by someone, while the enemy began to say on what basis Fong can claim that it was him who controlled the pill. Then he started smiling and shouting that the protagonist's pill was on the ground, causing him to lose in this competition. The old man began to ask the protagonist why he was sure that the old man's son was the one responsible for what had happened, while the man began to shout that Fong was just trying to frame him in order to win the girl's heart. Everyone started to believe the man's words as he had more authority. The enemy with a crazy look started accusing the protagonist of slander. While Fong was completely calm, he said that he could provide proof that it was the man who controlled his pill. The protagonist asked if people were familiar with the art of divine knowledge. The old man had never heard of such an art and asked the protagonist what it was, who said he would tell him what it was. The protagonist began to tell him that there was a residue of spiritual power in the pill. Fong explained that with this method they could easily find out who was trying to manipulate the pill. The old man listened attentively to the protagonist and said that he intended to try this method. The old man then began to pour his energy into the pill, and as a result, several remnants of spiritual power began to emerge from the pill, one of which returned to the protagonist, while the other came closer to the enemy, which was a definite proof of his guilt. He instantly started trying to justify himself to his father, explaining that this was definitely a setup by the protagonist. The old man instantly hit his son. He was incredibly angry because it was because of his son that he lost his face. He instantly grabbed his son and ordered him to apologize to the protagonist. The man was crying because he was completely disgraced and had to apologize to the protagonist right in front of the girl. People were shocked that the pavilion master wanted to make his son apologize to the protagonist. The old man started to apologize for his son's behavior, while Fong thanked the old man who called the protagonist the best candidate in the story. Everyone was shocked that Fong was the best in the history of the pavilion. At that time, the girl began to approach the protagonist, and then asked what kind of food Fong liked to eat. The guy confessed that he eats everything but fish, while the girl memorized his words, and then she immediately began to run away, leaving the protagonist in bewilderment. All the men at this point were shattered, for the girl had once said that if she liked a man she would cook for him. The enemy began to cry with all his might, saying that confessing his love to the protagonist was worse if he just died. The next day, the protagonist immediately headed to the underground cave since he now had the right to do so. Fong looked around and all the people were at least senior disciples. Fong asked one of the men how one should properly descend and if there were any special rules in this place. While the man fought off the protagonist's hand with words that he had no right to address him, he began to tell that the only rule was to buy clothes from him before going down, because if he didn't, the guy would just die in that horrible place. The protagonist asked why this was so, while the man called the protagonist a fool. He said that demonic energy is so powerful that it can kill a person, or make them go crazy. The man began to say that his clothes allow him to stay in that place for more time, thus allowing him to get more benefits. Fong asked how much this miracle clothes cost, and the man confessed that the price is determined by whether he likes the person, and then said with obvious contempt that the protagonist for the set he wants to get 1,000,000 gold coins. Everyone began to laugh because no one can afford clothes for 1,000,000 gold coins. They thought that the protagonist at this rate will never go down. The man thought that even though the clothes only cost 10,000 gold coins, he was asked to take care of the protagonist as seriously as possible. The man started calling the protagonist a poor man, then told the beggar to leave the place. At that time, Fong instantly patched up the insolent person and asked how he dared to behave like that in his presence. The man started yelling about the guy breaking his arm, whereupon Fong let go of the man and the man grabbed his broken arm. The protagonist started talking about how 1,000,000 gold pieces is a small amount of money that everyone can afford, and then he held out a bill of 1,000,000 gold pieces, thus surprising other people with such wealth. The protagonist thought that he could easily earn more just by making and selling pills. The man immediately started to cheer and said that he would gladly sell things to the protagonist. Then Feng's foot instantly appeared in front of his face, and a moment later the man received an incredibly strong kick right in the face. Fong started to say that he just didn't need this kind of trash, thus surprising the man. The protagonist began to move towards the dungeon, saying that he simply didn't need such things. All people considered the protagonist a madman because without these clothes he would simply die in that place, because the only one who managed to be there without protection is the master of the pavilion. While the hero was rapidly approaching the entrance to the place, he looked at the huge amount of demonic energy that emitted this place. Suddenly the energy began to burst out from within. The protagonist covered his face, assuming that this energy was definitely coming from the sword. While the man shouted that Fong was definitely scared, and said that the protagonist should fall on his knees in front of him to get clothes. While Fong himself began to smile while listening to this nonsense, he instantly jumped into the place, which amazed everyone watching, because no one had dared to do something like this before. The protagonist went downstairs while thinking about the fact that the influence of demonic energy is really very strong, and if a person to stay long in such a place, he just goes crazy. But the protagonist was an alchemy god who relied on his mental power to reach the pinnacle of the alchemy art. Fong smiled. Even though he had less spiritual power now than in his previous life, he was sure that this influence couldn't do anything to him. The protagonist continued to swiftly descend downwards. His body was covered by a golden aura that prevented the demonic aura from affecting him. The guys didn't understand how the hero managed to descend so quickly, and why the demonic aura just didn't affect him. The protagonist was happy that he had succeeded, because at this rate, he would definitely succeed. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze changed completely from what he had seen. Under the feet of the main character appeared huge purple tentacles, which rapidly approached him, while the man began to shout that the hero is a real idiot, since he dared to go into the forbidden zone where monsters are found. The tentacles instantly began to envelope the body of the protagonist, who thought that this plant was a demonic vine, and it was emitting demonic energy. The protagonist thought that this vine feeds on the blood and flesh of living beings, and was also surprised that it was allowed to grow in peace, because under such conditions it becomes incredibly dangerous. The protagonist remembered that such a plant could make a huge amount of land uninhabitable. The protagonist began to lose his consciousness. As the vine was rapidly sucking out his energy, Fong was completely covered by the stems of this plant, while the enemy rejoiced, calling the hero a fool who died for the sake of attention. Suddenly the vines began to glow a bright red color. It turned out to be the protagonist, who instantly tore the plant with a strong release of energy. The enemy was shocked that Fong not only survived, but also broke free from his restraints. At that time, the protagonist pulled out his dagger and instantly began to chop the vines at an insane speed, while simultaneously sinking lower and lower in the area. People were shocked that the protagonist was able to destroy the vines and penetrate 3 floors. Even the pavilion master had only drilled down 2 floors, while the protagonist was covered in bright red energy. He was breathing heavily and thinking that this vine had actually forced him to use the mysterious aura. Otherwise he would have died. The protagonist realized that there were still 31 floors with the same vines, and he could not get to the sword with his usual strength. The protagonist started to get out of the place, remembering that vines love flesh and blood, while the others were shocked by what they saw in the performance of the protagonist. He moved to the master of the pavilion, going to ask for help. The enemy was shocked because even the master had taken decades to descend to the 15th floor, while the protagonist managed to do it in just one day. They thought that the protagonist was a real monster in the flesh. A little while later, in the main building, the old man was surprised that the protagonist asked him to let the cart with the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts pass through every day. At that time Fong said that if the old man would allow such a thing, he would help them deal with the monsters. The old man started to say that steadily every year, there are arrogant students who think they can get rid of the monsters, but none of them ever came back. The protagonist began to say that he had already been to that place. The old man began to shout that the protagonist was not lying, while the girl immediately entered the building and boasted that the student was able to beat the record of the old man himself. The old man didn't realize who it could be and assumed it was his son, while the girl said that the record was broken by her student, namely the protagonist, who was smiling at that moment. Fong was smiling at the girl's words that not only was he able to reach the 15th floor in a day, but he was also able to open 3 floors at once. The old man was shocked after realizing that the protagonist had managed to get down to the 18th floor in a day, while destroying the monster on 3 floors. The protagonist said that's exactly what he did, and came back. The old man instantly started asking the protagonist how he managed to pull something like that off. The next week, a huge cart with animal corpses was brought over. The protagonist instantly grabbed one of the bodies and started smiling. All the guys were shocked that the protagonist decided to go down again after only a day, because usually people need at least a month to recover. The protagonist thought that to be able to go down to this place every day, he had to give a gift to the old man, but the protagonist went down with the animal carcass, thinking that he would not regret it. Fong landed on one of the floors while the vines began to move swiftly towards him. The protagonist was surprised that in just one day the vines managed to grow so fast. Then the vines instantly began to approach the animal's corpse. At that time Fong noticed that the vine's speed had become much slower, and assumed that it had become afraid of him. Fong threw the animal carcass away, then instantly turned to the vine and asked if it really wanted to eat the body of this animal. The protagonist began to say that he could bring the vine one such corpse every day, in the event that every day it would let him through 1 floor, then added that in the event of refusal he would simply attack the vine again. The vine seemed to start trembling. At that time Fong was glad that the vine could understand his words, because then it had reached at least the level of spiritual intelligence. The protagonist thought that he could simply tame the vine, while throwing the animal's body to the vine. The protagonist began to tell the vine that he would arrive tomorrow, and that it must not violate the terms of their agreement. The protagonist thought that if he could tame the vine, he could get not only a sword, but also a vine capable of developing as a weapon. At that time in the main building, the enemy was moving along the corridor, thinking that Fong was popular again, and his beloved wanted to cook food for the hero. The enemy was getting angry and thinking that no matter how strong the protagonist was, he was still stronger than him because he was the son of the pavilion head and the future heir of the place. He thought that once he became the head of the pavilion, the girl would definitely look at him differently. Suddenly he was surprised that his father was still working. Then he instantly started peeking. It turned out they were called to discuss the successor position. The old man started talking about how if the pavilion was passed on to his stupid son, he might just disappear with that kind of management. The old man started talking about how it would be much better on their part to hand the place over to the protagonist as a talented person. While the enemy couldn't believe what he had just heard, how his own father could even think of disinheriting him. The other old men started shouting that the protagonist was just a rookie and not suitable for such a role, while the enemy began to rejoice because Fong was really new to this place and hadn't made enough contributions. The old man started talking about Fong providing their pavilion with a grade 6 pill recipe, and also added that Fong had a teacher ability that they couldn't even evaluate. The elders were shocked that they had gotten their hands on a grade 6 pill recipe. Everyone was incredibly happy because they had only had one class 5 recipe in the entire existence of the pavilion, and now they had gotten a class 6 recipe. The elders started talking about how they just had to make friends with the protagonist, because if he had such an incredible master, they could get a huge benefit. The old man announced to all the elders that for the sake of their pavilion, the place of the heir at this moment goes to the protagonist, and this time all the elders supported this idea. The enemy couldn't believe that just now his own father had chosen another heir. At that time, the protagonist arrived at the cave again with a new portion of the animal. The protagonist thought that he had to give a rank 6 pill recipe to show his strength. He started to descend down thinking that he had overdone it. After all, in this era there were only rank 5 recipes. Fong descended to the 25th floor, along with the monster's body, then turned to the demon vine saying that he had prepared food for it, and reminded it of their rules. The vine instantly began to retreat to another floor, which made the protagonist happy, because he had only fed it for a few days and it had already become so obedient. The protagonist also noticed that the vine began to show him some affection, which also made the protagonist happy. Fong said goodbye to the vine, saying that he would arrive tomorrow. Fong thought that his current level of development would not be enough to deal with the demon that would appear very soon. The protagonist began to rise up with the thoughts that he needed to get to his level as soon as possible. While the enemy was incredibly angry and trying to express his anger on the soulless dummies, he was suddenly approached by a bully who said that he had news about the protagonist, which only made the man more angry, who said that if Fong is back in the spotlight, then let the guy just keep quiet. The man started talking about how the protagonist was seen with a pill worth millions of gold, and he thought that Fong just stole it because no one can afford such an expensive pill. The enemy was instantly surprised after hearing the news. He thought that this was a great opportunity, because once the news of the theft became known, Fong would not be able to become the heir. The enemy began to move with his subordinates. They were going to make the protagonist pay for everything he had done against them. A little while later, night fell. People were complaining about being forced to go outside. At that time, a man started talking about how the protagonist had stolen an incredibly expensive pill, and added that he had called all the guys to catch Fong. While the other enemy started talking about how he would remember everyone's contribution to catching the protagonist after he became the head of this place. Everyone was incredibly excited about such an opportunity, and were going to catch the protagonist as soon as possible. The enemy was happy that he would definitely ruin the protagonist's status tonight, while a large number of people went to look for Fong. At that time, something was shining brightly in a distant place. The protagonist was hiding in order to create a Class 6 pill. No one should see him because in this era, no one should know that there are people who can create such a class pill. Fong instantly started the creation process, after which the ingredients began to flow into the furnace, while the hero thought that it would be easy and not take long. Suddenly the man started shouting that he had found the protagonist, which surprised Fong. The guys instantly started shouting that the protagonist should be surrounded and not let him leave this place, while the enemy himself was saying that he didn't expect Fong to dare to steal the incredibly expensive pill. At that time, the protagonist was completely calm. Then, assuming that the enemy had arrived to try and cause trouble again, the enemy started shouting that Fong was daring even at the threshold of death, then instantly ordered all the guys to attack Fong. The enemies instantly started to descend towards the protagonist. They were smiling because they thought Fong was an easy target. As Fong continued to prepare a strong pill without paying attention to the enemies, an enemy was right behind the protagonist and was ready to attack with his sword. Then he instantly received a strong blow right on his face. He started flying at a great speed while Fong ordered everyone to get away as soon as possible. One of the enemies noticed the flying man, but it was too late and all the guys were instantly defeated with just one attack from the protagonist. The enemy couldn't believe his eyes because the protagonist could fight even making a pill. Then he started to get very angry and think that if he fails he will lose his face even more. Then he together with the elders started to descend to the protagonist. The enemy began to laugh and say that the hero will definitely not be able to defeat such a huge number of senior students, while the girl who was worried about the protagonist arrived on the scene. Suddenly they saw just a terrible picture before their eyes. The protagonist just at a great speed beat absolutely all his opponents, not giving them a chance to counterattack. The enemy knelt down on his knees, then instantly fell to the ground from the damage received, while the protagonist complained that a bunch of weaklings came to him to get hit in the face. The girl didn't understand why there were two protagonists, while the guy said that even a residual image was enough to deal with such weaklings. The enemy could not believe that the protagonist was at such an incredible level of martial arts, and then he saw only one solution, and that was to increase the reward. The enemy began to shout that the disciples would not remain indifferent, then promised that he would give each of them 1,000 gold pieces after he became the head. That instantly raised the morale of the students who were very excited about this opportunity, and instantly began to descend to the protagonist. Behind Fong was just a huge number of people, while the hero himself seemed to get angry and looked very intimidating. The enemy believed that the protagonist would not be able to resist such a huge number of people and rejoiced. Suddenly there was a shout of an old man who ordered everyone to stop immediately. The old man asked what exactly the son was doing. In parallel, he was very angry. The guy began to shout with a smile on his face that the hero stole a very expensive pill. Because of this, they all gathered to teach the main character a lesson. At that time, the old man became even angrier after he heard his son's explanation. He immediately started to come down to his son, and then hit him with all his might, saying that Fong did not steal any pill, because it was a personal gift from the old man. Everyone was shocked that the head had given Fong such an expensive gift, and then the old man began to tell them that the hero had given an incredibly valuable recipe on behalf of his master, and also explained that the pill they had given the hero would not even be enough to repay such a kindness. While everyone couldn't believe that there was a 6th grade pill recipe in the world, the enemy began to shout that the recipe was fake. He said that the poor Qin family simply could not have something so valuable. Then the old man instantly changed his face after looking in the direction of the protagonist. After all, the protagonist was in the middle of making a grade 6 pill at this very moment and a real dragon appeared from the furnace. Everyone was shocked by what they saw in front of their eyes, just not believing what was happening. The old man began to tell them that it was definitely a pill spirit that would begin to appear after making a grade 6 or higher pill, something he had heard about in legends. At that time, the spirit that appeared was a dragon. It was definitely a grade 6 pill. The enemy was shocked at what they saw, for in front of them was none other than a grade 6 alchemist. All the people instantly kneeled down because the main character's alchemy level was one level higher than their head, and they saw how a grade 6 pill was made for the first time. The girl was also shocked that Fong would be such an incredible person. The old man began to ask Master Fong if they could watch the hero refining the pill, while Fong said that if the old man's son would not interfere with the process, then let them watch. The old man instantly ordered all the people to be silent and watch the protagonist create a grade 6 pill. He also said that anyone who dared to say anything would be instantly expelled from the pavilion. The enemy was shaking with fear, realizing that it was definitely over for him, as Fong had already surpassed them all in alchemy at such a young age. 3 days had passed since then, and people just continued to watch the protagonist create the legendary pill. The dragon suddenly opened his eyes and a very bright light began to emit from them. Fong began to rejoice as the pill was almost ready. At the same time, the dragon began to move towards the pill, trying to swallow it. Then the dragon flew in front of the protagonist with a rank 6 pill in its mouth. Fong ordered the dragon to fly towards him, whereupon it instantly began to be absorbed into the hand of the protagonist, who was happy that the rank 6 pill was just perfect quality. In the hand of the protagonist was just an incredible pill, which looked like the most expensive treasure of this world. The old man was shocked because the protagonist had not only created a 6th grade pill, but he had also made it perfect. He addressed Fong as a master and called him a true genius. While the girl talked about how Fong was really incredibly strong, the protagonist thanked everyone for their kindness, while thinking that he had originally planned to act restrained. As the old man knelt down on his knee, after which he instantly turned to the master and wanted to ask for a favor, Fong asked the old man to get up and asked him what was the matter. The old man did not get up and began to say that although he understood that the master of the protagonist did not want to show himself, he saw the incredible talent in the body of the protagonist, and said that the leadership needs people like them. The old man asked if the protagonist wanted to take the position of the head of the pavilion, while such words seemed to surprise Fong. The girl thought that she had just misheard, as she had heard that the main character wanted to take over the position of the pavilion manager. At the same time, the old man's son was very upset because his father had just offered the position to someone other than him. The old man began to say that the one who has reached the top becomes a master, and he had reached his limit in understanding alchemy. Then he began to say that if the protagonist becomes the head of the place, will be waiting for success, and in general the whole community of alchemy will develop at a great pace. He begged the protagonist to become the head. The protagonist thought about the fact that this old man in the past was the last head of the pavilion, because pavilions from other countries attacked them, and the old man defended this place from his last strength and eventually left the seeds of alchemy as a legacy to his country. The protagonist, with a sad look on his face, recalled that in his past life, he had used the old man's inheritance, after which he became the god of alchemy step by step. The protagonist began to say that he was very grateful to the head, and then promised that he would accept the position of the head and spread and glorify the way of tribute. The old man started to say that he would give up the position of the head, after which he would become an elder, after which he pointed at the protagonist and said that Fong would then become the head of the pavilion. Everyone was shocked that this way the protagonist became the head of this place, while the girl wanted to get the protagonist more and more. The old man asked all the people to pay their respects to the new head of the pavilion while pointing at the protagonist. Everyone without exception greeted the new head of this place, namely Fong. At that time, the protagonist crossed his arms, then promised all the people that he would do his best to make this place prosper. The old man said that for the crime that his son had committed against the protagonist, who was now the head, he would bring him the bodies of animals every day. The man was completely crushed, for he was the son of the head of the pavilion himself, and they want to make him work with his hands. 3 days later, at the regular market, the vendor welcomed the son of the past head who had come to buy the monster bodies again. Everyone in the town laughed at the man, saying that he was now an ordinary laborer. While he felt terrible, he didn't understand why the protagonist was so lucky. Suddenly some unknown man asked if the protagonist's enemy needed help. Then the man instantly knocked the man's hand away and said that he didn't need his help. The man started talking about how he was going to help the guy kill the protagonist, and also help him become the next chapter. The man was scared after hearing the words about killing, and asked who the man was. While the man said that there are many eyes and ears outside, then invited the guy to his friends, saying that in this place they can discuss everything. The boy was very scared, as each of these people were at least at the level of a Grand Master, while the man explained that they were a clan of mountain ghosts. At that time in the new head's house, the girl was courting the protagonist and asking him to send as many good students to her class as possible. At that time, Fong ordered the girl to leave because he was worried that the students would think that they were having an affair. She instantly left the room of the protagonist and told him to have a good rest, while Fong thought that after he became the head of the girl's attitude had changed. Suddenly someone started knocking on the main character's door, which made him angry, and he asked who was bothering him. At that time it was a girl, who began to say that seeing the efforts of the protagonist she cooked dinner for him. The protagonist felt uncomfortable and thanked the student for her labor, wondering why she was bringing him food 3 times a day, assuming she was trying to fatten him up. At that time, the girl sat down to the protagonist and started talking about how she wanted to get instructions from him about alchemy. The girl's breasts rested very tightly against the main character's body, and the guy inquired about what exactly the girl's questions were. She instantly started feeding the protagonist, saying what she would ask during this process. After all this, Fong instantly closed the door to his chambers. He sat on the bed and thought about the fact that the situation in which he found himself was really not simple. After all, he is now the head of this place, as well as Fong thought about the fact that until the moment of revival of the demon is only less than a month, and then he began to examine the pill, thinking that to defeat the demon his strength will not be enough. The protagonist thought that this pill had no side effects and would help him become stronger. Fong instantly began to take the pill. Then he was about to immediately try to break through, and a moment later, his body was covered with a dense golden aura that burst out with great power. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The protagonist finally finished his breakthrough, and then Fong began to rejoice, as he had originally planned to break through to the 5th level of body reinforcement, but he ended up breaking through to the 9th level of body reinforcement. Fong instantly began to dress, while thinking that all he had to do was to get his sword. After the guy began to move through his lands, he walked with a confident gait, because now in his hands was the power to fight the legendary demon. The protagonist dragged the body of the monster, thinking that today was the day of recruitment of students. Fong went down, thinking that this was the day the protagonist could finally reach the bottom of the place where the sword was. Fong landed on the penultimate level of this place with the body of a monster. Then he started thinking that he was obligated to get the demon sword today. While a huge number of people were standing in line, the girl was thinking about the huge number of freshmen arriving this year, and she thought that there would definitely be talents. Suddenly, someone started shouting, which attracted people's attention. It turned out that this reaction was caused by those incredibly strong people at the level of a Grand Master. The senior apprentice began to explain to the people that if they were not on the list, they could not pass on. Then a sword instantly appeared in front of his face, and a moment later the guy received an incredible blow from the man. Everyone was shocked that just now these unknown men had dared to kill a student, while the girl was asking what they were doing, not worrying about her life at all. As the man turned to face her, they began to ask about the whereabouts of the protagonist, and the girl asked why these people needed such information. The man started talking with a creepy look that they came to this place to take the lives of the protagonist and Tai He, while the protagonist started feeding the vines with the carcass of the beast, and then instantly went down to the bottom. The guy was happy that he was finally able to get to the bottom of this place. Then in front of him saw a blade that emitted a huge amount of energy. The protagonist was shocked to see this sword in life, because the sword looked incredibly intimidating and had incredible power. Fong began to move towards the sword. His body was covered with a layer of strong aura to protect him from the demonic energy. The protagonist thought that even he was having a hard time approaching this weapon. The protagonist was very close and thought that there was almost no time left and he must solve this issue today. Then the guy instantly started reaching for this powerful weapon. The protagonist was able to grasp the hilt of the sword, after which he instantly felt an incredible amount of pressure. The protagonist continued to hold the sword, even considering the huge amount of energy the sword was emitting. The protagonist began to go into a frenzy, for the demonic energy of the sword was too strong. The protagonist began to scream in pain, while thinking that he was only a hair away from death because of the energy of the sword. Suddenly the protagonist heard a voice calling him a demon, and after a moment his eye turned black. Then his hair began to turn white, and the voice began to say that since the hero is already a demon, he does not need to defend himself from the demonic aura. Suddenly, the protagonist succumbed to the demonic energy and began to talk crazily about how he was a demon and didn't need to resist it. Fong began to shout that he was born only to lead a clan of demons, then simply destroy the world. He instantly began to shout that he wants to exterminate the entire human race, while thinking that he lost control of his thoughts. Suddenly a strange plant appeared from the vines. It instantly began to run towards the protagonist, then at a great speed jumped straight at Fong, then showed its horrible teeth and bit the protagonist's neck. The guy's eyes started to return to normal, which surprised him. Fong didn't understand why he suddenly came to his senses. After what happened, it turned out that the plant was the true form of the demonic vine, and it had just saved the protagonist. The protagonist thought about the fact that the vine started to consider him as a parent, and simply absorbed the demonic energy that started to fill the protagonist's body. Fong began to rejoice, for the vine could help a lot in fighting the sword, and it seemed to be only in favor. The vine began to help the protagonist to get the sword from the stone. They together tried their best to get the sword from the stone. They were putting in a lot of effort to get the blade. Suddenly the rock started to fall to the ground while the guys kept putting in all their effort to get the blade. Suddenly the blade started to come out of the rock. Then the protagonist was able to hold it in his hands instantly. Fong was incredibly happy that he was finally able to get his hands on the demonic sword. The protagonist thought about the fact that the sword had incredible power, which could help to resist demons much stronger than himself. The protagonist thought that his enemies were in the realm of the void, which was stronger than the realm of the great master, and with this blade he could easily resist such powerful beings. The protagonist did not understand why the sword did not emit demonic energy. He began to look closely at the blade of the sword, assuming that the blade had completely obeyed the will of the protagonist. Suddenly, cries for help were heard on the surface, causing the protagonist to tense up. The protagonist instantly began to climb up to the surface, and then he came to the surface, his eyes filled with horror at what he saw in front of him. A huge number of people were running away at breakneck speed, screaming that assassins had arrived at their pavilion. At that time, inside, one person was tied up, and she didn't understand how the enemy dared to behave like that. At that time, the enemy started shouting for them to be patient. A huge number of disciples were trapped. They tied them up and gathered them in the center. The enemy thought that the clan members had already captured almost all the main members of the pavilion, and only the protagonist and his father were left at the top. It turned out that he had made a deal with these people and allowed them to get inside the pavilion. It turned out that the mountain ghost Lan wanted to get half of the pavilion, and as payment they were going to publicly execute the protagonist along with the bastard father. The enemy was incredibly happy because right after the old head and the new one died, he would be the last one who would have the right to become the head. Suddenly a man came into the room of the enemy, which surprised the guy. The enemy began to complain that the man cannot just break into his room, especially if he still could not catch his father and the protagonist. He continued to complain without fearing the man at all. He threatened that they wouldn't get any money if they were to reveal them now, while the man instantly grabbed his blade, and then just as quickly chopped the kid down with one swift movement of the blade. The man was surprised that the guy actually believed that they would do something for the good of this place. Then they started moving towards the exit. The man started yelling that they had only come to this place to destroy the pavilion. He started shouting that they were going to completely destroy the tribute legacy. The man immediately started shouting at the top of his voice, referring to the main character in the past chapter. He started saying that if the guys didn't come out to him, he would just start killing one student every 10 seconds. Before the enemy could finish speaking, an old man appeared and immediately ordered the enemy to let the students go. The old man began to say that the enemy would go to him because he just wanted his students to stay alive. The old man, by the way, had a level 9 body strength. One of the enemies instantly appeared in front of the old man and prepared to attack. Then he successfully launched an incredibly strong attack directly at the old man. The enemy began to say that the old man was really a good leader, because he appeared immediately after hearing that the disciples were in danger. The old man felt terrible, and thought that he at least had a chance against these people, but they were much stronger. The enemies were incredibly strong, their leader was a level 3 Grandmaster, and all the others were level 1 Grandmasters. The enemy asked where the protagonist was now, paralleling the assumption that he had fled upon seeing them. One of the enemies prepared to finish off the old man, at the words of his ally that they would now begin to exterminate all the members of this pavilion. The girl started screaming because she was worried about the old man, while the enemy instantly received the protagonist's fist right in the face. Fong struck an incredibly strong blow that made his enemy instantly lose consciousness. Fong wondered what these people were forgetting in the pavilion, while the girl was incredibly happy that the protagonist had arrived on time. While the enemy was surprised as the hero was only at level 9 body reinforcement and was able to defeat a level 1 Grandmaster, which was definitely a proof of his strength. The old man started shouting that all the enemies were great masters and they had come to destroy this place. The old man begged the protagonist to just run away. The old man began to say that if the hero ran away, their teachings would have a chance to revive, but if the guy died in this place it would simply cease to exist. While the hero remained standing in place, and the enemy smiled, because he was sure that Fong could not resist them. The protagonist asked the old man not to worry, then said that their path would continue to live. The enemies instantly prepared for battle. There were a huge number of them, and they were furious after the protagonist said that they would not be able to destroy their path. The enemies instantly moved from their place in the throne of the protagonist at a tremendous speed. They were approaching Fong incredibly fast in parallel, preparing to attack together, while the hero remained motionless. Fong was completely confident. He grabbed the hilt of his sword while saying that his opponents were only at the first level of a great master. A moment later, the guy immediately struck all of his enemies with his sword's incredible precision blows. The enemies instantly received critical wounds and started coughing up their own blood, after which they all landed on the ground and showed no signs of life. While Fong also landed on the ground, looking at the corpses of his opponents who had no time to fight back. The old man couldn't believe what he had just seen, for Fong, being only at the 9th level of body reinforcement, was able to kill many masters of the Grandmaster level in an instant. The students were also shocked that the hero only needed a single leap to kill his opponents. While the head of the group was angry because his men had just died at the hands of the protagonist, he instantly ordered the remaining members of the group to attack the protagonist, after which they instantly rushed towards Fong. The old man was worried about the protagonist as he was being attacked by a huge number of opponents, while Fong asked the old man not to worry, saying that he wouldn't even have to do anything to defeat such weaklings. The hero instantly sent his pet straight towards the enemies. While the enemies thought that the protagonist had lost his mind at the sight of them, just a moment later a huge number of vines began to appear from the pet's body and instantly began to wrap around the men's bodies. The enemy was shocked at what was happening. He just didn't understand what kind of creature it was. While his men were begging for help and talking about how much pain they were in, the plant continued to wrap its vines around the bodies of their enemies while they began to scream with all their might. Just a moment later they were all inside the pet, which was very happy because it was well fed by these people. All of the allies had no idea what the creepy creature was, while the old man remembered that the creature was a demonic vine, and was surprised that the protagonist was able to subdue the creature. At that time, Fong grabbed his pet with his hand, and then confessed that this little guy was the demonic vine, while thinking that the pet had just started to develop its power, and already had at least level 5 Great Master. The protagonist was thinking about the fact that for his pet, enemies of level 1 and 2 Grandmaster level didn't even count as opponents. At that time, the enemy thought that real monsters had actually appeared in this small place, whereupon he instantly began to shriek with all his might. A huge shadow appeared above the people. The girl was shocked by what she saw with her own eyes. Right above the guys appeared an incredibly strong serpent that had the strength of at least a 9th level Grandmaster, and its name was Void-Tearing Serpent. The old man was shocked that a level 9 Grandmaster level 9 animal had arrived and was frightened by it, while the enemy began to say that he wasn't going to use this monster, because he thought that everyone in this place was a real weakling. Then he ordered the monster to attack, and it instantly began to approach the protagonist at a great speed, with the enemy saying that Fong was worthy to die this way. The allies were very worried about the protagonist, because such an enemy was incredibly strong. While the protagonist asked the allies not to worry and began to charge the sword with demonic aura. With an eerie look on his face, the protagonist confessed that his enemy was caught in a trap. A moment later, a huge amount of energy attacked the monster, which was approaching the hero. The energy surrounded the space above the monster, and just a moment later he fell to the ground unable to do anything. While the enemy, because of the shockwave, began to fly in the opposite direction, he lay on the ground not understanding how can exist demonic energy of such a high level. The monster was pinned to the ground by the tremendous pressure and was unable to resist. This simply stunned the old man, who seemed to recognize the demonic aura that the protagonist was using. He realized that the protagonist was right now using the sword that was at the bottom of the well. While the protagonist instantly finished off the huge monster with a sword strike right on its head. Fong began to say that from that moment on, the enemy should have sufficiently realized the incredible power of their pavilion. While the enemy couldn't believe that a monster that was a level 9 Grandmaster had just been instantly slain by a sword. The protagonist began to approach the enemy, who was lying on the ground, while saying that if he told the purpose of going to this place, he could possibly save the man's life. While the enemy felt terrible and laughed hysterically, saying that there are no people in their clan who are afraid of death. At that time, he grabbed his weapon, then screamed that he was not afraid of death and rushed towards the protagonist, planning to take Fong with him to the grave. The protagonist instantly attacked his enemy, who didn't even have time to see the attack, leaving Fong standing over the body of his defeated opponent. Fong was surprised that such people are called a clan of mountain ghosts. Then Fong asked if there were still enemies, and he was told that absolutely all the enemies the protagonist had just killed. All the two began to praise the protagonist, who had single-handedly killed an incredible number of people who were great masters. The old man was shocked that the protagonist is an incredible talent not only in alchemy, but in martial arts he was just at a huge level. All the students were shocked that the protagonist was even able to tame the monster from the dungeon. While the protagonist started talking about how the guys flattered him, and then offered to start cleaning up the mess left by the enemies. Sometime later, people found out that these killers were brought to them by the dead enemy of the protagonist. It turned out that these guys were descendants of the excluded, who were expelled from this country thousands of years ago. They were exiled because they tried to split the country, and after the exile they had an incredibly hard life in the Wastelands, after which, because of the difficulty of survival, they were able to acquire incredible skills, and also learn to tame animals. In the end, they founded their clan, which was incredibly strong. Its power was comparable to the power of a small country. But they continued to hate this country for what it had done to them thousands of years ago. They all dreamed of taking revenge on the country and destroying the days. The protagonist sat and pondered the fact that the demon issue was still not resolved while their borders were being pressured by these horrible people. The protagonist decided to focus almost all of his attention on the demon, for he was far more dangerous than these people. A few days later came the day of the great demon's resurrection, at that time in the castle. The emperor on the throne said that the Qin family offered to take the army and people away from the capital, so that the demon would not destroy it, while the emperor began to laugh and with a pity in his voice said that the demon just cannot resurrect, because he has been dead for a huge period of time. As the prince arrived at his father's house and bowed, he began to say that the Qin family was just trying to take over the capital with such a request, because they would withdraw their troops and it would be left unprotected. The emperor began to say that the son had previously reported that the Qin family had tried to kill him, and assumed that the Qin family really wanted to rebel. Suddenly the man began to report that a huge mountain had appeared near the capital, and said that it looked like the arrival of the Buddha himself. The emperor was incredibly happy. He assumed that the gods had come down to them to show mercy and destroy the demon. While the prince began to say that the emperor's words made sense, while not understanding why the Qin family was trying to get them out of the capital. The prince began to say that the Qin family might have known that a god was coming and was just trying to take the blessing for themselves, while the emperor got up from his seat and began to say that the Qin family was definitely planning to use the blessing to overthrow them from the throne. The emperor and his men immediately went to the mountain to check what it was personally. A little while later, they arrived at the ruined city where the demon was to be resurrected. They all stood in bewilderment. Then the emperor was shocked at what he saw in front of him, because above the city appeared just a huge statue of Buddha, and they assumed that it was the coming of Buddha. The prince started pointing his finger at some place, telling his father to look in that direction. They saw members of the Qin family, assuming that they were waiting for the appearance of a god. The emperor instantly started shouting to the Qin family. He asked what they were doing. While the head of the Qin family began to say that he had repeatedly warned the emperor that this was an incredibly dangerous place, and didn't understand why he had arrived anyway. The Qin family instantly descended from the wall, and began to talk about how Fong had told them that a demon would soon appear, and that it was very dangerous to be in this place. At that time, the emperor started shouting that the person who tried to kill his son couldn't be trusted, then rumored that the Qin family was trying to steal the blessing. He instantly ordered the Qin family to leave the place, adding that disobedience would be considered rebellion, and the head of the Qin family agreed to comply with the emperor's order. The Qin family began to leave under the prince's words that they needed to take the god's blessing as soon as possible. The emperor instantly started talking about having his son summon all the members of the Yi family, saying that only his family should receive the god's blessing. They set up a sumptuous table with a huge amount of dishes, after which everyone fell on their knees together and the emperor began to pray to the gods for blessings. He kept praying to a huge mountain, which started to open its eye, after which it was eerie looking at the crowd of people. The emperor felt an incredibly strong earthquake, after which he was incredibly happy because he thought that the gods had heard their prayers and very soon they would be blessed. The emperor hit his head on the ground as he continued to pray to his god, while a huge hand instantly appeared in front of the people and instantly killed several members of the Yi clan. The emperor didn't understand what was happening now, while his warriors were screaming from the wounds they had just received. The emperor didn't understand what kind of creature was killing his men. He couldn't realize what was happening. While an incredibly huge creature started to appear from the ground, it turned out to be a huge demon, and the emperor fell to the ground in surprise. The emperor was incredibly frightened, for he had just realized that this was not a blessing, but the return of the legendary demon that had once destroyed the city. In front of them were incredibly powerful enemies that had simply incredible levels of strength. The emperor immediately began to flee, while ordering all his men to retreat, because their opponent was a void-level demon. The prince could not believe that the Qin family's words were true, and was very frightened, while the demon was killing a huge number of people in a matter of seconds, and the prince continued to run away trying to save his life. The demon started eating huge numbers of people who were screaming at the horrible fate that awaited them. The demon started screaming that there were too few people and that they tasted terrible, while the statue started saying that it wanted to eat. The statue began to say that the demon should go to the capital, because there was a huge number of people to eat. The ground beneath people's feet began to collapse rapidly, which instantly killed many members of the Yi family. The prince was very frightened to see people easily die a few meters away from him. At the same time, demons began to appear from underneath the ground, which rapidly rose upwards, making eerie sounds. The prince was shocked by what was happening. He didn't understand where such a huge number of demons could come from. While the emperor ordered his son to get up as soon as possible, while the main demon landed on the shoulder of the statue began to shout that the demons did not waste time on this trifle, and immediately went to the capital where there was a huge number of people and began to have fun there. Just countless demons headed towards the capital, while the emperor was very frightened, and simply could not believe that the Qin family had been telling the truth all along. Seeing the number of demons, he was well aware that his army would simply come to an end. While in the capital itself, the head of the Qin clan began shouting to the people that the great demon had returned, and they should evacuate as soon as possible. The man hoped with all his heart that people would be able to leave the capital before the demon arrived, because then the casualties would be huge. Suddenly, one man began to scream, as if he saw something terrible. It turned out that the great demon together with the demon mother has already arrived at the capital. They looked at it terribly creepy. The head began to shout that the demons have already arrived, and people need to flee as soon as possible. People did as they were ordered by the head of the family Qin, while the demons instantly entered the city, and just as quickly began to kill people. Demons one after another began to infiltrate into the city, sowing more panic among the people, while the chief demon began to complain that the people who did not practice martial arts were not tasty at all. The statue began to say that it agreed, and simply asked to leave the ordinary people for the ordinary demons, while they had to eat the people who had power. At that time, a huge army of body-strengthening realm soldiers stood around and were terrified of what was happening in the city. Suddenly, a huge demon instantly appeared in front of them, paralleling the destruction of everything in its path. The demons started laughing and rejoiced that these people had cultivation well enough, and they should definitely be strong. The soldiers were trying to escape from the terrifying monster, which very quickly began to consume a huge number of these people, unable to prove even the slightest resistance. At the same time, the ordinary citizens were also dying because the ordinary demons were a huge number. The head of the Qin clan tried to block the attack of one of the demons, while thinking that all these demons are at the level of a great master, and it will be very difficult for him to kill even one of them. While the second demon rushed to help his kin, as an arrow flew straight into the face of this demon, which surprised the old man. He didn't realize who was capable of killing a demon of great master level with a single arrow. At that time, the voice of the protagonist was heard, who was moving with others on horses at a great speed. The team of the protagonist had arrived to save the capital from the demons. A huge number of arrows began to fly in the direction where the demons were, while the man was surprised by what he saw in front of him, because just a huge number of incredibly strong demons were wounded by countless arrows that were released by the team of the protagonist. The protagonist began to give orders, namely that people would not face the enemy directly, and attacked and retreated, while saving as many civilians as possible. While the head was incredibly happy to see Fong, the hero said that he had come with his men to support the head, who marveled at the leadership skills of the protagonist. At that time, Fong pointed his hand in some direction. It turned out that he had made a huge amount of body-strengthening pills, and said that they should be distributed to the people. Fong said that he could use these pills to create a weapon that would be effective against demons. The leader was surprised that the protagonist could find such an incredible use for such pills, and then said that he would start distributing them to people right away. The protagonist explained that the fall of the capital was only a matter of time, and he asked the head to find as many people as possible and lead them to safety. The head didn't understand why Fong didn't want them to leave this hell together, while the hero and his team moved out, under Feng's words that in such hard times only responsibility remains, after which Fong asked the head to trust him, and said that they would definitely figure it out. Fong immediately began to mount the horse, and then he and his team began to move at high speed, while giving orders to his men. Fong was as determined as possible. He was not going to retreat. He easily killed the demon on the horse. They easily passed through the huge pile of demons. The protagonist thought that they had lost the capital too quickly, and assumed that the rest of the families couldn't recover yet, while in front of the protagonist appeared demons that looked very creepy. Fong instantly jumped off his horse, thinking of the main target at this moment. Fong along with his pet went on a furious attack, after which the demons were instantly killed by the pet, while the protagonist also decapitated a huge number of enemies, thinking that they needed to preserve the strength of the rest of the families as much as possible. At that time, the girl stood in the ruined place. She received a report that their troops were completely destroyed, and she ordered the guys to retreat, while thinking that they lacked combat power, and the support would not arrive soon enough. The girl thought that the Qin family had warned everyone about the appearance of the demon, but the Yi family insisted that it was a manifestation of some god, which was very stupid. Suddenly the demon's footsteps were heard. The girl reacted instantly and turned to the direction the sound came from. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to handle such a strong demon, and her physical condition was not at its best. She instantly put 2 arrows into the demon's body, which didn't seem to feel any damage at all. After that, the enemy launched a strong attack directly at the girl, who flew into the air. The girl landed on the ground. She started coughing up blood. She also seemed to have taken a huge amount of damage. The enemy didn't stand still and instantly started strangling the girl, after which he pulled her body up to him, smiling eerily. The girl was crying. She no longer believed that someone would come to save her, and began to say goodbye to her life. Suddenly the protagonist appeared, who with one skillful kick of his foot sent the demon into flight. The enemy did not give any signs of life after missing the attack of the protagonist, who extended his hand to the girl with words that she had tried very well, if she could fight for so long. She shook the protagonist's hand while thanking him for saving her life. The girl started talking about how they had found the Bai family's powers and asked the protagonist for help to save them. A little while later, a fire was burning. The protagonist was told that neither the demons nor the huge mountain had left the capital, while Fong began to say that the demon had just awakened and had not yet regained all his powers. As soon as all the people he had devoured were poisoned, he would instantly go to take over another city. The protagonist said that they should gather an army of all the families as soon as possible to defeat this powerful enemy. The guy from the Bai family started saying that they would obey the protagonist since he had saved them, while Fong asked the guy to stand up saying that he really had a request. The protagonist started talking about how the Qin family had asked the emperor a great many times to sign the evacuation decree, but they didn't want to listen. The protagonist talked about how the Yi family couldn't handle these demons now, but also added that they couldn't give up. The protagonist began to say that there would definitely be a meeting to discuss the plan of action against the demon, and then asked the guys to pass the message to the heads of their families. The next morning, all the clan heads gathered at the Yi family manor, after which one of the men ordered everyone to shut up and greet the emperor, after which the clan heads immediately bowed to the emperor. The emperor began to say that they needed a strong commander-in-chief who could lead the troops against the demon. The man didn't understand who could dare to respond to such a position, while the Qin family's grandmother began to talk about the protagonist who had predicted the appearance of the demon, and who was still fighting demons in the capital. The emperor didn't know what to say, as he had a personal dislike for the protagonist, while the grandmother began to say that now they were in a situation where they just couldn't delay and asked the emperor to make a decision as soon as possible. The emperor began to say that he had heard that the protagonist was just a boy in the realm of body strengthening and he could not trust him, while the head of the Nangong family began to say that Fong was indeed incredibly talented and that she supported his candidacy as commander-in-chief. The head of the Bai family also spoke up, and also supported the protagonist's role as commander-in-chief. The emperor was angry as he saw that the three families had united and were trying to force him to make a decision. The man started talking about how they could really let the protagonist lead the army, but if anything went wrong the Qin family would have to take responsibility. The emperor was incredibly happy about this possibility, because then he could put all the responsibility on the Qin family. He began to tell all the clan heads that he was handing over the role of commander-in-chief to the protagonist. The guy instantly arrived to report to the hero that he had become the commander-in-chief, while Fong was focused on making pills. Then a very bright light came from the furnace and Fong took out a pill that flew into his hand at a great speed. The guy was surprised at the quality of the pill. He said that he had never seen such pills before, while the hero said that this pill he had created recently. The pill looked really great, and the hero called it a destructive restriction pill. Fong instantly held out a piece of paper, saying that he needed all the herbs that were written in it. The guy was shocked after seeing what herbs the protagonist needed and in what quantity. At that time Fong started to say that the guy should just go to the Yi family and say that it was a request from the commander-in-chief, while the guy was surprised that the protagonist dared to rob the royal family. Fong scrutinized the newly created pill. A little while later he arrived at the girl and said that she should try the new pill as soon as possible. The girl began to say that she didn't have time for it, and added that the hero could ask other people to try it. At that time, the protagonist instantly grabbed the girl and started forcing her to take the medicine, saying that there were still hidden wounds in her body and she needed to heal. The girl was very embarrassed, while Fong asked her to eat the pill as soon as possible, so that she could regain her strength and health as soon as possible. The girl sat opposite the protagonist. She seemed to be embarrassed. After taking the pill, her body began to emit energy. While the protagonist watched very carefully, the girl felt great. It was like a pleasant flow of energy enveloped her whole body. She looked really happy. While in the real world she couldn't help but let out a little moan, then instantly rejoiced because she had just been able to advance to the second level of a great master. The girl was shocked while Fong explained that this pill was able to break the restrictions. She was able to go beyond her perfection. The protagonist started talking about adding some rare herbs that were supposed to help the girl cure her hidden illnesses. While the girl was in love, she thought that the protagonist was actually an incredible person. At that time her view changed drastically. She assumed that the protagonist had asked her to collect herbs for this particular pill, and Fong confessed that this was the case because he was going to create a huge number of such pills. It turned out that Fong planned to give this pill to those who could not break through to the realm of the Great Master, because after the transition, people would be able to resist the demons, while the protagonist himself planned to fight huge enemies. The protagonist was worried, because he did not know how the process of collecting herbs. A little while later, the guy said with a smile on his face that the Yi family had prepared not only herbs, but also a very good furnace to make it easier for the protagonist. The guy also added that the furnace was very difficult to use and suggested that the Yi family wanted to embarrass the protagonist by saying that it wasn't the furnace that was difficult to use. It was the people who didn't know how to use it properly. Everyone gathered to watch the protagonist create pills for them, after which Fong immediately started the process of creating the pill. He was very serious during this process because he had to do it in the best way. The girl watching the protagonist was praising his incredible fire control skills, while the other girl was also admiring the protagonist's incredible skills, and she assumed that thanks to him they would be able to win the upcoming battle. A little while later from the furnace began to fly a huge number of pills, which Fong began to put into special vessels. The main character said that as soon as they take the pills, they should make a breakthrough because very soon they will go to the capital. Everyone was incredibly excited about this opportunity and couldn't wait for this battle. At that time, a man began to tell the emperor that Fong was trying to capture people's hearts by demonstrating his incredible skills in alchemy. The emperor said that having the protagonist in the Qin family really brings them an incredible advantage. A little while later, the sun was shining. The protagonist was talking about how people with a level of body strengthening would not be able to resist demons, and he was also talking about how he himself was going to make a breakthrough into the realm of a great master. The girl thought that she would protect the protagonist during the breakthrough, and thought that she would repay him for his kindness. At that time, Fong started the breakthrough process and a huge amount of aura started to come out from his body. A moment later, the aura of the protagonist became incredibly creepy, after which the girl began to feel a terrible pressure, and the aura of the protagonist expanded so much that it reached the very heavens. In the sky appeared a huge symbol of yin and yang, which even the demon mother noticed. The monster began to worry because he felt just incredible power, while another demon began to say that he felt fear, and the mountain explained that all the monsters in the world will feel fear after encountering this aura. Fong suddenly started coughing up blood, which made the girl very worried. Fong didn't look very good. Then he started to feel that the space around him was collapsing, and also his body felt a terrible pain. Then Fong found himself in some strange place where there was a huge number of human corpses. Suddenly a demon appeared behind the protagonist's back, saying that this was the last place of their human race. Fong instantly wondered what this creature was. The demon began to complain that the protagonist began to forget his main rival. Then the enemy began to laugh and say that the hero should accept the fact of his existence. A huge number of monsters appeared, while the protagonist felt that the demon looked very familiar, but did not realize who he was. The demon started talking about how Fong needed to get to the top as soon as possible, then started disappearing with words that the protagonist's body would eventually be taken over by it, which made the protagonist assume that it was his inner demon. Fong opened his eyes, then instantly regained consciousness, and saw a girl crying in front of him, as she was very worried about the protagonist. Everyone was shocked by what they had just seen because the huge flow of energy was really terrifying, while the hero said that he was fine now. Fong confessed that he had just tried a new pill, and then apologized for scaring the guys. Fong instantly started kicking his friends out, saying that they should start training as the battle was about to start soon. The guys were shocked at how quickly they were on the other side of the door, while the protagonist felt terrible, as if something had changed in his body. Fong couldn't understand what it was that was sitting inside of him. The next day, in the morning, the protagonist, along with the other valiant warriors, were on their horses, ready for battle. Fong started talking about how before they started, he would like to go over the battle plan again. He talked about how the demon had a level of the void realm, while the demon mother had a level even higher. The protagonist started talking about how they would not be able to defeat the opponents when they were together. He started saying that they should attack the capital at the same time from all sides. The Qin family should be the first to enter the capital. He said that they should gather the monsters near the gate. Then they should attack the monsters from both sides to exterminate them all. After that, the guys had to let the protagonist fight alone against the strongest opponents of this war. The protagonist talked about how the guys should destroy the smaller demons while he would fight the bigger ones. Then they should go to him to help him deal with the main enemies. The girl began to say that the plan was too risky, because in the beginning the Qin family would be facing a huge number of demons alone, while Fong said that everything would be fine as long as he used his body as bait, believing that this way they could definitely win the battle. A little while later, the protagonist began to carry out his plan. Everyone was at their limit and fighting with all their might. Everyone on the battlefield was risking their lives. The hero instantly jumped up from his horse, then started shouting for people to try his new pills. and attacked 3 monsters at the same time. They instantly headed towards the protagonist, who prepared to make a lunge. The main character instantly struck a huge number of demons, tearing them to pieces. Such incredible power simply shocked the allies, who thought that Fong was simply tearing their imagination apart. The protagonist thought that he should have already killed enough enemies for the big demon to pay attention to him. So it happened, and the huge demon was indeed incredibly angry, and with all his might was screaming in anger. He instantly began to approach the protagonist, who was preparing to attack, because he thought that the demon was trapped. Suddenly, the demon began to fly away, which amazed the protagonist. He could not understand why the enemy did not approach him and began to go in the opposite direction. While a huge demon instantly landed at the other end of the battlefield, it turned out that the demon landed near the prince, who did not understand why the demon ignored the protagonist and went to him. While the demon started talking about how the prince's body had a very good smell, whereupon people instantly stood up to defend the prince, who was very scared and thought of having many masters to defend. While the demon began to shout that the pathetic people would not interfere with him, then he instantly struck a huge number of the prince's guards who were at the level of a great master. The demon instantly grabbed the prince, saying that he was incredibly hungry and wanted to start his meal with the guy. The prince cried with horror because he thought his life was over, while the protagonist entered the battle and thrust his sword right into the jaws of the huge demon. Fong was surprised that the demon dares to ignore him and attack other people. Then he instantly broke out a huge number of teeth demon, with the words that the demon fears the strong and the weak humiliates. The demon didn't realize what had just happened. He backed off a bit with the thoughts that the sword in the hands of the protagonist was very strange, and he definitely wanted it. The demon started shouting with all his might for his army to start gathering. Then he shouted with all his might, while a huge number of demons appeared near the protagonist, who didn't understand why the demon believed that some little thing could harm him, while the prince cried and begged his father to come and save him. Fong pulled out his pet. Then the vines instantly pierced the bodies of a huge number of demons. Then they appeared near the big demon to the words of the hero that the demon was trapped and now its only choice is to fight the hero. Fong started talking about how if the demon couldn't kill him, he would definitely die in this place. The prince continued to cry and whine with all his might that the hero could just let him out, while Fong asked the prince to be careful not to hurt himself. The demon was out of anger. He was very angry at how Fong was overestimating his abilities. Then the enemy directed an incredibly powerful attack towards the protagonist, who instantly dodged and at a great speed began to approach the enemy. Fong was right in front of the enemy in a split second, then prepared to strike. The protagonist attacked the great demon, after which a look of incomprehension froze on Feng's face. A powerful armor appeared on the enemy's body a moment before Fong struck. Then the demon instantly began to pull out his weapons from the armor. The enemy began to shout that now he also has weapons, believing that now the fight is fairer. The protagonist instantly started to get closer to his enemy, saying that he should have just kept lying in the coffin, while the enemy was able to block the protagonist's quick attack, making Fong think that the sword couldn't handle this demon's weapon. The protagonist felt that the difference between the strength of demons and humans was too big, after which Feng's hands started bleeding, and he thought that he needed to avoid direct confrontations with the enemy, while the demon started shouting that the protagonist's behavior had changed, not understanding where Feng's mindset had gone. The enemy instantly launched a furious attack, planning to finish off the protagonist with a single blow, while Fong only had time to react at the last moment. He didn't understand how such a large weapon could have such incredible speed. While the enemy prepared to finish off the protagonist, who was clearly not prepared for this attack. After a moment, Fong tried to block the incredibly powerful blow from the demon. As there was no way to dodge, Fong began to smile and said that the demon was really crazy to think that he had won. The ground beneath the demon's feet began to crumble. It turned out the protagonist was only pretending to attack, and prepared this trap, where there was a huge amount of pills under the ground. A moment later, there was an incredibly powerful explosion. The demon started screaming in pain and his body was covered in flames, while Fong was preparing to finish off the enemy. But a moment later, the protagonist himself missed the attack from his enemy. Fong was printed in a barrier of vines at a great speed, while the prince continued to cry, because he realized that if the protagonist died, he would be finished. As Fong gripped his weapon tightly, Fong began to look completely different. His body seemed to be overflowing with insane power, which was exactly what he wanted. Fong looked at his opponent with an incredibly creepy look that frightened even the protagonist's ally, namely the prince. Fong instantly jumped up from his seat, after which he began to attack the demon's body at a tremendous speed, not leaving it even the slightest chance to defend itself. A moment later, the demon was sitting on his knees. He did not understand how Fong managed to wound him, while the protagonist began to talk about how he would soon end the life of this nasty creature. The enemy was very much frightened by the aura he felt from the protagonist. He saw in front of him just a terrible creature that had incredible power, against which the demon could not go. Due to fear, the demon tried to attack the protagonist, who was only happy that the enemy was resisting and began to approach him at great speed. Then the demon tried to block the lunge of the protagonist, then was shocked at how much power Fong put into this blow. The demon's defense was instantly broken. Fong continued to strike a huge number of blows without giving the enemy even a chance to counterattack, while the demon realized that the strength of the protagonist has increased many times. Fong prepared to strike hard, and a moment later he attacked the demon with a smile on his face. And then Fong continued to smile. The hero seemed to be fully engaged in this battle, while the demon fell to the ground without giving any sign of life. The protagonist looked at his enemy saying that the demon was just a pathetic rat. The demon opened his eyes and saw the prince, who was instantly scared. The demon grabbed the prince, threatening the protagonist to let go of the sword. Otherwise he would just kill the prince. The protagonist started laughing and saying that he would feel sorry for anyone the demon could take hostage. Then Fong prepared to attack, explaining that anyone past the prince. The demon's head instantly flew off his shoulders at great speed. The prince saw it fall to the ground and was just shocked, while Fong felt just fine. The old man started shouting that the hero was confirming the Qin family's pillar status and that he was able to kill the demon alone, while the prince started shouting that the weapon that fell from that demon should belong to the Yi family. The old man felt a surge of rage, after which he interrogated the prince about what exactly he said about that demon's weapon. The prince started to say that as the representative of the Yi family, he was going to give the weapon to the Qin family as a reward, while the protagonist was surprised that the Earth Mother was still inactive. The old man started talking about how the people were already ready to execute Feng's command plan, and also the old man said that they couldn't understand why the statue continued to just stand still. Fong himself couldn't understand why the statue continued to stand still. He thought that there must be some reason for this behavior. The allies of the protagonist rushed over to him saying that they were happy to see him. They were shocked that Fong had actually managed to single-handedly kill the great demon. Then the man reported that they had already managed to kill most of the demons in the city, and asked the protagonist what they should do next. The protagonist announced that it was time to start the second phase of the plan, thinking that the statue would definitely try to stop them. The protagonist and his men went on the attack with the words that they should use all their strength to defeat the enemy. Fong was as determined as possible, basically like the other members of his squad, while the prince thought that the demon was terrifying, but assumed that Mother Earth possessed even greater strength. The prince also thought that Fong was in front of him, and the first blow would definitely hit him. Suddenly something happened behind the prince that shocked him. The prince did not understand what was happening, for a huge wall had appeared behind them, while Fong began to say that it was the measures of the Earth Mother, and that it was the first step by which she was simply trying to cut off the way back for them. At that time, demons that used bows instantly appeared and instantly targeted the protagonist's squad. The girl was worried that their position was much worse than the demons who could just shoot them. At that time, Fong said that although the demons did not have a mind, the Mother Earth could direct their actions. At that time the girl was surprised that the enemy had such a mind. Suddenly they began to hear someone's footsteps. It turned out that they were demons, who were behind the back of the protagonist, after which they were instantly killed by a single movement of the sword of the protagonist. The bodies of the enemies began to fall on the cold ground. Fong began to tell his allies that their enemy can use the earth to bring demons directly to them. The girl at that time thought that she used to think her strength was the greatest among the younger generation, but looking at the protagonist she realized that she was too proud. As Fong spoke to all the soldiers with all his might, he told them that this battle would be more difficult to deal with the enemy than before. While a huge number of demons began to approach them, Fong asked his subordinates if they were ready to fight, and all of them said they were. They began to move towards their enemies, after which the protagonist gave an order, namely that the guys to deal with the little demons as soon as possible. The battle began, in which the guys fought the demons with all their might to clear the way for the protagonist. At that time, Fong continued his movement, trusting all the enemies on the way to his allies. At that time, Fong found himself surrounded by demon archers who were ready to take a shot. Fong instantly asked his pet to make the enemies leave him alone, after which the enemies were instantly pierced by the vines of the protagonist's pet. The vines began to form a bridge to the main enemy, namely the Earth Mother, after which Fong began to talk about going to the enemy first, while the girl asked the guy to be careful. The protagonist began to instantly approach the enemy, saying that it was time for her to wake up, because the guests were approaching her very quickly. At that time, the other girl was surprised that the hero had already gone to the main enemy, while the other girl began to say that they need to take care of other things. After that, they prepared to fight the huge number of demons that surrounded them, while Fong approached his enemy's head, after which the enemy instantly opened its mouth, and Fong flew straight into the creature's mouth. The protagonist was amazed that there was a huge number of hands reaching for him inside. Fong himself was trapped by the huge creature. Then he lost consciousness, and when he came to, he found himself in an incredibly strange space filled with a huge number of plants. Fong was shocked at how rare the herbs he saw in this place were, for some of them were just incredibly rare. Fong continued to look at the huge number of very rare herbs, after which the protagonist instantly came to his senses, realizing that he had just been swallowed by the enemy, and tried to understand where he was. Suddenly, a voice was heard which said that Fong was really inside the monster's body, after which the enemy in a new form greeted the protagonist. Fong instantly prepared for battle, asking what the enemy was up to, while thinking about the fact that he couldn't sense the creature. The enemy began to say that he did not intend to carry out stealth attacks, and also began to say that he would like to cooperate with the protagonist. Fong became more serious as he couldn't understand the motives of his enemy, who said he wanted to cooperate. The enemy began to say that all the plants the protagonist sees are just her gifts. The protagonist said that the plants are indeed too luxurious a gift, because even the strongest people would want such plants. While the girl said that all her words were sincere and asked if Fong wanted to know more, the protagonist reminded her that the big demon was also an ally of the girl, and then she stood still when he killed him and how such a person could be trusted. Suddenly the throne began to appear, after which the girl began to say that she had already resurrected him, and tried to explain her behavior by saying that her mercy had run out. She sat on the throne and began to talk about the fact that the hero was able to kill the demon, and added that Fong was more suitable for the role of her ally. She began to talk about the fact that the hero will get not only plants, but all the demons in the capital retreat with her, which will make the protagonist a real hero in the eyes of other people. She also started talking about giving demons as subordinates to the protagonist to do his bidding, and then she started approaching with the words that Fong would only have to help her rise to the top of the demon clan in gratitude. While she was thinking about the fact that there was some familiar power in the body of the protagonist, she thought about the fact that the demon's life was definitely worth it to gain the protagonist's trust. She hugged the protagonist, while thinking that once the protagonist's level advances to the realm of the void, then he as a fetus would be completely ready. At the same time, the protagonist said with a pitying look in his eyes that he felt sick the moment the girl touched him. After that, the guy started smiling with words that he was really interested in the girl's plan. The protagonist thought that if he could really get what the girl promised, no one else would dare to oppose them, because they would even be able to compete with the Yi family. The girl started talking about how excited she was, and was about to do the first step, which was to mold Fong into a hero. It was at this moment that they came up with a superb performance. Under the gazes of all the people, the protagonist was easily able to decapitate the Earth Mother, after which the allies were incredibly happy that they had won, while the other people watching were thinking about the protagonist's feat. After all, at this very moment, everyone was witnessing the birth of a great hero. It was late in the evening at the Qin family's family estate. The protagonist was having a drink with the other members of the Qin family, and the grandmother said about how Fong was indeed a true genius. The head was also shocked that the protagonist managed to defeat 2 Void Realm monsters in a row, while Fong immediately confessed that he didn't kill the Mother Earth, which instantly surprised the guys. Grandma wondered what exactly Fong was planning to do. The head said that if the hero's words were true, their clan would quickly become the leader, while the old man wondered if the demons would really honor the contract. While the protagonist began to say that he was going to take control of the Mother Earth, the grandmother began to say that if Fong had a plan, she would not say anything else, and then she also began to say that the hero should rest well because tomorrow he was going to be in trouble. The protagonist didn't understand what was going to happen at the award ceremony. While Grandma said that the old fox wasn't planning to give awards to the protagonist just like that. Grandma asked if the protagonist knew about the Mountain Ghost clan, and the guy instantly confessed that he had fought them and thought they were definitely not weak. The grandmother started talking about how the mountain ghosts were gaining more and more power and assumed that the protagonist would be forced to fight them. This surprised the other men. After the masters rebuilt the main hall, they finally began to discuss merit. The emperor honored the protagonist with the highest award, but gave him nothing after that. Then the emperor began to issue a new order. He started talking about how they were being attacked by the mountain ghosts and that they were harming them. Then he instantly started lifting from the throne and saying that they should fight back. Then added that he was ordering the protagonist to go and conquer the mountain ghosts. People were talking about how the ghost clan was too strong and they were worried that the hero might die, while Fong started talking about how he could easily destroy the mountain ghosts and he accepts the emperor's order. The hero was sitting with the guys from the other clans who were hoping to celebrate with the hero's victory for a few days, and he has to go on a mission again. At that time, the protagonist started talking about how if he wins, their country will become much more stable. Fong started to say that if he failed, his family's strength would drop significantly. Then he began to say that the emperor considers the Qin family weak and will continue to try to suppress them. While Fong began to smile, saying that he will use the opportunity he got to make the Qin family even stronger. A while later, the protagonist along with a huge army set off. While the prince began to tell his father that if the protagonist could win again, the Qin family's reputation would be higher than theirs. The emperor began to say that the Mountain Ghost clan had a huge number of people who had reached the void level. He believed that Fong had no chance of getting out of this mission alive. The prince began to say that if the enemies really had such strong masters, it would be a problem for them as well. The emperor started talking about how they just need the protagonist to buy them enough time, and the prince assumed that the emperor was going to break through to the realm of the void. The emperor thought that he would indeed make a breakthrough soon, but he was very worried that their enemies had somehow learned how to raise people who had achieved the power of the void realm. At that time, 200 kilometers from the empire's borders. The girl wondered what the protagonist was reading, and he said he was studying history. The protagonist thought that the ancestors of the enemies had once tried to split the country. He also said that all the records of the mountain ghosts had been erased, and it was very scary. The protagonist wanted to check the information in the pavilion, while something flashed over the protagonist's head. After which he instantly woke up the entire cast with the words that they were being attacked by mountain ghosts. The enemies were quickly approaching the protagonist's team on a monster. The soldier tried to escape from the huge bird that was controlled by the enemy, while Fong saw such a picture and got angry, after which he instantly neutralized the enemy who was using the animal. Fong instantly prepared to deliver a fatal blow, then killed the enemy pet. The protagonist began to tell his men that the monsters used by the enemies were level 1 Grandmaster, and that they should prioritize attacking them. While the soldiers were fiercely fighting the enemies, the protagonist noticed one of the enemies who had a higher level than the others and assumed that he was their leader. Fong instantly began to approach at a great speed with the supposed leader of this attack, then instantly jumped to a great height to reach the enemy. Fong found himself right in front of the enemy and prepared to finish him off with a single blow, but suddenly the enemy's pet grabbed the sword of the protagonist with its beak, after which Fong had to retreat so as not to get a counterattack. The enemy began to shout that the protagonist simply could not defeat his pet. At that time Fong didn't understand why the enemy thought his pet was special. Then he summoned his own. Vines instantly appeared from a crack in the ground, then incredibly quickly grabbed the entire body of the enemy, and also the pet. Fong was right in front of the enemy, and was preparing to finish him off with the words that the enemy was too weak. Fong put his sword to the enemy's throat and asked the enemy whether he would choose to talk to him or die. At that time, the girl reported to the protagonist that they had already defeated all the mountain ghosts, and said that they had taken them alive. The enemy couldn't believe his ears. He didn't understand why the protagonist didn't kill them. Fong began to say that with this action he only wants to say that the life of the entire team of enemies in his hands, and suggested that the leader certainly does not want everyone in his team to die. The protagonist offered to just talk, and then promised that he wouldn't hurt the enemies if he did. A while later, they were sitting in another place, and Fong asked if the people belonged to the Mountain Ghost clan. The enemy with a saddened look said that they were. He started talking about how their group was elite and that they all had the level of a grandmaster. The protagonist began to talk about what he knew, which was that they kicked out the Mountain Ghost clan for trying to split the country. The protagonist also noticed that only the Yi family had records of some sort of feud with the Mountain Ghost clan. Fong assumed that the Mountain Ghost clan had simply lost the power struggle to the Yi family, which amazed the man because the protagonist was able to figure it out for himself. The man started to say that it was like that, and the Yi family was just deceiving everyone. Fong began to say that the man could leave with his men, which the man could not believe. The protagonist said he did, and then confessed that he had gotten everything he needed. The protagonist's squad arrived at the border fortress, while there were no people on the walls at all. The man began to complain about the fact that no one was guarding the place while the hero was thinking about something. Suddenly, a man ran up and instantly greeted General Fong. The protagonist instantly kicked the guy with his foot, asking why he was the only one who came out to greet him. The protagonist with a creepy look warned that if the entire cast wasn't assembled within an hour, he would simply confiscate their pills. The guy instantly started to leave, thinking that the new commander was completely ruthless. The girl talked about how the military discipline of this place is so weak that it will be hard for them to defend it, while the man complained that this place is just trash. The protagonist talked about how this place has never fallen after its founding. He also added that these people definitely have something. The men gathered and looked disgruntled, while the protagonist thought that they definitely lacked brains. One of the soldiers started yelling about how some boy dared to take their pills, while Fong started saying that as punishment for the soldiers not obeying he was going to beat them with a whip. The guy started yelling about how he was a second-level grandmaster, and the protagonist just wouldn't be able to beat him. A moment later, he received a whip right in the face, and then fell to the ground without realizing how the protagonist did it. Without letting the guy come to his senses, the hero tied his neck with the whip, then instantly pulled him to himself under the words of the man that although the soldiers know about what happened in the capital, but do not know who solved the problem. While the hero was strangling the freak, the man talked about how the protagonist had killed a great demon in the realm of the void, and he was a great hero. The military was shocked, because they had heard that the protagonist's team was able to save half of the capital's population, while the hero assumed that the cocky guy belonged to the Yi family. Fong started talking about how he had a terrible relationship with the Yi family and that the guy was now in his hands. The squad leader instantly fell to his knees and began to apologize for his deputy, saying that despite his shortcomings he had served the country faithfully. The protagonist looked at the man and assumed that he was one of the leaders. Then Fong put his foot on the guy's body, then said that if the commander could defeat him he would spare this guy from the Yi family. The protagonist thought that the military has a huge discipline problem, so he decided to take this opportunity to scare the military and let them know who is the boss in this place. The commander instantly started running towards the protagonist. He was a level 3 grandmaster, and was instantly behind Feng's back, apologizing in advance for what he was about to do. While the protagonist just disappeared right in front of the enemy, then looked contemptuously in his direction, and began to say that the enemy is too slow, which shocked him, but he instantly tried to attack again, after which Fong slightly pushed him with his foot, and the enemy bounced a great distance away surprised by the strength of the protagonist, after which the commander used a smoke screen, and the surrounding area rose very dense smoke, through which nothing could be seen. The enemy thought that the hero would not be able to cope with such a trick, while right in front of the commander's face appeared the hand of the protagonist, who instantly grabbed it wondering that the military man thought that such a smoke screen could interfere with his vision. The enemy could not believe the difference between their forces, because he thought that such a thing is simply not possible, while Fong threw the commander of this poison away, which shocked all the military present. The girl started talking about how the military had lost according to the previously established rules, after which she said that she had taken all the pills they had stored in the warehouse. Fong looked at these pills while thinking that they were complete garbage. Fong announced to all the military that the punishment for laziness and disobedience from now on would be like this, but in return if the squad behaved well the hero promised good pills, which shocked the people. They didn't believe that Fong could really supply them with such high-quality pills. Fong started shouting that he only had 2 requests for the military, and that was to obey his orders. The protagonist then confidently said that the military should try to get as many battle honors as possible, and promised that he would generously reward those who tried. The military began to say that Fong simply could not give them such pills, and thought that he was just promising them a golden mountain. Suddenly, one of the soldiers said that he had heard the hero's name, and told everyone that the protagonist was a 6th-grade alchemist. Everyone listened attentively to the guy's words that Fong would actually be able to give them high-grade pills. The soldiers instantly bowed down to Fong, saying that they were willing to follow him. The girl thought about the hero carrying out a great strategy of first intimidating and then giving benefits to people. The girl was worried that it would take a lot of effort for such a huge number of people. At that time, Fong said that she, as his main apprentice, would have to do it all by herself, which shocked the girl. While one of the military men was smiling grimly at the protagonist. The military discussed the fact that the protagonist turned out to be a tyrant, and also talked about the fact that he also offers them incredible pills. The military man instantly preceded the protagonist's order that they should all gather, and the guys were worried that one of them had left. A little while later, night fell. The guards were standing on the warthog and could not help themselves from falling asleep, while the unknown man was sneaking right through them. He was easily able to jump over the wall without being seen. At the time the girl was watching carefully, she thought about the fact that there were spies of the mountain people in this army. She watched as the spy left the area and most likely went before his kin. He moved at great speed through the forest, then instantly arrived in the mountain ghost country, and continued on his way. One of the lads was surprised that the spy had come so early, and inquired why so. At the time, the spy was talking about having something very important to report to their leader. He found himself right in front of the leader of this clan and kneeled down. Then he started talking about how the protagonist was an incredible threat to them. The clan leader was saying that after the report they should discuss how they should deal with the protagonist. One of the clan heads started yelling that they should kill the hero before he gets any stronger, while the other clan head started saying that they should lure the guys into the depths and then ambush them. Suddenly a dagger plunged into the flying bug, as the man said that he alone could easily defeat the protagonist. Two of the heads refrained from saying anything about the protagonist. The leader began to tell his subordinates that he would go on the attack the next day. He also asked the old man for his opinion, and he simply said that he was not going to interfere with the chapter's tactics. The old man began to leave with the words that the most important thing is that the boys succeeded in taking the fortress. The girl at the time reported to the protagonist that the spy arrived in this place 4 years ago, and then the girl began to say that if the enemy learns of their actions they will be able to take countermeasures in advance. Fong started to say that this was what he needed. He planned to fully see the power of the Void Realm Masters. At that time, the enemies started their attack. They had an incredibly huge army. At that time, the military began to sound the alarm. Fong looked at the enemies and thought that their clan was really impatient. Fong went down to the soldiers and told them to act according to the plan. Then the guys stood together and prepared for the coming battle. The armies found themselves facing each other. They stood and looked at each other waiting for the great battle to begin. One of the enemy squad leaders offered the protagonist to fight one-on-one. The soldiers said that the enemy was at least at level 5 of the Great Master, and had a pet perhaps even stronger than him. The enemy looked completely confident. He thought that he could easily defeat the hero, while Fong easily agreed to the proposal to fight one-on-one, which surprised the soldiers. The enemy was confident that the protagonist was a loser who had just entered the realm of the Great Master, and thought that he could easily kill him. The enemy instantly moved towards the protagonist who prepared for battle. Fong started smiling thinking about the enemy's self-confidence. Then he instantly went to attack the enemy's pet. Fong instantly pierced the body of the huge pet with his sword. Then the enemy was actually left alone with the protagonist, who threw the breathless body of the enemy's pet to the ground. The main character's soldiers were shocked at how Fong quickly defeated one of his opponents, while Fong looked with disdain in his eyes at the enemy, and said that he didn't even count as an appetizer. The enemy began to instantly run away and beg for the hero to keep him alive, while Fong instantly nailed the man to the ground with tremendous force. Fong began to tell his soldiers that he had captured the enemy leader, and ordered them to advance. The soldiers instantly began to carry out the main character's order. The soldiers instantly crossed their swords, after which a great battle began. the enemies were panicking and losing the battle, because of which they planned to flee, because their commander had already lost. The girl reported to the protagonist that the enemy's defense line collapsed in an instant, and a huge number of soldiers just fled into the forest. The protagonist was happy that everything went according to plan and told everyone to continue to act strictly according to his plan. The girl launched a firework into the sky, which illuminated a huge part of the sky. The soldiers started talking about how they needed to stop the chase and start executing the plan. It turns out that last night before the battle, the protagonist summoned all the heads of the groups, and then began to talk about how the forest was a haven for mountain ghosts. So Fong ordered the mountain to be set on fire. The soldier began to talk about how there were some plants in this place that they were obligated to give to the Yi family in the capital, while the protagonist began to talk about how one should be able to prioritize and protecting one's land was more important than the Yi family's tribute. The soldier began to say that they also tried to explain this issue to the emperor, but he wouldn't listen to them, while Fong asked the soldier to stop saying that he is now in charge of the place, and they should follow his orders, which is why he said that as soon as the signal comes, the soldiers should start burning the mountain. And so this plan was devised and announced. At that time, a huge amount of forest was on fire. The protagonist thought that the enemies did not want to come out. They were preparing traps hoping to catch Fong, who was sure that the enemies either come out or burn to ashes. Suddenly the enemy army started coming out of the forest on their animals. One of the enemies started shouting that he would fight and they would win. The military man began to say that everything was going according to plan, because when the enemies were trapped in a dead end, they had no options left but to fight. The soldier began shouting for the soldiers to take up defensive positions, and the soldiers instantly obeyed the order. The enemies couldn't break through the defense of the protagonist's soldiers, while Fong started shouting to the enemies to attack if they wanted to take his life. While approaching the line of battle, Fong instantly attacked a huge number of enemies who were unable to put up any resistance. Fong stood in the middle surrounded by a huge number of bodies of his enemies. The squad leader didn't know what to do because the protagonist was too strong, while the other squad leader started to say that they should retreat as soon as possible, saying that they saw the power of the protagonist, which was beyond all limits. Guy asked the other head how they would justify their catastrophic defeat to the protagonist. He replied that he would put a war promise if he couldn't kill the hero on the second try. He himself would personally commit suicide. The squad leader spoke with a smile on his face that the protagonist was much more interesting than he had imagined. While Fong realized that the enemies didn't intend to fight anymore, the protagonist ordered the soldiers to continue advancing, and after they could reach the top of the mountain, they were to start building defenses. The protagonist announced that when he was away, the girl was to lead the army, while the man was to help her, and the protagonist added that they should immediately punish anyone who showed disobedience. The girl did not understand what the hero wanted to do, and he confessed that he was almost ready to make a breakthrough. The guys were shocked at the speed of the protagonist's growth, because last time he broke through after defeating a great demon, while Fong started to say that the moment they get the Herbsy monster, they should also prepare for the breakthrough. The guys thanked the protagonist. A while later, Fong sat alone and his aura surrounded his body. He thought about the fact that the enemies had at least 4 Void Realm Masters, and that he needed to gain strength as soon as possible. Fong instantly made a breakthrough to level 2 Grandmaster, after which Fong began to undress thinking that in his past life, he didn't remember anything about mountain ghosts, and he wondered how they appeared. The protagonist thought that the Emperor, just like him, didn't know much about the enemies and just used him as a bargaining chip to get more data. The protagonist began to think that there might be some incredible power behind the enemy clan. For several days, the mountain ghosts did not cause any inconvenience. Taking advantage of the time, the protagonist helped his men to make a breakthrough. The protagonist also delivered the pills that his pavilion had prepared. The protagonist stood with his warriors who were fully prepared for the coming battle. While the other side raised their flags, they had also finished their military preparations and were moving towards the protagonist with a huge army. All the enemies were moving towards the protagonist's fortress. Suddenly, one soldier noticed something in the sky, then instantly received several arrows in his body and screamed in pain. Another soldier instantly raised the alarm, for they were being attacked by the enemy. The soldiers instantly began to gather, for they needed to confront their enemies. The head of the enemy squad began to say that now it was time for them to start a real battle, after which a large number of people prepared to shoot from the bow, while one of the soldiers ordered the others not to panic and realize their strategy. The soldiers instantly grabbed their bows. There was a strange thing on the arrowhead that emitted black smoke. Then they attacked with a huge number of arrows to their enemies, and a thick fog began to spread across the surface of the sky. The enemy started talking about the protagonist using useless tactics against him, and suddenly a huge number of explosions started appearing in the sky. The enemy couldn't believe that the protagonist had figured out how to use the bomb against them. While Fong stood on the wall and watched carefully, he asked about the man's situation, and he began to say that the bombs worked just fine, as they needed. The protagonist looked at the battlefield and said that they had already managed to destroy the formation of the enemy wind group, and assumed that soon other troops would appear. A moment later, there was an explosion, after which the enemies who were going to win this war in every possible way began to emerge from the hole in the rock. The protagonist started talking about how he needed brave soldiers to help him take the enemy general's head off. While the enemy used some strange power, he controlled the rocks so that there was a direct path over the wall, while the protagonist was surprised that the enemy was actually able to control the rock to build a bridge. The enemy general instantly ordered the soldiers to capture the fortress and kill everyone inside, and the soldiers instantly started to carry out the order, while the protagonist grabbed his sword and prepared to attack this bridge. Suddenly, someone was able to stop the protagonist's attack and prevented him from destroying the bridge, causing a huge number of enemies to come closer and closer to the protagonist's soldiers. The protagonist was physically stronger than his opponent, which said that Fong after this battle will definitely come to an end. The enemy instantly tried to attack the hero with his dagger, while Fong easily knocked the enemy's weapon out of his hands, saying that the enemy was too arrogant. Then he instantly attacked the enemy's body, and blood instantly rushed from the wound. The enemy started flying from the protagonist, who instantly struck the bridge with his sword, causing it to start collapsing. The protagonist began to say that he knew that the enemies would attack stealthily, and that he had prepared, and the bridge was destroyed so that the enemies would not even have a chance to come down. The soldiers of the protagonist began to win the battle against the enemies, while the enemy air forces suffered losses from bomb blasts. The protagonist, with a confident look, declared that as long as he was in this place, this fortress would never fall. The enemy began shouting that he would definitely finish off the protagonist, after which huge monsters appeared and were ordered to finish off the protagonist. One of them instantly attacked the guy at a tremendous speed. The enemy was sure of victory because this monster was known for its incredible poison, and he assumed that the hero will completely dissolve in the poison. While the protagonist was out of sight, and a moment later the monster fell to the ground, spitting out a huge amount of his blood, which surprised the enemy. Fong was surprised that they tried to kill him with a pitiful pet not even in the realm of the void, while the enemy could not understand how the protagonist managed to kill his pet so easily. Suddenly the guys noticed a movement of air. It turned out that it was the head of another squad, who apologized to the guy for the fact that his air squad was completely defeated. The enemy began to shout that they need to unite forces to defeat the protagonist, and together they entered the battle. One of the monsters attacked the enemy with feathers and sent them towards the protagonist, while Fong retreated a bit surprised that the feathers were incredibly sharp. The enemy started shouting that Fong would definitely not be able to withstand the onslaught of two mountain ghost captains, and then prepared to attack. Fong instantly felt a rush of pain, then quickly fell to his knees without realizing what was happening. While the enemy was right next to Fong and leaned the knife against his throat saying that he would take the protagonist's head as a trophy, suddenly Fong began to dissolve into thin air. The enemy did not understand why the protagonist just started to disappear, while the protagonist was surprised that the enemy was so interested in fighting with the residual image, which shocked the enemy. The second enemy instantly attacked with his bow, assuming that the protagonist was now very vulnerable, while Fong easily caught the arrow flying at him, then instantly prepared to send it flying back. Then the guy threw the arrow with all his might towards his enemy, who was instantly wounded by his own arrow without realizing how this could be possible. The enemy was ready to attack. He thought that it was just a great opportunity to kill the protagonist. Then the hand of the hero instantly touched the enemy's face, and the enemy in a split second was sealed to the ground with great force. The enemy didn't understand how this was possible. His whole body felt terrible pain, while Fong said that the enemy was too weak to fight him. While the other enemy couldn't believe that the protagonist was such a strong opponent. All the opponents had suffered a huge setback in this battle, they had lost to the protagonist dryly. The enemy could not believe that his group was completely destroyed. He instantly jumped on his pet, thinking that he needed to escape from this hell as soon as possible. Then he instantly began to try to fly away. The protagonist noticed this and looked at the enemy, then instantly jumped from his seat at a great speed, flying towards the enemy. And being in the air, Fong struck a lightning-fast blow directly at the pet of the enemy, then landed on the head of the bird, causing it to fall to the ground at a great speed, leaving a crater in it from the force of his fall. The enemy was on the verge of death, and mumbled something about the battle being over, and they had suffered a complete defeat to the protagonist. The girl started running towards the protagonist, reporting that they had defeated the enemy with almost no soldiers lost. The protagonist began to say that now it is left to find 2 mountain ghosts of the Kingdom of Emptiness and hand them over to the court. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the protagonist's back, which made the guy instantly look in the direction where the old man from the clan of mountain men had appeared. The enemy instantly finished off his subordinate right in front of the protagonist's eyes. The enemy lay without giving any signs of life, while the enemy stood and seemed to take no action. The protagonist instantly summoned his pet, which very quickly created a barrier over the other enemy's body, and blocked the attack of the strange old man who was trying to kill his own men. The enemy was surprised that the protagonist was able to block his attack. He thought that Fong really turned out to be incredibly talented. Suddenly there were soldiers of the protagonist, who were raring to fight to protect Fong from the enemy. They instantly surrounded the old man, and prepared to attack him all together. As the old man began to talk about how the guys should consider this day to be their lucky day, the old man instantly began to fall under the ground, shocking all the soldiers who didn't realize what was happening, while the enemy said that the hero should continue to fight, and then finally said that he will definitely destroy not only this fortress but all the teachings of days. After that, the protagonist sat the enemy in front of him and began to interrogate him. The enemy didn't understand why Fong had saved him and used expensive pills to bring him back to normal. The protagonist started talking about how the old man wanted to kill the guy very badly, then asked the guy to prove that he could be useful. The protagonist said that the old man was a master of the Void Realm, and suggested that he was the real leader of the mountain ghosts. The enemy felt terrible because they trusted this man, and he treated them as pawns, and then he decided to tell the protagonist. He began to say that the old man was a representative from the Celestial Temple, which was officially their ally. He began to talk about how the old man had shown them a lot of friendliness in helping them break through to the realm of the void. He talked about how the man's power was unfathomable. The guy started yelling that this was how their clan was becoming more and more dependent on this old man, and when they noticed it, it was too late, and they just couldn't disobey this man. The protagonist was surprised that the place named Heavenly Temple was as important as the Moon Palace. The protagonist thought that the Celestial Temple was a place where all aspects were developed to incredible levels and they had a colossal amount of secrets. The protagonist realized that the Celestial Temple had raised the mountain ghosts as puppets and then sent them as cannon fodder to take over the fortifications. The protagonist realized that the old man's main goal was to create an entire puppet dynasty. Fong touched the guy's shoulder, then looked him in the eyes and proposed a deal. While the head of the mountain ghosts was surprised at the old man's words that all the units sent out had been defeated, and the old man said that was the case. One of the squad leaders started shouting that if they had let him go, they would have won the war long ago. The old man said that a man would actually go this time, and he hoped he could win, while the man promised that he would bring his men the head of the protagonist. The next day all the warriors gathered at the order of the protagonist. They were preparing to strike back at the Mountain Ghost clan and destroy them. The army of the protagonist moved according to the instructions of the prisoner who helped them with the route. After a long journey, the protagonist's army finally reached the territory of the Mountain Ghosts. The enemies instantly prepared to attack. They wanted to avenge the protagonist for the death of their comrades. The protagonist started shouting that the enemy had launched their attack, and said that this was their last battle, and the one who would show great achievements would receive just a huge amount of pills. The soldiers were incredibly happy with such words. They were going to fight with all their might. While the protagonist began to approach the enemies with his incredibly motivated army. Suddenly Fong noticed a very bright light that was in the distance. It turned out to be a huge egg, which in just a few moments was very close to the protagonist, after which it instantly hit the ground, causing a huge number of soldiers to be injured. The egg instantly opened, and it turned out to be an incredibly strong pet, as well as its owner, who said that he intends to fight the protagonist. The enemy launched an incredibly strong attack with the words that if Fong did not show up, he would simply destroy his entire army. After that, a huge number of soldiers fell under the influence of the enemy's technique and were on a hair's breadth from death. The enemy was incredibly happy about what he saw before his eyes, while the protagonist appeared right above his head, and with the words that he would give death to his enemy, he prepared to attack. Fong attacked, but the enemy was able to dodge this lunge. He then jumped and was behind the protagonist's back. The enemy then began to rejoice that Fong had finally arrived. The enemy began to shout that it was today that the protagonist would die. The enemy covered his weapon with flames. Then, emitting a huge amount of fire, he began to say that he is the strongest among the heads of the squad. The enemy began to move towards the protagonist at a great speed, going to make a strong lunge. While Fong blocked this incredible attack, the protagonist could not cope with the pressure of attacks from his enemy, because the sword of the enemy was too hot, and it had a bad effect on the hero. The enemy began to shout that the weapon of the protagonist was really not bad, since it could withstand so many blows from the sword of this man. The hero was instantly behind the back of his enemy, preparing to check the attack with the words that the enemy is too much talk. Suddenly, the protagonist's blow went through the enemy, after which the flames began to approach Fong under the words of the enemy that it was just his explosive illusion. The enemy watched from afar as the explosion was about to happen. A moment later, the battleground was completely covered in dense flames from the huge explosion. The enemy began to laugh, and declared that any man who met his flames would instantly turn to ash, and a moment later he received an incredibly fast sword strike right on his back. The enemy immediately looked back, not realizing what had just happened, while the protagonist was surprised that the enemy actually believed he was so easy to deal with. The enemy didn't understand how the protagonist managed to survive his blow, while the protagonist started talking about how the fire pill meant nothing to people who don't understand alchemy. The enemy began to cough up his own blood, then began to smile with the words that the hero had managed to awaken his fighting spirit. Suddenly Fong instantly found himself right in front of his opponent, wondering if the enemy in such a state really believed that he could fight. The protagonist instantly struck both the enemy and his pet with an incredibly strong blow, saying that the man was not worthy to do battle with him. The enemy instantly fell to the ground, splattering everything around him with his blood, while the protagonist looked at the corpse of his defeated enemy with contempt. At that time, the old man watching the battle couldn't believe that Fong was so strong. He became angry and decided that he could only rely on himself to fight the protagonist. He instantly attacked the protagonist, saying that it was time for Fong to accept his fate, while the protagonist instantly reacted to his opponent's lunge and blocked it safely. Fong was surprised that the old man couldn't stay still, and then the protagonist instantly sent his enemy flying with a single sword movement. The old man landed on the ground, not realizing what was happening. The enemy became angry at the protagonist for daring to spoil his plans, and promised that this very day Fong would definitely die on this battlefield. The enemy instantly launched a huge number of fireballs towards the protagonist, who summoned his pet, which immediately created a wall of vines that could protect Fong from the fire attack. The enemy didn't realize how such a thing was possible and what kind of monster he was fighting, while the protagonist assumed that it was a secret technique of the old man's palace, while mocking the enemy's strength. The enemy instantly became furious. He began to shout that he was a great man who had opened and expanded the territory for his palace, then began to attack again. While Fong stopped the enemy's attack and ordered his pet to act, and he instantly tied the old man in his vines, which shocked the enemy, because he was at such a high level he couldn't even move. Fong asked if the old man had any last words, while the enemy got even angrier, and then said that because of the protagonist he would have to use the secret weapon of his sect. And then blue aura flashes appeared from the old man's body, which carried the daggers at a great speed towards the protagonist. Fong instantly used his pet's vines to defend against this attack. While the attack easily penetrated the pet's vines without slowing down, the protagonist was shocked by the power of this attack and didn't seem to know what to do. Then at the last moment Fong was able to dodge the attack, while the sword started to return to the enemy, who was able to free himself from the protagonist's trap, saying that he didn't expect to have to use his last resort. The old man began to say that as soon as he used this technique, his enemy would be finished. While the protagonist was surprised that this man's trump card was some kind of flying sword, the old man began to talk about how he was the only reason the people of the Void Realm appeared in the Mountain Ghost clan, and then with a crazy look, he began to talk about how he himself was a true second-level master of the Void Realm. The protagonist recognized that his opponent was indeed stronger than those he had fought before, but he was confident thanks to his blade. The enemy started shouting that the protagonist would definitely not be able to resist this attack, after which the old man started his strike, and 3 blades started flying towards the protagonist, who instantly repelled the enemy's attack with his sword, destroying the enemy's swords. Fong was completely confident in his strength, and was surprised that the enemy piously believed in his victory. While the old man didn't understand how his incredibly strong swords could be destroyed, he immediately tried to escape from the protagonist, who immediately started chasing after him and after a moment caught up with his enemy and struck him with a powerful blade strike. While the enemies couldn't believe what had just happened, as the strongest man on their side had just fallen from the blade of the protagonist. While the allies were incredibly happy that they had won this battle. With the death of the old man, the mountain ghosts completely lost their hope of victory, at which time the protagonist made an agreement whereby the Qin clan promised to protect the remnants of the mountain ghosts from the Yi clan's attack. The price for the protection was the service of the Qin family, and the heads of the mountain ghosts instantly bowed to the protagonist. The head began to show the place where all the items of the deceased old man were kept, while the protagonist noticed a book lying on the table. The protagonist was surprised to read the title of the book, as it described the style of wielding the demonic blade that the protagonist had. The protagonist assumed that the old man was able to recognize the sword, and wondered if their family had a manual on how to wield it. The protagonist began to look at the book and realized that it was just a fragment, and he was going to make a trip to the Heavenly Palace soon. After the Emperor became aware of the protagonist's victory, he instantly ordered Fong to report to the capital, while the Ghost Clan had to go to the protagonist's city immediately after finishing their business. As the military men said goodbye to the protagonist, they talked about how they were willing to serve Fong again at any time. The man said that they should have received good rewards for the deed they had done, while the protagonist was just hoping that the Emperor would at least stop causing trouble. The protagonist and his men were finally able to return to the capital. The Emperor began to question the protagonist about how exactly he was able to win the battle with the mountain ghosts. He looked directly at the protagonist, who was also looking at the Emperor intently. The Emperor began to inquire about how the protagonist was able to defeat a strong man in the Void Realm, smiling thinking he could embarrass Fong. Fong started talking about how the people of the Void Realm were created thanks to the Celestial Palace pills supplied by the old man. The Emperor was shocked that the Heavenly Palace was involved in all of this, as the power of this place was just at a huge level. The people began to worry because if such a strong opponent came at them with weapons, they would not be able to survive. At that time, the protagonist said that the palace is sure to attack soon, and it's just a matter of time. The people were very scared. They did not know what to do, because they will not be able to win. While the Emperor began to smile, and then began to get up from his throne. He started to say that now was the moment to unite, and said that he had a great idea. The Emperor started shouting that they should gather all their forces to support the Moon Palace. Then he could help them in the battle against the Celestial Palace. The clan heads were shocked after hearing this proposal. The protagonist assumed that the Yi family was now trying to just absorb all the other families. At that time, the Emperor asked the Qin family to provide a huge amount of rare pills. The prince smiled cheekily and said that he would like to sincerely thank the Qin family for their cooperation. At that time, the protagonist thought that because he had raised his family, it was not difficult for them to provide such a large amount of medicine, but he was worried about the other families. After a few days near the Nangong family, a girl began to inquire about the purpose of the prince's visit. The prince started to talk about how the emperor had already issued a decree, while the Nangong family's fulfillment process was too slow. The girl was very angry after hearing those words, while the head started talking about how their robot was too complicated and she asked for a delay for a while. The prince started to say that the Nangong family had to make it in time because it directly affects the security of the country, and then he threatened that if they didn't make it in time, the entire Nangong family would be sent to prison for treason. The prince laughed at the top of his voice and started to leave. At that time, the girl was furious. She was well aware that the Yi family was just trying to enrich themselves on their families. A little while later, the guy asked if the prince came to the girl, and she said that he did and he was just crazy. The protagonist started talking about how if the emperor didn't have power he wouldn't have dared to act like that. Fong assumed that the emperor had managed to break through to the realm of the void. The guys couldn't believe what the protagonist said, while the protagonist said that the Yi family didn't dare to treat them like this before, and the emperor had definitely obtained the strength of the first level of the void realm. This information shocked the guys. They were well aware that if they didn't obey, the emperor would try to annex their families by force. The guys were angry because if they disobeyed, they would die. The girl assumed that the protagonist must have a way to deal with this. The guy also hoped that the protagonist could think of something. While the protagonist began to smile and talk about how it was time for the emperor to give up his throne. A little while later, the protagonist was talking to the girl. He said that the journey would be dangerous and asked if she could handle it. The girl started to leave with the words that she would definitely fulfill the protagonist's plan perfectly, while Fong silently watched the girl leaving. The protagonist thought about the fact that his incredible plan had just begun its fulfillment. The next day, the emperor was informed that the protagonist had arrived. Fong asked what the emperor wanted from him, and he began to tell him that the lunar palace had been attacked and the sacred land had been completely destroyed. The protagonist was surprised and asked if it was an accident. The emperor began to say that the protagonist must go to that place to restore the sacred land. The protagonist began to apologize for not being able to carry out this order, because after creating the pills for the palace, his family's supplies were empty. The emperor started talking about how they needed to return the spiritual lands as soon as possible. The emperor said that as long as the hero was busy restoring the spiritual lands, the Qin family would not need to provide the pills. The emperor also began to say that if Fong did everything right, he would provide excellent rewards. The protagonist began to say that he agreed to help with the emperor's order, while thinking that this was exactly what he wanted. The protagonist immediately gathered his men and set off. The guys discussed that after the hero had traveled and it was time for them to begin preparations. After a few days of traveling, the protagonist and his men arrived at the Moon Palace. Fong sat and ate the dish the girl gave him while the new head of the place moved towards the protagonist. She greeted Fong, who instantly asked him not to waste time on pleasantries and asked to see the affected lands, to which the head told the hero to follow her. At that time, the sacred lands were in total devastation. It seemed they had been completely destroyed. Fong began to say that the culprit knew exactly what he was doing and had destroyed the lands to the ground, whereupon the hero asked if the head knew who could have done such a thing. The girl started yelling that it was definitely the daughter of the previous head of the place, then called her a real villain. The girl complained that although the girl's mother had betrayed the palace, she had kept her alive, and had gotten evil for the good she had done for the girl. The protagonist asked the girl not to worry, and promised to take care of the restoration of these lands. The chapter was incredibly happy, for they had appealed to other masters of alchemy as well, and there was nothing they could do. The main character began to explain that restoring the spiritual land is actually not such an easy thing to do, and asked the head to help get some things. A little while later, Fong was sitting on the ground with a furnace in front of him. Then the protagonist instantly created a flame on his fingertips, then just as quickly began to move the herbs towards the furnace. Fong at this point was thinking that the herbs with the ice element were to be maximally effective in restoring the soil. Fong instantly began to manipulate the herbs he was given, while the head couldn't believe what the protagonist was doing, because anyone who tried to do something like that would freeze to death. While Fong threw all the necessary ingredients back into the furnace, and from there began to come out a huge amount of energy, which instantly made the girl react and turn away. The protagonist notified the girl that he had finished preparing the pill, and it was left to use it to remove the residual poison from the soil. Fong started pouring the pill directly into the poison ground, and the ground instantly began to regenerate and turn green. Everything around him started to look alive. It seemed like the truest miracle had just happened. The girls were shocked by the instantaneous result and the fact that the soil regained all its properties, while the girl realized that the protagonist was the most experienced alchemist in Daza. Fong asked Ms. Fu for her cooperation, as he had just finished only the first step to restore the soil, while Fu said she would do whatever was necessary. A little while later, in the evening, the protagonist was reading a book and asked if the girl had learned anything in the past few days. The girl began to tell him that the emperor was afraid for the treasure, and that's why he had moved the treasure to this place, the palace. She also began to tell that in this place was a huge number of warriors, who were undergoing secret training, and most likely to become the trump card of the emperor. The protagonist was very happy with the information he had just received, and said that very soon they would be able to deal with the emperor. The next day, the protagonist was restoring the land with his girls, when suddenly the head appeared behind the protagonist and started talking about his favorite student, and that Fong could freely order the girl to do whatever he wanted. It seemed the girl was very much frightened. She was trembling in anticipation of what the guy would say. The protagonist began to say that if Mrs. Fu just wanted to kick them out, she could say it directly. Then the guy and his companions began to leave. Fu didn't understand what she had done wrong, and asked the protagonist about it, who turned to her and began to tell her that this so-called student had once annulled their engagement. She instantly looked with anger at her student, who was very much scared and shaking with fear. She instantly clenched her teeth, after which she fell to her knees and started begging Fong for forgiveness, for she had been very foolish before. The protagonist began to leave with his companions under the words that the broken mirror was difficult to repair, and that now Fu would have to rebuild the land on her own. Fu began to ask for forgiveness as the head of this place, after which she promised to give some of the land to the protagonist as a thank you. Fong immediately started smiling after hearing such words, then turned to Fu and started saying that he would continue to do his best for both the emperor and the head of Fu. From that moment, a few more days passed and finally Feng's affairs improved a bit. Fong began to prepare with great enthusiasm to start suppressing the Moon Palace. All the guys were determined for the upcoming battle. They were going to win in an instant. While the protagonist said in a rumor that the emperor dared to want to capture all 4 great families, then he promised that he would never lose to that stupid old man. Suddenly there was a fire in the palace. The head instantly started moving to that place, assuming that Xiaoshuang had come again to destroy the spiritual lands, and she swore that she would kill her. When she arrived at the place where she noticed the smoke, it was the protagonist who started the fire. Fu started to look around, not understanding what had happened, and then asked if Feng Xiaoshuang had seen her. The protagonist turned to the girl and confessed that he had used the fire to attract her attention. She didn't realize what was going on, but suddenly the protagonist's ally stepped out of the shadows at Feng's words that she was his subordinate. Head Fu was angry. She didn't understand why the protagonist was doing all this. While Feng explained that it was the only way he could get into this place and scout out what was going on, the enemy instantly prepared to attack, saying that the protagonist must realize that she was strong. Feng instantly knocked the girl's weapon from her hands, wondering if she believed in her victory. Head Fu began to fly to the ground while her blade flew in the other direction. She was very scared and tried to threaten Feng with who she was, while the guy was approaching her with words about how the emperor was definitely going to make the girl the next warrior of the Void Realm. She started yelling that if she died, the emperor would avenge her death on the protagonist. Feng instantly struck back, saying that fighting the emperor was his goal. Fong began to say that the emperor would soon suffer the same fate. A little while later, the man apologized to the protagonist for missing his ex-wife, while Fong explained that there was no problem as they were leaving for the capital right away. The protagonist began to tell Xiaoshuang that he was finally able to give her back her place, adding that she would one day become the head of the palace. The girl couldn't resist such an act and kissed the protagonist on the cheek, which seemed to surprise the guy. While his ex-wife reached the entrance to the capital, she was very happy about this opportunity, because if she reported to the emperor about the main character's deed, he will definitely end. Behind the back of the girl appeared an arrow, which was in close proximity to her. It turned out that it was an ally of the protagonist, who warned that the girl would not make unnecessary movements. A little while later it was evening and the protagonist arrived in the capital, after which he went inside the building with the words that it was time for them to start the next stage of the plan. The girl asked what they were going to do with the ex-wife of the protagonist, while Fong began to talk about how they had already isolated the whole capital, and that the girl didn't even have a chance to slip away from the guy. She began to beg for mercy, promising that she would serve Fong and that she would never betray him, while the protagonist looked her straight in the eye and said that it was too late for her, because he would never forget what she had done to him. Fong ordered his subordinate to cross the river and finish the girl there, amid her screams and pleas for a second chance. The protagonist asked his allies if the emperor had taken any action towards them, and the girl replied that he had given nothing. Fong started talking about how they should take the emperor by surprise, and asked if the allies were ready. Bai said that his family's entire fighting force was ready for battle, while Nangong said that her family was just as fully prepared for battle. The protagonist announced that right now they would go into battle and overthrow that stupid emperor. It was a dark night outside. Suddenly the emperor felt some annoying, unpleasant feeling. He was instantly informed that the families had united and started attacking the palace. The emperor was furious and was about to enter the battle. He believed that his power could not be resisted. Suddenly, the protagonist threw his weapon towards the enemy, saying that the emperor was mad. The emperor managed to dodge the sudden attack of the protagonist, after which they began to look at each other waiting for the upcoming battle. The emperor was furious, and began to shout that the entire Qin family were fools who had gone against the emperor himself. The enemy launched a furious attack promising to destroy the entire Qin family, while Fong easily dodged the emperor's lunge, who seemed surprised by it. The protagonist instantly counterattacked the emperor with his foot, whereupon the enemy began to fly at a tremendous speed in the direction of the strike, and at the same speed the emperor himself was printed into a pillar. The enemy felt terrible under the words of the hero that the emperor was beaten by a man a whole level below him. The enemy was furious at the words of the protagonist, because he simply could not lose. The enemy began to attack with the words that now he will show a great weapon that can only be controlled by the master of the void. Then he turned to his sword, which after his words began to tremble, and a moment later it was right in the hands of the emperor, who nicknamed this sword Xinghua. The emperor grabbed the hilt of the weapon, after which he immediately attacked the protagonist, who easily blocked his opponent's attack. Fong began to smile, wondering if the emperor really believed that such a small thing would be enough for him to win, while the enemy began to shout that he would definitely finish off the protagonist that day. Then their swords clashed again, but the emperor instantly missed a kick from the protagonist, who said that the emperor was very weak. With his body, the enemy broke through the walls of the room, and already inside he was incredibly angry that he was losing. The protagonist was surprised that the emperor was still hoping for reinforcements to arrive. While the emperor's army was captured by the protagonist's men, the enemy continued to rampage. He refused to believe Feng's words, and was about to attack. The protagonist with incredible speed pierced his enemy, saying that this time it was definitely the end. The enemy broke through the concrete wall with his body, and then he was in the building, and it seems he was able to survive the attack of the protagonist. Fong didn't understand what was going on and how the emperor was able to survive, while the enemy started shouting that he was wearing a large demon armor, then grabbed his clothes and removed them from his body, showing the protagonist the demonic armor. The enemy believed that the protagonist was unable to break through it. The protagonist was angry at his enemy, because with this armor, the demon would be able to subdue the emperor's body and rise again sooner or later. The emperor began to shout that some demon will never subdue him, and then he began to emit a frightening aura, saying that today the hero and his family will definitely be destroyed. The emperor prepared to strike an incredibly strong blow directly at the protagonist, and a moment later it happened. The blow was incredibly powerful, while Fong tried to block this enormous power with his sword. Virag began to turn into a demon and shouted that he felt his incredible power. The emperor was sure of his victory. The protagonist began to complain that he was sorry that turning into a demon was only adding to the emperor's strength. A moment later, Feng's vines appeared around the emperor, and the emperor himself, who had gotten the demonic power, was trapped, and began to shout that he would not be held back by any plant. As Virag began to look more like a demon and shouted that he would definitely become even stronger, the protagonist prepared to attack, saying that humanity had always fought demons, and Fong was going to send the emperor to the grave so that he would not disgrace the human people. The protagonist instantly launched an incredibly strong attack that released a huge amount of energy. The allies were shocked that it was snowing outside at such a time. They were worried about whether or not the hero could win, although they knew in their hearts that Fong had won the battle. The emperor, on the verge of death, approached the protagonist with the words that he knew that Fong was using the Lo Sheng sword, and then he began to say with a pitiful look that he had the second part of the manual on the use of this weapon, and he asked the hero to leave the Yi family members alive, and he would share the location of this technique. The protagonist just looked at the dying emperor, and then sighed with the words that it was clear to him. The protagonist began to leave the scene of the battle, leaving the emperor to die, because he had only seconds to live. After that, the Yi family and Situ's family began to be checked, after which the culprits were executed, leaving the women and children who were no longer a threat. The position of emperor wanted to transfer to the protagonist, who refused it, going to continue to engage in his own improvement. This is how the head of the Qin family ascended the throne, and renamed the empire as Qin. The three families were forever united by their hearts from that moment on, and so a few months after the Yi family fell, the protagonist was sitting with the girl. He asked if things had settled down in the Moon Palace, and she confirmed that they had. Fong began to talk about how the country's affairs had stabilized, and he had already reached the 5th rank of Grand Master, and now he had to think about what they should do next. The girl asked if Fong had a plan to counter the Heavenly Palace, and the hero said that the first step they should take was to help the mountain ghosts build their city on the border. This city was to be a springboard against the other palace, and then the protagonist started talking about how he intended to create an entire sect that would have the sole purpose of opposing the Tianshao Palace. The girl was shocked that Fong had thought of everything in such detail, and the hero confessed that he had been preparing for it for a long time, but he did not want to be the leader, and then said that the girl would be the leader of the Heaven Destruction sect. A little while later, Fong went to the desert, which was on the border of the two states. The protagonist thought that their enemies had halls in many empires, and he was going to go to the Longlin Empire to scout one of them. The protagonist thought about how such a weak empire was still only able to exist because they were a puppet of the palace. Suddenly, there were shouts of people calling the weakling the one who could not take revenge on the palace. Fong instantly hid behind a rock to realize what was going on. The protagonist saw two young men beating up just one guy who seemed to be unable to resist. One of the enemies prepared to finish off the good guy, saying that idiots shouldn't exist in this world. Suddenly the protagonist's dagger knocked the weapon out of the enemy's hands, and Fong clarified whether the guy really belonged to the palace, while he didn't realize that it had just happened. He began to look at the protagonist with mockery, for he realized that Fong was an alien. The guy started shouting for the protagonist to run away, because these guys were the best students of the palace in their empire, while Fong began to mock the enemies, saying that they couldn't even hold a sword firmly. The enemies instantly began to attack. They were very angry at the words of the protagonist, but just a few milliseconds later the enemies received an incredibly powerful attack from the protagonist, who was surprised that the enemies really believed that they could resist him. Fong instantly approached the dumbfounded guy and explained that it was his first time in this place, and he wanted to get some information. The protagonist was surprised by the information he learned, namely that in the guy's empire, a huge number of people had lost their and sect because of the palace. The protagonist started talking about how he had a great place for the guy, and offered to take a walk there. Fong rode the horse while thinking that anyone who was harmed by the palace would be able to help him. Fong wanted to find a way to get all these people on his side. The protagonist was thinking that in order to get talented people, he just needed to show the power of his Heaven Destruction sect. Fong was at this very moment going to build a reputation for himself and his sect. The protagonist arrived in the city thinking that the person he helped had given him a token. It turned out that there were some people in the border cities who were resisting the palace, and the token was to help the protagonist. Suddenly a rough voice was heard behind Feng's back, shouting for him to give way. It turned out that some man was in a cage, and the guy on the horse was shouting that anyone who dares to resist the palace and the emperor will be the same. The man in the cage looked beaten, but he had the hardness of a warrior in his gaze. People were discussing the fact that the emperor had even arrested the prince himself. People were afraid to say anything because they might be arrested as well. The protagonist was smiling, because he was sure that this prince definitely belonged to the resistance organization. The protagonist followed the carriage all the way, in order to understand the situation in the empire. It turns out that the last emperor was killed for resisting the palace, while the prince gathered an army but still failed. Turns out in the present the prince was being transported to the capital to be executed. The guy was a former crown prince and now a prisoner. The soldiers started laughing at the prince, because he dared to resist the palace itself, and he is definitely dead. The soldiers discussed that the prince would not be able to get out, because he had eaten a pill that would suppress his strength. Then the soldier slapped the young man in the face, saying that he was now just an ordinary man. The soldier was glad that they could torture the guy as much as they wanted and drew his sword as he was going to chop off one of his arms. The prince was mad with anger, but he couldn't do anything, as suddenly the soldiers froze on the spot, then instantly fell to the ground, leaving the prince puzzled. The protagonist began to approach the guy's cage, and confessed that he had added some poison to his knives. The prince with a wary expression asked who Fong was, friend or foe. The protagonist said he was a friend, then approached the prince. He began to examine the prince's body and said that the principle of blocking the guy's power was through a pill. To the prince's surprise that the hero was an alchemist, Fong was going to make an antidote. The prince was shocked that the protagonist was able to do alchemy with his bare hands. The prince talked about how all of the protagonist's attempts were simply futile as the poison was created by an alchemist of incredible level. While Fong finished creating a pill that looked simply perfect, the hero instantly sent the pill straight into the prince's mouth, so fast that he didn't even have time to react. The guy was worried because he didn't realize what he had just swallowed, while Fong was confident in the pill he had just created. The prince was shocked as his strength was restored in an instant, but he noticed a strange detail. Although his strength had returned, it looked like nothing had changed, while the protagonist confessed that it was his little gift, so that the prince could shock his enemies. A little while later, a huge number of people gathered. The new emperor was incredibly happy that the palace was helping them, because without it, they would have further problems with the bandits. At that time, a member of the inner branch of the palace started talking about how they needed to finish off the remnants of the past empire as soon as possible. It turned out that this old man's brother was the same old man that the protagonist had finished off earlier, and the old man was going to immediately go in search of his brother. He was incredibly angry that his brother had gone into the desert alone, after which there was no information from him. The emperor began to say that they would help with the search in any way they could, and that they would cover all expenses. As the military began to lead the prince and his subordinates to the place of execution, the prince's soldiers said only that they would die without regret beside their lord. The executioner prepared to carry out the execution with the words that the prince dared to go against the emperor, then attacked, and at the moment when from the maple to the neck was only a few centimeters, instantly began to fly sword of the protagonist, which at great speed hit the sword of the executioner, then broke it in two. The emperor and the old man were shocked. They did not understand what was happening, while the protagonist appeared at the place of execution standing on the shoulders of the soldiers of the new empire. Fong was about to intervene in this absurd trial, whereupon the hero jumped down, and the enemy soldiers instantly went on the attack with thoughts that Fong dared to invade such an important trial. The soldiers were instantly killed by one swift and powerful lunge of the protagonist, after which the guy pointed his sword at his enemies and started shouting that the place of execution was as easy to get to as the market. This greatly offended the top of the place, and the old man ordered to catch the protagonist and execute him as soon as possible. A huge number of soldiers were approaching the protagonist at a great speed, while the prince freed himself from his chains, and then decided to get close to the enemies and instantly killed one of his enemies. The prince immediately started throwing himself at his opponents, leaving them not realizing how capable he was of fighting after taking the pill. The prince grabbed one of the soldiers by the throat and began to choke with all his might. He confessed that such a useless pill had long ago been neutralized by his brother. His face was full of happiness and anticipation of revenge. A little while ago, as soon as Fong learned that one of their opponents had a Void Realm level 2, he immediately said that he would take him on, while the prince was shocked by the protagonist's words and could not believe that Fong was capable of fighting Void Realm level masters. While the protagonist confessed that he had already killed that old man's brother who was also at the second level of the Void Realm, which shocked the prince. In the present, the prince continued to fight with the ordinary soldiers, while saying that he believed in the protagonist and trusted him with the future of this empire, while the protagonist stood with his head proudly raised with a slight smile. Fong instantly jumped up from his seat and began to approach the main enemies at a great speed, while the emperor began to hide behind the old man's back, begging him to help. The old man drew his sword with words that some insect should not look at him from high, and then the old man made a very fast lunge, such a speed that the horror of the air compressed at the point of impact. A huge platform began to fly at the protagonist as the old man said that Fong would not be able to resist, while the protagonist destroyed the plate, saying that the enemy was only making the words of a pathetic old man who could do nothing. Fong found himself right in front of his opponent saying that this battle was over, while the enemy was confident and started using a strange technique calling the protagonist a clown. A moment later, a huge cloud of dust formed from their battle. The prince was shocked and worried for the protagonist, because it was an incredibly strong secret technique of the palace. While from the dust, an old man appeared, followed by the protagonist. The enemy didn't understand how Fong could survive such an attack, and assumed that he was just lucky. Then he instantly attacked again, and the technique looked really powerful, but Fong easily cut the technique with his sword, then at a great speed wounded the old man, who didn't seem to expect such an outcome. The old man recognized the sword skills of the protagonist, while Fong confessed to the old man that he was the one who killed his brother. The old man didn't believe Feng's words, as the guy was only in the realm of the great master while they were in the realm of the void, and the protagonist prepared to finish off the old man with the words that his brother thought so too, right up to the moment of his death. The enemy was angry. He prepared to attack with all his might, while the protagonist came closer and closer. He was sure of victory as he had already learned the secrets of the old man's technique. A moment later the old man had to try to block the protagonist's blow with his sword, but he flew into a stone block at a great speed, and started coughing up his own blood while feeling unbearable pain all over his body. The protagonist was preparing to deliver a decisive blow directly at the old man, while the old man confessed that Fong was the only person who had forced him to take the blood-eating pill, after which the enemy instantly chewed the pill that was in his mouth. A moment later, the enemy's body began to be enveloped by a simply terrifying aura that filled the vast space around it. The protagonist assumed that this pill was just destroying this old man's body. While the enemy rose above the ground and looked incredible, he had just gained the power of a level 4 void realm by taking this pill. The enemy was incredibly happy. He was confident that he could destroy Fong. After all, this was the legendary power of the void realm level 4. The protagonist did not understand how a body that was in a near-death state could emit such a huge amount of energy. Fong was going to attack first, as it was dangerous to continue. After Fong struck, the enemy was easily able to dodge the attack. A moment later the protagonist only opened his eyes as a blob of energy appeared in front of him, which hit the protagonist with great force, causing him to fly away from the old man. The enemy approached the guy with the words that his ugliness he was just fed up, and then the enemy again attacked with an incredibly strong attack, because of which Fong received just a huge amount of damage from his opponent. The protagonist felt just awful. He wondered how an ordinary pill was able to make the old man so strong. The old man began to say that it was no ordinary pill at all, and as soon as he took it his body went into a near-death state, which usually kills people. The old man began to say that in order to get the power from this pill, he had to experience a huge amount of torture. While the protagonist was holding the same pill in his mouth, happy that he had figured out how to use it, the enemy was shocked to see that the protagonist had managed to steal the pill during their battle. The old man started shouting that Fong would not dare to use the pill, because unlike him, the protagonist would simply die. Fong took the pill without a doubt and said that it felt like agony after death. The protagonist took on a completely different appearance with the words that he had long been accustomed to the agony of death. The guy's body was covered with a terrifying aura. He instantly went to the first level of the void realm. The enemy didn't understand how the protagonist was able to gain power as well. He was instantly going to kill the guy as he had become dangerous, while the protagonist himself approached the enemy at a great speed, preparing to strike him with his sword. Fong started shouting that the old man had a terrible speed, and then the whole sky began to glow from the force of the blow that the protagonist made. The enemies couldn't believe that they were facing such a strong man who was capable of fighting their master. Suddenly, one of the enemies became afraid because they all saw a huge crater, and how the protagonist holds the old man by the neck, and he was not even able to resist and only threatened his master, who was one of the strongest people in the world. While the protagonist was just smiling, he seemed to have acquired a demonic nature. The enemy started talking about how Fong just couldn't finish him, after which the old man's body started to disappear, and after a moment, the protagonist was left standing alone, calling the enemy's last words too mediocre. The protagonist thought about the fact that it was an incredible pill that was able to stimulate the hidden power of the protagonist. Fong held the pill and thought about how such a thing could be a great trump card, because it could instantly increase the strength of a cultivator for a while. A little while later, The emperor was shaking with fear because the old man was dead, and without him, he couldn't survive and was about to flee. While the prince stopped the emperor with the words that if he wanted to save his life, he should be obedient. The emperor instantly fell to his knees and started screaming that he had stolen the throne and allied with the palace. He begged for his miserable life. The prince wondered why such trash should be kept alive, while the protagonist confessed that he had a few questions for the man. The protagonist instantly creepily began asking about how many and what empires the palace controlled, and who was behind it all. Over the next few months, the protagonist along with the prince traveled through the empires that were under the palace's control, with only 2 people able to kill all the palace member who controlled the empires and publicly execute the lying emperors. While in one of the kingdoms, the protagonist was approaching the carriage with the emperor at a great speed. The emperor was very scared and begged his subordinates to help, but a moment later he was pierced by the protagonist's blade, unable to resist. The warriors instantly stood up for their late emperor and were about to fight, while Fong said that he was a disciple of the heaven-shattering sect and that their sect would sooner or later destroy the entire palace. The enemies instantly launched an attack, but they were quickly destroyed by the incredible strength of the protagonist, who was surprised that the enemies believed that they even had a chance. The prince, watching the protagonist, saw Fong become stronger again than he was before. The protagonist felt just fine. His strength had already reached the 8th level of a great master, and with each battle he continued to grow stronger. A little while later, Fong was thinking that he had recently destroyed 10 empires that were under the control of the palace, while the prince arrived at the hero saying that after digging through a huge number of chests, he was able to find a few things. Suddenly one object from the basket began to levitate. The prince marveled at the protagonist's skills and assumed that he wanted to create the palace's secret pill, while Fong confessed that he was not going to create, but to improve it many times over. The protagonist talked about how he could easily fix the side effects of this pill, while the prince assumed that the protagonist's achievements in alchemy were far greater than all the palace alchemists. The protagonist threw the pill towards the prince with the words that it would help him cross over to the realm of emptiness, while the boy was shocked after looking at the pill, after which he instantly bowed because he thought he could never reach the realm of emptiness, but thanks to the protagonist it was possible. Fong began to lift the guy from his knees with the words that they have a common goal, namely to overthrow the palace. After a while, 2 pills began to come out of the furnace. The protagonist was very happy with the results of his labors and said out loud that it was time to start the next step. At that time in the Longlin Empire, a group of people moved. It turned out that it was the main character's guys who arrived on Feng's orders. At that time in one of the buildings, the former emperor with a tremor in his voice was asking the protagonist what to write. Fong started talking about how the emperor was obliged to ask the palace for help since the person who was in charge of the place was missing. Fong asked the prince if everything was ready, and he said that everything was done as the protagonist had planned and the ambush was ready. The emperor welcomed the guests from the palace, and said that he was very glad that they had come to this empire. The guys were sure that they would destroy the entire sect of the protagonist in an instant and return to their palace. They started to approach the emperor, who seemed very much afraid of them, when suddenly one of the guys grabbed him by the throat with words that they should have informed them as soon as the old man left. One of the temple men started talking about how supposedly the emperor just wanted to take all the glory for himself. After they calmed down, they then asked the emperor for directions, and the emperor said that he would do so now. They arrived at the suitability of the capital and assumed that it was some secret place of the sect. While the guy did not understand where the emperor began to run away, he instantly became angry, assuming that the emperor considers them real idiots, while around them appeared a dense fog, and they instantly realized that without realizing it they went straight into the trap of the protagonist. Suddenly the guys started to choke. After inhaling a small part of the fog, one of them ordered them to cover their noses and mouths and try not to breathe the poisonous fog. One of the guys was out of anger as they were led straight into a trap. He instantly grabbed his weapon and started to address the rats who had set up the trap. Then swinging his weapon he dispersed some of the fog that was around. The protagonist entered the battlefield saying that the fan in the young man's hands was quite interesting, while the enemies prepared for battle, assuming that it was Fong who killed the old man. The protagonist said that they were good since they could guess from the first time, and then behind the back of Fong appeared just a huge number of archers, under the words of the hero that the guys will die in this place on this day. A huge number of arrows flew towards the enemies of the protagonist, The prince was incredibly excited because their opponents were the elders of the palace, and without them the palace would definitely collapse, while Fong was confident that their opponent could easily overcome this attack. While one of the opponents used an artifact that could protect them from the arrows. The protagonist was surprised at the quality of the opponent's artifacts. They were just at a huge level. While Feng Xiao confessed that he specialized in fighting demons, he was at the 5th level of the Void Realm. The other guy started to say that they were almost equal in strength, and there was no way the protagonist could defeat them. While Feng began to approach the enemies at a great speed, saying that everything was not so easy, the enemy began to activate an artifact for protection, saying that due to Feng's low level, he would not be able to break through this defense. The protagonist was trapped by the artifact that appeared around him, creating a prison. The allies were very worried about the protagonist because he was in prison. Suddenly one of the enemies attacked all the guys of the protagonist with the words that the little thing has no right to even enter this battle. The prince was frightened because he thought that at this rate they were finished because the main character was trapped. The enemy ordered his subordinate to kill all the allies of the main character while he was in the trap, and he immediately began to fulfill the order. The enemy was ready to finish off the girl, shouting that Fong would see all his comrades die. Suddenly Fong became furious at the sight. He looked very creepy and seemed to be preparing to throw a sword. Then the defense was instantly shattered by the energy that the protagonist had released. The enemy seemed to assume that this sword was a legendary demonic weapon, while Fong was already behind his back ready to strike. The enemy instantly tried to attack, but the hero easily blocked such an attack, whereupon the enemy began to shout that even though Fong was a bit better than he expected. But he showed his weapon, which had an incredible level, and the enemy assumed that the protagonist had no chance against him. At that time, Fong prepared to use the first style, namely the North Wind Flow, and then the two young men's attacks collided, causing a huge amount of energy to be generated at the point of collision. The enemy didn't realize what was happening. As his spear just froze, the ally of the enemy started shouting for the guy to throw his spear away, otherwise it would just turn into ice. So he did and just threw his spear away. He backed away from the protagonist, not understanding how his weapon could lose so quickly. While Fong quickly approached him and prepared to strike, the enemy assumed that the technique the protagonist had just used was a North Wind Flow. The guy instantly fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. They didn't know that the hero was the owner of the legendary Luotian sword. The second guy also begged for forgiveness and said that he didn't believe that he would ever meet a man who could subdue this sword. The protagonist was surprised to see such behavior of the opponents. He asked what they were doing, because he was the main enemy of the palace. While the enemy began to say that it is normal that Fong does not believe them and took out an artifact, he activated the power of this object, explaining that it is able to heal wounds, after which the wounds on the body of allies of the protagonist began to heal under the words of the enemy that it was as an apology for the damage. The protagonist began to say that this was far from enough for him to believe them, and the guy asked what they should do, whereupon the protagonist threw pills to the guys, saying that once they took them, Fong would be able to sizzle their souls with just one thought, and if they wanted to follow him they would have to take that risk. The opponents instantly took the disgusting pills, whereupon the protagonist thanked them for their agreement and suggested that they go elsewhere. A little while later they gathered around a table where the protagonist asked why the palace was trying to conquer empires near the desert. The guy confessed that the palace's real goal was to turn the whole area into a sphere of influence, which only raised more questions from the protagonist. The guy started to say that there was a treasure in this place, which the palace wants very badly. The protagonist started to smile. He realized that the guys just wanted to get the treasure for themselves, taking advantage of the protagonist and his power. The guy started saying that if Fong helps him get the treasure, the protagonist will be his benefactor forever. The protagonist smiled and asked what the treasure was. The guy said that the treasures were the demon core and the heaven and earth demon treasure. He also looked at the protagonist and said that these items were priceless. Fong was surprised to hear this information, then shook the guy's hand, saying that he was willing to cooperate if they shared the loot with dignity. The guy asked the protagonist to follow him to the Aoki Empire, and Fong agreed. After a few days they were very close to the empire. The guy started telling the protagonist that before they could start, Fong should get into the palace, and for that he should pass the qualifying tests. While in the arena people were fighting to the enthusiastic shouts of the audience. Fong assumed that all he had to do was climb up to the arena and win. These arguments were true, and once Fong won they could go on a treasure hunt together. The guys started to talk about how everyone usually starts from the lowest ranks, but then added that thanks to their influence they could make the protagonist get to the finals. A little while later, the protagonist was in the arena and the opponent was surprised that Fong dared to get into the finals due to his connections. The opponent was confident and said that the protagonist would definitely lose in this battle, while Fong silently smiled at his opponent. The opponent turned out to be a genius who was at the second level of the Void Realm, and he wanted to show the protagonist the difference between the two. People were shouting for the guy to kill the protagonist because he dared to use his connections to get to the finals, while the guy was thanking the man who allowed the protagonist to go straight to the finals, while the man said it was to thank the guy for destroying the Heaven Destruction sect. The man began to wonder if the guy believed that Fong would win because his opponent was in the Void Realm, while the guy smiled smugly and simply said to watch. The protagonist instantly launched an incredibly powerful attack on his opponent, causing him to fly a great distance and get a dent in his chest from the protagonist's fist. The man could not believe his eyes. It was simply impossible that, with such a difference in energy, Fong could win. While the guys smiled at the protagonist, who had just defeated his opponent with a single blow, and the opponent was the pride of the entire empire. The man didn't realize who the protagonist was, since he was able to defeat such a strong opponent with just one blow. While the boy confessed that it was a little secret. A little while later they gathered at the entrance to the forest. The man announced that they had won the first round, now go to the next stage. Everyone present was told to enter the forest to kill monsters and collect treasures that would later be converted into points. The man announced that there were incredibly dangerous monsters in the forest, and the guys should be careful and in no way greedy. After these words, the second round officially began and the challengers at a great speed began to run into the forest. The guy remembered that a monster had come to life in the forest that was very dangerous. The man began to talk about the fact that they had marked on the map forbidden areas where it was very dangerous. After 1 hour, the protagonist continued moving, thinking that he had already managed to get a few monster cores. Fong noticed that he was being chased and assumed that he wanted to eliminate him as a competitor to get a better chance to win. Fong carefully looked in the direction where the enemies were and then prepared for battle with the words that the enemies should not hide. It turned out that all the enemies were at the Void Realm level, and one of them was surprised that the hero was able to detect them. The enemies instantly surrounded the protagonist, ordering him to give up his cores, also threatening to take his life if he refused. The protagonist was surprised that he wasn't targeted because of a few cores, then instantly found himself behind the back of one of the enemies, who certainly didn't expect such a thing. The enemies instantly retreated a bit, thinking that the protagonist's strength was greater than they thought. The enemies began to retreat with words that they should act together to win. Then a huge number of shells charged with energy flew towards the protagonist. A moment later, in the place where Fong was standing, there was a powerful explosion, after which one of the enemies assumed that the protagonist was finished, because it was a joint attack of the masters of the Kingdom of the Void. The voice of the protagonist was heard as the vines began to approach one of the opponents. The vines instantly pierced the bodies of all of the protagonist's opponents, after which they fell to the ground while Fong himself continued to stand proudly. Fong rejoiced because now all the treasures of his enemies belonged to him. One of the enemies started shouting that the elders had recommended the protagonist for a reason, but he kept saying that Fong would definitely die. The protagonist didn't understand what the enemy was trying to say, and then he couldn't understand why these people didn't have a single thing that could be exchanged for balls. Suddenly voices were heard that were screaming in panic. It turned out that they were young guys who were running away from the monster, which woke up because he was on the third level of the Kingdom of the Void. Suddenly, leaves at a great speed began to fly towards the guys, after which they instantly received a huge amount of damage, from which they fell to the ground, leaving the protagonist to think that deep in the forest was definitely a large demon. Fong noticed that an incredibly thick fog had appeared around, after which a huge number of monkey monsters headed towards Fong. The protagonist grabbed the hilt of his weapon, thinking that the demon's awakening had caused a wave of monsters. Then Fong chopped his enemy in half with one incredibly strong blow. At that time, the elders noticed a very strong demonic aura in the forest, and assumed that a large demon had awakened. The guys instantly headed inside the forest, as there was no way they could let the protagonist die. The man said that the guys should stay calm, because they are protected by a barrier and simply cannot enter the forest. Such information shocked the guys, because now the protagonist will have to rely only on himself. While Fong himself at a great speed moving through the forest, he was pursued by a huge number of monsters, and he did not understand why this was happening. The protagonist managed to get away from the enemies and hide behind a tree, after which Fong calmed down a little, because he thought that now he is not threatened, while behind the tree appeared just a huge monster, which looked at his bloodthirsty look in the direction of the protagonist, who turned towards his enemy. It turned out that the enemy was the lordly ghost Ridge himself, and so was the Monkey King himself. The protagonist was shocked to see such an opponent. He assumed that it was that great demon of the forest. Fong was well aware that his opponent was at least at the level of an Earth Mother Ramen, and it would be hard for him to cope. While the enemy prepared to attack with the words that he wanted to eat the protagonist, a huge amount of energy began to move towards the hero, who also prepared to attack, covering his weapon with an ice aura. Then the attacks of these guys collided. They both had incredible strength, but the protagonist was able to break through the attack of the monster. Then he kicked at the icicles, which at great speed flew towards the monster, who instantly repelled them with his hammer. The enemy approached the protagonist at a great speed, saying that although the man was stupid, he was delicious, and then he struck an incredible blow with his hammer, which Fong tried to block with his sword. The protagonist was surprised that it was all the monster's power. The body of the hero was overflowing with aura. Then he instantly destroyed the hammer of his opponent, saying that it did not hurt him at all. This shocked the monster, who a moment ago was confident in his victory. Fong struck the sword directly on the stomach of his opponent, piercing his skin. The protagonist began to move to the head, leaving a deep cut. The enemy from the last forces began to scream that the man was too strong. Then the enemy instantly disappeared, which caused the protagonist to misunderstand. The guy instantly began to look around for the enemy, but there was only thick fog and a huge number of weak monsters. The protagonist felt that the demonic aura was still nearby, and that the enemy might be preparing to stealthily attack. Fong began to say in his ear that he needed to kill the enemy as soon as possible, because he was too dangerous. For this reason he took out a pill and then took it. The protagonist's eyes instantly began to glow, and his body began to emit a demonic aura, and his expression became incredibly angry. The protagonist prepared to dispel the fog that was around him with a sword strike, and then made an incredibly fast and strong slash that caused everything around him to be covered in the protagonist's aura, and the enemies began to die in agony. Fong exhaled, after which the protagonist crouched down from exhaustion. He felt that the Monkey King's energy was gone and assumed that he had died, going to find his core. The protagonist rose to his feet and looked at the huge amount of monster corpses. The protagonist started talking about how it was too early for him to use the full power of this blade, because he would get tired quickly, and that such power could be used as a last resort. The guys were shocked as they felt the aura of the Monkey King disappear. As the protagonist began to walk out of the forest with a confident expression on his face, the guys were shocked and assumed that it was the protagonist who had defeated the Monkey King. Fong instantly held out his blade to the man, saying that he was the one who had tried to take his life in this forest. The man didn't seem to have expected this outcome, while the guys didn't understand what was going on and why the protagonist was saying such things. While the man pretended not to understand what he was talking about and asked if the protagonist had any proof, the protagonist started talking about how he was attacked by a group of people, and then he started talking about how all the members of that group had nothing to compete with, which could only mean that they were hired killers. The man was shocked at how the protagonist was able to guess his intentions, and then his body began to be covered with an aura, because he was angry at what the protagonist had told him. The guys instantly stood up to Feng's defense, because the enemy was very strong. Suddenly a voice was heard, which did not understand why all the guys were so tense. The guy wondered why a lord had arrived at their place, while he didn't look very happy. It turned out that it was a palace lord who had a level 7 void realm, and said that he had come to this place to see how they handled the selection. The protagonist assumed that this man held a very high position, by the guy's reaction, while the guy confessed that all the disciples had to obey this man's orders. The man instantly approached the master, complaining that the protagonist along with the boys had falsely accused him of hiring assassins to finish off Fong. While the lord began to say that the man should not make excuses, because he already knows that the man was behind it all. The man started to say that it was the master who let him do it, while the Lord attacked the man saying that he didn't need such an unworthy man. The man fell to the ground without showing any signs of life. The Lord asked if the elders were satisfied with the way the man had been punished for his offense, and they said they were. The Lord started to leave saying that he had business to attend to and he did not intend to bother the boys anymore. The protagonist thought that Lord was very suspicious, because he had killed the man in order to silence him. A little while later on a clear day, the protagonist announced that Lord was deliberately getting rid of his men, thus promoting only his own. The guy marveled at how cunning Lord is in trying to destroy all those who are not favorable to him. One of the guys began to say that in this way the Lord is trying to get all the benefits only to himself, after which the guys also began to rejoice because they are definitely going to go to the Wasteland, and now they have time to rest. The protagonist also raised a drink for the guys to take care of him, while the Lord sat on the throne and was very angry, because the moment he woke up the demon, he hoped that no one could survive. He broke the glass with thoughts that now he would have to share his loot with outsiders. He was insane and thought about killing the protagonist along with the guys. The protagonist continued to improve his sword skills, and then his pet was able to break through to the Void Realm after taking the Monkey King's core. The protagonist was also able to break through to level 9 Grandmaster. The guys were amazed at how fast the protagonist was progressing and called him an incredible talent. The protagonist moved towards the guys wondering if they were ready to go. The guy said that there would be 3 groups of them. The guy started talking about the leader of this journey, who had an incredible level 9 Void Realm, while also being an incredible alchemist. The protagonist wondered about the fact that they had an incredible competitor. On the day of the trip to the Wasteland, a man began to give a speech to the participants, and that the Wasteland would be incredibly dangerous. The man was the leader, and he shouted that if anyone seemed weak to him during their expedition, he would deal with him personally. The guys started moving into the huge boats that were standing on the ground. The main character showed the guys the pills that he had prepared for them. He knew that the destination would be very hot and prepared pills to cool them down. The guys were shocked because they were incredibly rare pills, and they were of a higher quality than the ones they had in the palace. The protagonist began to say that the palace's recipe was not accurate, and was a waste of precious herbs. At that time, a strong man's voice was heard, asking how the protagonist had such knowledge of alchemy. He grabbed one of the pills and then asked if the protagonist wanted to become his apprentice. The people around him were amazed that he wanted someone to be his apprentice, as he had never offered such a thing to anyone before. The guys also seemed to be pleased, as they assumed that if Fong got such a strong teacher, he would be protected, while the protagonist apologized to the head of the expedition and said that he already had a teacher. I said that he was sorry, but he expressed his desire to meet the protagonist's teacher. The guys tried to explain to the hero that he should have at least pretended to be, because it would give him protection, and Fong said that this man is not worth it to pay respects to him. The man at the time thought that the protagonist had incredible skills. A while later, they reached the sky above their destination, and then the head of the expedition announced that the guys should kill the strongest monster to cheer themselves up. All the guys started falling down, going to fight the monsters. The protagonist asked if the Lord of the Blazing Sand is really the strongest monster of this place. Then the guy said that the protagonist will understand as soon as he sees it. Suddenly the protagonist's eyes were struck by what he saw, namely a huge number of corpses and a ruined city. The guy began to tell that the monster is creating a desert, and for this reason their palace wants to destroy it, because the monster has already created this place and is not going to stop. When the guys landed, the guy warned that the road ahead would be very dangerous because of the huge number of monsters. Suddenly there were monsters like scorpions, which at a great speed approached the people, and then began to defeat them with ease. The protagonist instantly reacted and headed towards the battle, under the guy's words that it was too late and people could not be saved. Fong instantly cut down a huge number of scorpions, after which the guys were shocked, because just now Fong had instantly cut down almost all the monsters that were stronger than them. At that time, the head of the expedition was watching the hero and thought that the strength of the protagonist is incredible, and he should behave carefully in the presence of Fong. Suddenly the ground began to shake, which frightened the guy, and then he began to shout that the most dangerous monster of this place is approaching them. And right in front of the protagonist appeared a desolate worm, which was at least level 2 of the void realm. The guy was well aware that the appearance of a monster of such a level is a direct proof that they had entered the territory of the blazing sand. The monster was heading towards the protagonist at a great speed with the intention of killing, while the man was incredibly happy because he thought that against such a monster, the protagonist had no chance. Fong easily dodged the enemy's attack, and then at a great speed cut the worm in half. The hero grabbed the stone that fell from the monster's body, and then began to rejoice as the kernels from these monsters were really not bad. The head of the expedition was shocked that the hero managed to win, because usually it takes at least a few students to kill one such monster. Suddenly, behind the back of the protagonist heard a shout, which made him turn to that direction. He saw how the huge monster is easy to deal with ordinary guys. Lord began to shout at his men and call them a bunch of trash. As they immediately ran away, he did not understand why these guys even went to this place, since they are not able to defeat such monsters. While the protagonist appeared right in front of Lord, after which he instantly chopped up several strong enemies with a single blow. Lord didn't understand how such a thing was possible, while Fong asked Lord if he could take back the cores, since he was the one who had just killed those monsters. Lord assumed that the protagonist was just hiding his true strength. After an hour, all the worms were destroyed and people sat down to rest for a while. The guy said that Fong should also rest, since he had killed almost all of these monsters, while the protagonist confessed that he was not tired at all. Suddenly, the ground started to crack right in front of Fong, and then the protagonist began to shout that something very strange was happening. The ground under the feet of all the guys collapsed and they began to fall into an unknown place. The guys didn't realize what was happening because they couldn't control their bodies and they just got sucked down. One of the guys started to say that there was a huge monster's cave down below and they were all falling into its lair. Lord then asked what he should do, while the head of the expedition said that Lord looked worse than the protagonist. The protagonist was perfectly coping with the pressure of this place and was preparing to land on the ground, while Lord was shocked to see the protagonist's abilities and he just couldn't let it continue to grow. He prepared to attack thinking that now was the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly there was a vortex that began to blow away the protagonist. Then he began to fly away from the other guys at a great speed. Fong thought about the fact that that vortex was not like a gust of demonic energy. It was in an incredible place because all the spiritual energy that was captured by the monsters on the surface was in this place. The guy began to pluck plants and began to rejoice very much because on these herbs he will be able to earn a huge amount of money. Suddenly behind the protagonist heard the voice of Lord, who was very happy that Fong was finally left alone. Then he immediately began to attack Parallelnia, shouting that since Fong is the strongest opponent, he will die first. The men's swords clashed, whereupon Fong assumed that it was Lord who had come up with the plan to kill the protagonist on the test. The man confessed that he had, and then began to talk about how the treasures of this place should belong to as few people as possible. Suddenly, the body of the protagonist was enveloped by a black wind, which seemed to surprise Fong, while Lord was surprised that a guy who was only at the level of a great master was hoping to win. Suddenly, the protagonist was behind him. Surprised that Lord considered himself worthy of the battle, the enemy immediately began to turn around. Then even though he blocked the attack from the protagonist, he was still thrown back. The protagonist remembered the old men and began to say that their techniques are very similar. It turned out that Lord was their teacher. At that time, the protagonist stuck his sword in the ground and started talking about how Lord's teachings didn't help the old men survive at all. The Lord was angry because his students had been killed, and then the protagonist confessed that he was a member of the heaven-destroying sect, namely Fong. The protagonist also confessed that he was well aware of the enemy's plan, and had purposely let him face him one-on-one. The Lord began to scream in anger. He couldn't believe that he had fallen into the protagonist's trap himself. Then Fong instantly launched an incredibly strong attack that caused a colossal energy surge that instantly froze the enemy, who didn't even have time to react. At that time, in another place, people gathered to start a battle with the monster. People went on a furious attack, because the monster was trying to break through the void realm. Suddenly huge waves of sand stopped the advance of people. There was no way they could resist the sand attacks. The people's bodies began to thin. It seemed like the sand was just sucking the life out of them. Such a sight very much frightened the guys, because the sand was simply pulling the life out of these people. The head of the expedition began to shout that they cannot continue to sit idly by, because if the monster gets through, they will all die in this place. The man attacked with a chain hoping that he would be able to destroy the monster. Then the chain began to cover the layer of sand under which the monster was. The man instantly approached the monster with the intention of attacking and finishing the enemy. But suddenly the incredible weapon of the head of the expedition simply broke on the strong sand of the creature. Then the man could not cope with the recoil, began to fly away in the opposite direction. The guys were shocked by what was happening. They were well aware that only the protagonist with his sword could cope with such a defense. The guy was very worried about the protagonist because he was in a different place, and everything around was very dangerous. Suddenly the monster counterattacked with incredible force. The guy shouted that his brother would dodge, because missing such an attack he will definitely die, as suddenly appeared the protagonist, who began to block this attack with his sword. Fong was very happy that he was able to come to the aid of the guys in time. The protagonist realized that it was the Lord of the Blazing Sand, while the guy said that the monster was now trying to break through. The head of the expedition started shouting that the protagonist will not help them, and they need to retreat as soon as possible to save their lives. The protagonist preparing to attack was surprised that the man was willing to let such a monster break through and break out to wreak havoc in the world. Fong instantly unleashed an incredible attack that was rapidly approaching the monster. All the guys were shocked at how powerful the attack was, while the protagonist prepared to deliver his crowning blow and asked his allies to cover him. Fong found himself surrounded by a huge amount of sand that could absorb life energy, but the protagonist easily cut his way out of the trap. The head of the expedition didn't understand how the protagonist was able to deal with such a strong opponent so easily, while Fong was approaching the cocoon at a great speed, saying that the monster should come out. Fong looked completely mad. He was preparing to put all his strength into this attack. Then the protagonist attacked, and his strike caused a huge amount of energy to spread around. The monster's shielding started to crack rapidly, and then it got out and started to emit a huge amount of energy. The protagonist thought that he had achieved what he was trying to achieve. The man couldn't believe that the protagonist alone was able to break through the defenses that they couldn't break through together. The protagonist landed on the ground while the monster started screaming that some ants dared to interfere with his plans and he intends to bury the guys under the sand forever. The other members of the expedition were very scared. They did not understand how to fight with an enemy of such an incredible level. While the enemy began to prepare to attack, the head of the expedition ran with all his might, shouting that they should run away as soon as possible. The guys were not going to leave the protagonist alone, and prepared to help him in the battle. The man did not understand what they were doing, because if they stayed here, they would surely die. The guys asked the protagonist to win since they decided to stay by his side, and Fong asked them to start thinking about how they should divide the prey. The monster was furious at the arrogance of the weak humans. Then he created a huge stake of sand and attacked the protagonist, who was able to react and dodge the blow at the last moment. Although the hero was able to dodge, the allies received incredible damage. Because they were unable to react, it caused a rage attack from the protagonist. The guys fell to the ground, unable to get up, while the monster said that Fong would be the next to fall in this battle. The enemy started to create a huge number of similar ruts, after which the monster was surprised that the people who were a kingdom above the protagonist couldn't block even one of his attacks. The enemy attacked with just a huge number of stakes of the protagonist, who ate a pill saying that he should use all possible strength in this battle. The protagonist went to the first level of the Void Realm thanks to the pill, and emitted a huge amount of energy. The enemy attack was very close, but Fong easily dodged and fended off the projectiles flying at him. The monster did not understand what this pill was that could help him achieve the power of the Void Realm. He looked at the protagonist and thought that this power seemed very familiar to him. The enemy instantly prepared to kill the protagonist personally. He attacked with incredible strength while Fong retreated to avoid getting hit. The protagonist began to shout that he would now use the second form of his sword, which shocked the monster, who was surprised that the man was able to tame the demonic sword. Thank you all so much for watching this video to the end. I want to thank you all for your support. I apologize that I started to publish videos less often. This is due to the fact that I got sick and I have a hard time with it. Thank you all who supported me in the comments, and those who put likes. And this time I say goodbye. See you again.